You are now listening to Unexpected Mafia Triplets by Bella King. Produced and published by Novel Nectar.
1. Kira. The last chord fades into applause that's half-hearted at best, swallowed by the Friday night crowd at Tiernan's Echo. I lower the microphone and step back from the small stage, my throat raw, my shoulders aching from hunching over my guitar for the past 2 hours. The regulars are already turning back to their drinks, conversations resuming. I don't take it personally. This isn't that kind of bar. I pack my guitar into its case. 3 weeks of double shifts have worn grooves into my bones. I've been filling in for everyone who calls out, picking up hours I don't need, because the alternative is sitting in my apartment staring at my laptop, pretending I'm going to finish the songs I've been working on for years. Staying busy is easier than lying awake wondering why I'm still here, still singing covers to people who aren't listening, and still waiting for a life I'm too scared to chase. Good set tonight. Brendan appears at my elbow, a dish rag slung over his shoulder and a concerned crease between his brows. My uncle has the same blue eyes as my mother did, and sometimes, looking at him makes something ache behind my ribs. He took me in when I was 16 after the accident. He gave me a job, a purpose, and a place to belong. I owe him more than I can ever repay, which is part of why I keep saying yes when he asks if I can cover another shift. Thanks. I snapped the guitar case shut. The crowd was feeling generous. Only 2 requests for free bird. He doesn't laugh. You look tired, Kira. I'm fine. You've been saying that for 3 weeks. He leans against the edge of the stage, arms crossed. Listen, if you want to take some time off, now's the moment. We've got plenty of part-timers who can cover, and summer's always slow anyway. I straighten up, slinging the guitar case strap over my shoulder. I don't need time off. I'm not saying you need it. I'm saying you could take it. His voice softens. You've been talking about recording some of your original stuff for years now. These next few weeks would be perfect. Light crowds, flexible schedule. You could actually sit down and figure out the technical side of things. The offer lands somewhere between tempting and terrifying. I've written dozens of songs in the past 5 years, melodies and lyrics scrawled in notebooks I keep shoved in my nightstand drawer. I've dreamed of recording them since I was 19 years old, but have also found 100 excuses not to. Maybe, I say, which we both know means no. Elise pushes through the swinging door from the back, wiping her hands on her apron. She's been my best friend since sophomore year of high school, and she reads the tension in my shoulders from across the room. What are we talking about? She tosses her apron onto a hook behind the bar and starts gathering her things. Please tell me it's the time-off conversation again. I've been waiting for this. I was just suggesting... Brendan starts. He was just suggesting I take some time to work on my music. I cut in. Which I don't need. Which you absolutely need. Elise points at me with her car keys. You've been running yourself into the ground, and for what? So you can avoid thinking about the fact that you're 27 years old and still haven't done anything with the songs you've been writing since college? Thanks for the pep talk. I'm serious. She pulls her bag over her shoulder. Take the time. Learn how to use recording software. Buy a decent microphone. Stop hiding behind this bar. I'm not hiding. I'm helping. Summer's always dead. You know that. Elise shakes her head. There's going to be nothing to help with. She's right, and I hate it. I'll stay available just in case. Elise rolls her eyes. Of course you will. Brendan holds up his hands. We can talk about this later. Elise, you heading out? Yeah, I've got an early morning tomorrow. She gives me a look that says this conversation isn't over. Text me this weekend. We're doing brunch on Sunday, whether you like it or not. Fine. I mean it. Brunch. Sunday. No excuses. She waves to Brendan, shoots me one more pointed glance, and pushes through the front door into the warm June night. The bar feels quieter without her, even though the crowd hasn't thinned. I set my guitar case behind the bar and grab a clean rag to wipe down the counter. Brendan watches me for a moment. "You know she's right," he says finally. "She's always right. That's the annoying part." The front door swings open and a man in a rumpled suit stalks inside. I recognize him vaguely as one of the liquor vendors Brendan's been dealing with for years. "Tiernan." The man's voice carries across the bar, sharp and irritated. "We need to talk about your last order. There's a discrepancy I've been trying to reach you about for 2 weeks." Brendan sighs. "Give me a minute." He turns to me. "You good out here?" "I'm fine. Go handle it." He nods and walks toward the back office, the vendor trailing behind him with a manila folder clutched in his hands. The swinging door closes behind them, leaving me alone behind the bar with a half-dozen customers scattered across the room. I finish wiping down the counter and toss the rag into the sink. The air inside is thick and stale, despite the ancient air conditioning unit rattling in the window. I've been behind this bar since I was 21 years old, learning the rhythms of the place the same way I learned the rhythms of my own heartbeat. Tiernan's Echo is as close to a second home as I've ever had. I step out the back door into the alley. The humidity wraps around me immediately, heavy and suffocating. Baltimore in June feels like breathing through a wet towel. I lean against the brick wall, close my eyes, and let the muffled sounds of the bar fade behind me. The alley stretches between Tiernan's Echo and the abandoned building next door. It's a narrow strip of cracked asphalt lined with overflowing dumpsters, and the faint smell of garbage bakes in the heat. A single streetlight flickers at the far end, casting weak yellow light that barely reaches the middle of the passage. I've stood in this exact spot hundreds of times, stealing moments of quiet between sets or shifts. It's never felt dangerous before. A gunshot splits the night. The crack is sharp and sudden, and the sound punches through my chest before I can process it. I freeze. My phone is still in my pocket. I was reaching for it, and now my hand hangs uselessly at my side. 2 figures stand at the far end of the alley, near the flickering streetlight. One slumps against the wall of the abandoned building, and something dark spreads beneath him, pooling on the cracked asphalt. The other stands over him, arm extended, and gun visible even in the weak light. The man on the ground isn't moving. The shooter lowers his arm and turns, looking directly at me. I stop breathing. Every instinct screams at me to run, to move, to do something, but my body won't obey. I'm locked in place, feet planted on the asphalt, and unable to look away from him. Blood rushes in my ears and my mouth goes dry. I want to scream, but my throat has closed around the sound. The attacker is tall, broad-shouldered, and dressed in dark clothing that makes him nearly invisible against the shadows. I can't make out his face, but his attention fixes on me. He's assessing and calculating, deciding whether I'm a threat, an unwanted witness, or something else entirely. He saw me and knows I saw him. The seconds stretch into something unbearable. I wait for him to raise the gun, point it at me, and end this the same way he ended the man bleeding out on the ground. My hands tremble at my sides. I should run or at least scream. I should do something other than stand here, but my body refuses to move. He doesn't move toward me, but he watches me. His expression is cold, composed, and completely unreadable. Then he turns and walks away, disappearing into the darkness at the end of the alley. He's gone, just like that, without hesitation, hurry, or a second glance. I stand there shaking while staring at the empty space where he was. 10 feet away, a man is dying, or maybe already dead. Blood pools on the asphalt, and the smell of gunpowder hangs in the air, mixing with the garbage and the humidity until my stomach heaves. The shooter let me live. Why? I force my legs to move and stumble backward through the door into the bar. The noise of the crowd hits me and everything seems too bright and too loud. Colors bleed at the edges of my vision. Everything feels wrong and crooked. The jukebox is playing something with a heavy bass line, and the vibration moves through the floor into my feet, through my legs, and into my chest. I grip the edge of the bar to steady myself. The wood is cool and solid under my palms, and that feels real. I'm in the bar. I'm inside. I'm safe. I repeat the words to myself, willing them to be true. Brendan emerges from the back office just as I reach the counter, his brow creased with whatever annoyance the vendor left behind. "Kira?" He stops when he sees my face. "What happened? You look like you've seen a ghost." "I'm fine." The words come out thin and shaky. My knuckles go white against the wood. "I'm fine. I needed some air and I got dizzy. Low blood sugar or something." He studies me. Brendan knows me too well. He can tell when I'm lying. "You sure that's all it is?" "Yeah." I force myself to meet his eyes. "I think I'm going to head home, actually. If that's okay?" "Of course, it's okay." He squeezes my shoulder gently. "Get some rest. I'll close up tonight." "Thanks." I grab my guitar case and my bag from behind the bar, moving on autopilot. The front door feels miles away. Every step sends a fresh wave of nausea rolling through my stomach. That dark figure keeps flashing behind my eyes, turning to face me, measuring me with a look that said he knew exactly what I'd witnessed. He chose to let me go. The night air outside is thick and heavy. I look up and down the street before walking to my car, keys clutched in my hand, so hard the metal digs into my palm. The parking lot behind the bar is nearly empty this late on a Friday, just a few vehicles scattered across the cracked pavement. Every shadow looks wrong to me now. Every sound makes me flinch. A car door slams somewhere down the block, and I nearly drop my guitar case. I slide into the driver's seat and lock the doors immediately. For a long moment, I just sit there with my hands on the steering wheel, staring at nothing. My breath comes in shallow gasps. I'm hyperventilating, I think, or close to it. I force myself to slow down, to breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth, the way my therapist taught me after my parents died. A man is dead, shot by another man who saw me, and that man walked away. I should call the police. I know I should. I should dial 911 right now and report what I saw, give them a description, and tell them about the body in the alley. That's what a normal person would do. That's what a good person would do. I pull my phone out of my pocket. My hands tremble so badly I can barely unlock it, but I manage to open the phone app and stare at the keypad. Yet I can't make myself dial. Something about the way he looked at me keeps replaying in my head. I keep seeing the calculation in that stare, along with the way he stood there, unhurried and completely in control. He could have killed me in the time it took me to blink, and he chose not to. That choice means something. I don't know what, but it scares me more than the gun did. Why? Because the police would ask questions if they knew I was a witness, and then I would have to answer them. And then he might come back to finish what he started, to get rid of that pesky witness. I start the car and pull out of the parking lot. I drive home on autopilot, barely registering the streets I've traveled 1,000 times before. The city blurs past my windows, streetlights and storefronts blending together. Normal life happens all around me while I grip the steering wheel and try not to fall apart. By the time I reach my apartment, the shaking has mostly stopped. I lock every deadbolt behind me and stand in the middle of my living room with my arms wrapped around me. The silence presses in from every direction. I've always loved how quiet this place is, how separate it feels from the noise of the bar and the city outside. But now that quiet feels menacing, filled with everything I'm trying not to think about. I'll handle this tomorrow. I'll go to the police and walk into the station and tell them everything I saw. I'll describe him as tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in dark clothing, with that cold and measured stare. I'll do the right thing. I already know I won't, even as I lie to myself. It's safer not to get involved. I sink onto the couch and pull my knees up to my chest, pressing my forehead against them. The tears come without warning, hot and silent, soaking into the fabric of my jeans. I'm not noble or empathetic enough to cry for the man in the alley whose name I'll never know. Instead, I cry for myself, shaken by a deep fear and the jarring realization that the safe and simple life I thought I understood was shattered in the space of a single gunshot. He should have killed me, but he didn't. I don't know what terrifies me more. Is it that I witnessed a murder, or that the man who pulled the trigger looked me directly in the eye and decided I wasn't worth the bullet? I want to believe it's over, but I don't.
2. Mafia. Lev sits across from me at the scarred wooden desk, reviewing the same surveillance footage he pulled 3 hours ago while I clean the Glock I used tonight. The ritual is familiar, boring, and usually enough to settle whatever lingers after a kill. I've performed this same process after every execution since taking over the Brotherhood, the methodical attention to the weapon serving as a kind of closing argument for whatever violence preceded it. Tonight, it isn't working. Timofey Voronin, Lev says without looking up. 34, and ran collections for Oleg's Northern District until last month, when he started skimming product and selling to outside buyers. Oleg put a price on his head 2 weeks ago. I know who he was. Then you know Oleg will see this as a favor. Lev finally lifts his attention from the screen. You took out one of his problems. He might even send a thank you card. I slide the barrel back into place and set the gun on the desk between us. Oleg doesn't send thank you cards. He sends men with questions about why I'm operating in his territory. You weren't in his territory. The alley belongs to neutral ground, and Timofey Voronin crossed into it voluntarily when he tried to run. Lev leans back in his chair, arms folded. It was a clean shot and a clean exit. This should be routine. It should be. I've handled dozens of executions in the years since my brother's death, each one a line drawn against the man who ordered his murder. Oleg's brother pulled the trigger that night, and I put a bullet through his skull 6 weeks later. The war that followed has been slow, brutal, and unending, with both of us trapped in a cycle of retaliation that neither side has managed to finish. Tonight's kill was supposed to be simple, another debt collected in a ledger that will never balance. Instead, her face keeps surfacing. There was a witness, I say, and Lev goes still. Where? The alley behind Tiernan's Echo. She stepped out the back door right after the shot. The image surfaces again, sharper than it should be. I immediately remember her body locked in place like prey caught in open ground. The fear in her expression followed by confusion, and a strange steadiness underneath both that kept her from screaming or running. She just stood there, watching me with wide eyes, while the man I'd killed bled out 10 feet away from her. I could have ended it. The thought surfaced immediately, and it was clean and practical. One more bullet, one more body, and the problem would have dissolved before it became a problem at all. I've made that choice before without hesitation or regret. The gun was still warm in my hand, and she was close enough that I wouldn't have missed. Except I didn't pull the trigger. Did she call the police? Lev sets aside the footage. No, I had the scanner monitored for 2 hours afterward, and there was no report filed for the shooting or the body. I pull the surveillance footage from my phone and slide it across the desk. I had one of our people pull the alley camera. She went back inside the bar, stayed for another 5 minutes, and then drove home. She didn't stop anywhere and didn't contact anyone who could be law enforcement. Lev studies the footage, his expression unreadable. Who is she? Kira Tiernan. She's 27 and works at the bar as a singer and waitress. A quick background check reveals she's been there since she was 21. I've spent the past 3 hours compiling everything available on her, and the profile is unremarkable in almost every way. She has no criminal record, no known associations with any organization, and no history that would suggest she understands what she witnessed or who I am. She's Brendan Tiernan's niece. He raised her after her parents died. Lev's attention sharpens. Brendan Tiernan, the same Brendan who used to run errands for your brother? The same. Brendan handled small jobs for the Brotherhood years ago, mostly courier work and the occasional delivery that required someone with a clean record and an unremarkable face. He never handled anything serious that would have put him on anyone's radar, but enough for me to recognize the name when it appeared in her file. When he took on responsibility for his niece, he asked to end the arrangement, and we let him walk away with no hard feelings. Severin trusted him more than most civilians who crossed into our world, which said something about his character even if it didn't say much about his judgment. He stopped working for us after he took custody of his niece, not wanting to risk being arrested since she had no one. We let him walk away cleanly, which means his niece has no idea what she walked into. Lev sets down the phone carefully. She saw you execute a man in an alley behind her workplace, and she has no context for understanding why you didn't kill her too. She has no context for any of it. The image keeps surfacing of how her fear shifted into something else in the seconds before I turned away. She wasn't just scared. She was trying to understand, noting details and searching for meaning in a situation that offered none. Most people scream, collapse, or do something that forces my hand. She did nothing except stand there and watch me leave, her breath visible in the humid air and her hands empty at her sides. You should have handled it. Lev's voice drops the way it always does when he's telling me something I already know. I know. A witness to an execution is a liability. If she decides to talk, or if she describes you to the wrong person, or, I know. The words come out sharper than I intend, and Lev falls silent. He's been my second in command long enough to recognize the difference between an intentional discussion and a decision that's already been made. I'll handle her myself. Meaning what? Meaning, I'll speak to her before anyone else does. I stand pocketing my phone and reaching for my jacket. I want to know why she didn't call the police and what she thinks she saw, along with what she plans to do about it. Once I have that information, I'll decide how to proceed. Brendan was loyal, so this requires delicate handling. He doesn't argue, but his expression makes his opinion clear. The cleanest solution is always the simplest one, and the simplest solution to a witness is elimination. He's not wrong. Everything about operational security supports his position. Mercy is a liability I can't afford, but something about her reaction has lodged itself under my skin in a way I can't explain, and I refuse to make a permanent decision until I understand why. Pull the perimeter back from Tiernan's echo. No one goes near the bar until I've spoken to her, and no one approaches her for any reason. I want eyes on the building from a distance, but nothing that would spook her or draw attention. He blatantly scowls. You're giving her time to change her mind about the police. I'm giving myself time to assess the situation. I stare him down. Brendan Tiernan helped my brother when it mattered. That debt doesn't disappear because his niece was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Lev studies me for a long moment. He sees through the justification, and we both know it. The truth is simpler. I don't know why I let her live, and I don't know why ordering her death sits wrong in a way that other necessary violence never has. I need to see her again before I can make sense of what happened in that alley. I'll pull back the men. Lev stands, tucking his phone into his jacket. But if she talks or gives anyone a description or a location, then I'll handle it. I shrug into my jacket and check the gun at my hip out of habit, the weight familiar against my side. She's my problem, Lev. Only mine. Make sure everyone understands that. He nods once. The message will spread through our network before morning. Kira Tiernan belongs to me now, a claim that has nothing to do with protection and everything to do with control. No one in my organization will touch her without my explicit permission, and anyone who tries will answer for it directly. I only wish I knew why I'm issuing such uncharacteristic edicts. The drive back to my residence takes 40 minutes through empty streets at this hour. I've lived in Baltimore my entire life and watched it change in cycles that mirror the wars fought in its shadows. Severin loved this city and saw potential where I saw only territory. When Yaroslav put a bullet in his chest, he took that optimism with him and left me with nothing but the cold arithmetic of revenge. I park in the underground garage and take the private elevator to the top floor, the penthouse I've occupied since inheriting leadership of the Brotherhood. The space is clean, modern, and deliberately impersonal. It's nothing more than a place to sleep and work, not a place to live. I've never seen the point in decorating rooms I barely use or filling shelves with objects that would only become liabilities in a life defined by the Mafia. The only personal items are the photographs locked in my office, safe containing images of my brother that I haven't looked at in months. I pull them out every so often, usually on his birthday, his death day, and sometimes around Christmas. But they're too painful to see day in and day out. The kitchen light is still on when I step inside, which means the housekeeper left dinner in the refrigerator and a note on the counter reminding me to eat. I ignore both and pour myself a generous splash of vodka instead, carrying the glass to the huge window that overlooks the harbor. The water is black and still at this hour, reflecting nothing but the scattered lights of the shipyard. A cargo ship moves slowly toward the open bay. Half the shipments that pass through these docks belong to organizations like mine. The other half belong to Oleg's. I think about Kira Tiernan standing in the alley, her body rigid with fear while her mind worked through this situation. She should have run, screamed, or called for help. Most people would have done anything other than stand there and meet my gaze like she was memorizing my face for a police sketch. But I was oddly certain she had no intention of mentioning me or the incident to the police. She watched me turn and walk away and said nothing at all. She made no sound other than I heard. Perhaps the gunshot muffled a slight gasp, but I never heard it. She never took a single step backward or forward, instead maintaining a stillness that comes from something deeper then fear. Why? The question won't settle. She's not connected to the organization. She has no training, no experience with violence, and no reason to understand the rules that govern situations like the one into which she stumbled. She should have panicked. The fact that she didn't tells me something about her that I can't categorize yet. I finished the vodka and set the glass on the counter, already planning tomorrow's approach. I'll go to the bar during her shift, introduce myself in a way that makes my position clear, and offer her enough money to buy her silence without needing to explain why. I'll take 10 grand from my office safe, stuff it into an envelope, and slip it to her. That's enough to make the choice obvious. If she takes it, the problem resolves itself cleanly. If she doesn't, I'll have learned something important about who she is and what she might do next. That will set up my next move, but I shy away from considering violence. It's bewildering. I tell myself it's a calculated approach to neutralizing a potential threat. The lie doesn't hold. I want to see her again because something about her has gotten under my skin, and I need to understand why before I decide what comes next. I check my phone one more time, confirming Lev has already sent the orders to pull our men back from Tiernan's Echo. The bar will be unwatched by morning, at least not by anyone she might notice. I'll keep a distant rotation around the building itself, with just enough men to track her movements and confirm she doesn't do anything that would force my hand. She has no idea what she's walked into. She has no idea that the man she saw tonight controls half the criminal operations in this city, or that the execution she witnessed was one small piece of a war that's been grinding on for years. She probably thinks she saw a random act of violence, something terrible but contained, that she can process and move past if she just stays quiet long enough. She's wrong, but I'm not ready to tell her that yet. I turn off the kitchen light and head toward the bedroom, knowing sleep won't come easily tonight. The image of her face keeps surfacing, showing fear, steadiness, and confusion layered together in a way that doesn't fit any pattern I recognize. She saw me kill a man, and she didn't break. She didn't run, scream, or do any of the things that would have simplified the situation into something I could handle without thought. She just stood there and watched me leave, and now I can't stop wondering what she saw when she looked at me in that moment. For reasons I don't dwell on, I want her to see something besides a cold-blooded killer.
San? Kira. The lunch rush keeps me busy enough to pretend everything is normal. I pour drinks, take orders, wipe down tables, and smile at regulars who don't notice anything wrong because they're not looking for it. The motions are automatic after 6 years behind this bar, and muscle memory carries me through conversations I forget the moment they end. Brendan notices. He's been watching me since I walked in this morning, his concern poorly hidden behind the inventory clipboard he keeps picking up and setting down. Every time I catch him staring, he finds something urgent to do in the back office, and every time I turn around, he's there again, studying me like he's waiting for something to crack. I almost told him 3 times already. The words kept forming in my throat during the quiet moments between customers, the truth pushing against my teeth like something physical. I saw a man get shot last night. I saw the killer's face. He looked right at me and walked away. Each time I swallowed the confession back down and found something else to do with my hands. Telling Brendan would make it real. Right now, the memory still has the quality of a nightmare, something that happened in the dark and might dissolve if I don't examine it too closely. The moment I say it out loud, it becomes a fact that I have to do something about, and I don't know what that something is. The afternoon drags. I drop a glass behind the bar and spend too long sweeping up the pieces, my hands unsteady enough that Brendan finally crosses the room and puts a hand on my shoulder. You want to tell me what's going on? His voice is gentle but firm, the same tone he used when I was 16 and trying to hide a failing grade or a broken curfew. Nothing's going on. I find a shaky smile. I'm just tired. I haven't been sleeping well. You've been tired before. This is different. He doesn't let go of my shoulder. Did something happen last night after you left? The image of the man slumping against the wall flashes behind my eyes before I can stop it. I immediately recall the dark spread of blood beneath him before the shooter turned to face me with an expression that gave away nothing, staring at me with cold assessment like he was calculating whether I was worth the effort of a second shot that night. Nothing happened. I forced myself to meet Brendan's gaze. I went home and went to bed. I'm fine. He doesn't believe me. The crease between his brows deepens, and for a moment I think he's going to push harder and demand answers I'm not ready to give. Instead, he squeezes my shoulder once and steps back. If you need to talk, I'm here. You know that. I know. He watches me for another long moment before returning to the back office, and I let out a shaky breath. The rest of the shift passes in a blur of faces, orders, and the constant effort of keeping my expression neutral. By the time the evening crew arrives to take over, every muscle in my body aches from the tension I've been carrying since last night. I grab my bag from behind the bar and wave to Brendan through the office door. He waves back without looking up from his paperwork, and I slip out the front entrance before he can ask any more questions. My phone buzzes the moment I reach the parking lot. Elise's name flashes on the screen and I consider letting it go to voicemail. She'll know something is wrong the second she hears my voice. She has always been able to read me better than anyone, a skill that's usually comforting and occasionally infuriating. I answer anyway because ignoring her will only make things worse. Hey. You sound like shit. No preamble or small talk. That's Elise. What happened? Nothing happened, I'm just tired. Bullshit. The word is sharp, but not unkind. I've known you for 12 years, Kira. I can hear it in your voice. Something's wrong. I lean against my car and close my eyes, the evening heat pressing against my skin like a damp cloth. The parking lot is nearly empty at this hour, with just a few vehicles scattered across the cracked asphalt and the distant sound of traffic from the main road. It occurs to me that I could tell her. The confession sits right there on the tip of my tongue, ready to spill out if I let it. I saw something last night, I blurt before I can stop myself. When I stepped outside for some air and I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. That was why I left so fast last night after coming back in. Silence on the other end. Then, carefully, she asks, "What kind of something?" I can't. I press my free hand against my forehead, trying to organize thoughts that refuse to cooperate. I can't really talk about it yet, but it was violent, and I don't know what to do about it. Violent how? Elise's voice sharpens with concern. Kira, are you okay? Did someone hurt you? No, no one hurt me, I witnessed something. Someone got hurt. I was there and the person who did it saw me. Saying even that much makes my stomach turn. He looked right at me, Elise. He knew I saw everything, and he just walked away. The pause that follows feels endless. When she speaks again, her voice is tight in a way that tells me she's scared. You need to go to the police. Right now. Tonight. I know. I'm serious. If someone hurt another person, and they know you witnessed it, you could be in danger. You need to report this before whoever did it decides you're a loose end. The phrase makes me flinch. Loose end. I've been avoiding that thought all day, refusing to examine the obvious conclusion that hangs over everything like a shadow. He let me live last night, but that doesn't mean he'll let me stay alive. I'm going to go, I say, and the lie slips out so easily it surprises me. I almost believe it for that moment while talking to her. I'll drive to the station right now and tell them everything. Do you want me to meet you there? I can leave work early. I shake my head though she can't see it. No, I'll be fine. It's probably better if I do this alone. That's another lie, stacked on top of the first, but I'm not entirely ready to admit even to myself that I'm lying to my best friend. I'll call you after, okay? I promise. You'd better. Elise's voice softens slightly. I mean it, Kira. Don't do anything stupid like trying to handle this yourself. Go to the cops and let them deal with it. I will. She's probably right, but instinct tells me I should keep my head down and mind my own business. I end the call and stand there for a long moment, staring at my phone as if it might tell me what to do next. The police station is 15 minutes away. I could be there before dark, sitting in an interview room and describing everything I saw in enough detail to make it impossible to take back. The shooter's height and build, the way he moved, and the shape of his silhouette against the flickering streetlight at the end of the alley are all burned into my mind. I don't move. The truth is, I don't know if I can do it. Going to the police means becoming part of whatever this is, a witness in a case that could drag on for months or years, my name attached to something violent and dangerous in which I never asked to be involved. It means admitting that the life I've built, the careful routines and safe distances I've maintained since my parents died, can be shattered by something as random as stepping outside for air at the wrong moment. I'm still standing there, keys in hand, when the sedan pulls into the lot. It's black, expensive, and utterly out of place in the cracked parking lot behind Tiernan's Echo. The car slides into the space directly behind mine, blocking my exit in a way that can't be a mistake. The engine cuts off, the driver's door opens, and the man who steps out is exactly who I knew it would be. The shooter. He looks different in the daylight. Or maybe I'm just seeing details I missed in the dark. He's still tall, broad-shouldered, and dressed in a dark suit that looks expensive. But I see more of his face. His features are sharp but handsome in a cold way that makes my stomach twist uncomfortably with fear and attraction. He moves toward me with the same unhurried confidence I remember from the alley, like he has all the time in the world and knows exactly how this conversation will end. I should run. The thought surfaces clearly and immediately, followed by the equally clear knowledge that running won't help me now. If he wanted me dead, I'd already be dead. He's here for something else. He stops a few feet away, close enough to talk without raising his voice, but far enough that I don't feel cornered. It has to be a deliberate choice, which makes sense, because everything about him feels deliberate. Miss Tiernan. His voice is low and calm, with a faint accent I can't quite place. I believe we have something to discuss. I don't know what you're talking about. The words come out steadier than I expected. I don't know who you are or what you want. Yes, you do. He reaches into his jacket, and for one horrible second, I think he's going for a gun. Instead, he produces a thick envelope and holds it out toward me. $10,000. Take it, forget what you saw last night, and go back to your life. I stare at the envelope like it might bite me. $10,000 is more money than I've ever held at once. It's enough to pay off my credit card, buy equipment for recording, and take some time off from the bar to focus on my music, or do any number of things I've been putting off for years. All I have to do is take it and pretend I didn't watch him put a bullet in another human being. No. The word surprises both of us. His expression doesn't change, but something shifts behind his eyes. Like a flicker of reaction, he stomps out almost before it appears. You should reconsider. He doesn't lower the envelope. This is a generous offer, more than generous, given the circumstances. I don't want your money. The anger is building now, hot and sharp, pushing past every instinct telling me to stay quiet. I don't want anything from you. You killed someone. You shot a man in cold blood while I watched, and now you're standing here trying to buy my silence like I'm some kind of problem you can make disappear with cash. You are a problem. His voice stays level, almost conversational. The question is, what kind of problem you choose to be. I gasp slightly, taking a half step back. Is that a threat? It's a fact. He tucks the envelope back into his jacket with a motion that feels angry. You have a choice to make, Miss Tiernan. I suggest you make it carefully the next time it's offered. That will be the last. He turns and walks back to his car without another word, his posture relaxed and unhurried, like we just finished discussing the weather instead of murder and money. The sedan's engine purrs to life, and he pulls out of the lot with the same smooth precision he arrived with, leaving me standing alone with my keys still clutched in my hand and my heart trying to break through my ribs. The fear comes rushing back the moment he's gone, but underneath it is something else. Fury. It's white-hot and clarifying in a way I didn't expect. He came here to buy me off like I was nothing, like my silence could be purchased for the price of a used car, and witnessing a murder was just an inconvenience he could solve with the right amount of money. The arrogance of it burns worse than the threat. I get in my car and start driving. The police station appears on my right 15 minutes later. Its brick facade and fluorescent-lit lobby exactly as unremarkable as I remember from the one time I had to file a report about a stolen bike. I pull into the lot and park near the entrance, my hands still shaking against the steering wheel. I came here out of spite, more than principle, driven by anger rather than any noble sense of justice. The realization settles over me as I sit there, staring at the building's front doors. I'm not doing the right thing because it's right. I'm doing it because he tried to buy me, and the anger at being treated like something disposable is stronger than the fear of getting involved in the sordid business. Maybe that's enough. Maybe motivation doesn't matter as long as I walk through those doors and tell someone what I saw last night. Maybe I can pretend I'm a good person and not more interested in my safety than justice for a stranger. I can ignore that I'm doing this because he pissed me off. I just have to go inside the station, and the rest will take care of itself. I reach for the door handle.
4. Matvey. The police station parking lot is half empty at this hour, and I pull into a space near the back where the shadows are deepest. From here, I have a clear view of Kira's car parked near the entrance, her silhouette visible through the driver's side window. She hasn't moved since she pulled in 5 minutes ago. She's not going inside. The truth was obvious the moment she refused the money, in the way her anger flared hotter than her fear. She's not the type to do the right thing only because it's right. She came here because I insulted her, treated her like a problem that could be solved with cash, and her pride wouldn't let that stand. Now that the fury has cooled enough for rational thought to creep back in, she's sitting in her car and realizing what walking through those doors would actually mean. I should leave. Following her here was reckless, an impulsive decision I've spent years training myself to avoid. If anyone from Oleg's network spots my car in this lot, the questions will start, and those questions will lead back to her. I'm putting her in more danger by being here than I would by driving away and letting her make her own choice. I don't leave. Instead, I watch her sit there for another 10 minutes, her head bowed slightly like she's arguing with herself. When her car finally starts and she pulls out of the lot without ever opening her door, I exhale easily again. She's not going to the police. Whatever battle she just fought with herself, self-preservation won. The relief is inappropriate. She's a witness to a crime I committed, and a loose end I should have tied off last night. Her silence protects me and my organization, nothing more, but it matters anyway, and I don't want to examine why. I follow her at a distance until I'm certain she's heading home, then peel off toward my own residence. The drive gives me too much time to think, and my thoughts keep circling back to the way she looked at me in that parking lot. The fear was there, but it wasn't the dominant note. She was angry, genuinely furious, like I'd done something unforgivable by offering her money instead of putting a bullet in her head. Most people would have taken the cash and counted themselves lucky. She threw it back in my face like I'd handed her an insult wrapped in $100 bills. Enchanting. The word surfaces before I can stop it, and I immediately shove it back down where it belongs. I don't get enchanted. I assess, calculate, and act. Kira Tiernan is a complication I need to manage, not a puzzle I want to solve. The penthouse is dark when I arrive. I pour myself a drink and settle into the chair by the window, pulling up the night's intelligence reports on my laptop. Work is the antidote to distraction. Except tonight, the reports blur together, and I keep catching myself staring at nothing while her face plays behind my eyes. I can't forget the way she stood her ground, even though she was terrified, and how she looked at me like I was something disgusting she'd found on the bottom of her shoe. No one has looked at me like that in years. It's strangely invigorating coming from her. My phone buzzes with a message from Lev, and I'm almost grateful for the interruption. His report is brief and concerning. Oleg's men were spotted circling the northern district again, their pattern suggesting surveillance rather than action. They're watching something, and the bar is close enough to their route that the coincidence seems unlikely. I call him immediately. How close to Tiernan's Echo? 3 blocks at the nearest point. Lev's voice is professional. It could be unrelated. They have operations in that area. Pull our people back anyway. Everyone. I don't want any of our men within 10 blocks of that bar until further notice. That leaves her exposed. She's already exposed, but if they think she's connected to me, the words come out harshly. If they see our people watching, they'll assume she's important to me. If she sees our people watching her, she'll panic. If she panics, she goes to the police. Right now, she's decided to stay quiet, so I'm not going to give her a reason to change her mind. Lev is silent for a moment, and I can hear the judgment he's not voicing. Understood. I'll pull the rotation. Keep the distant surveillance on Oleg's crew. I want to know if their pattern changes. Copy. He ends the call, and I set down the phone harder than necessary. Lev thinks I'm making a mistake. He might be right, but if she feels hunted, she'll do something desperate, and if Oleg thinks I have any interest in her, that puts her in a different kind of danger. It's better to give her the illusion of safety while I figure out how to neutralize the threat at its source. I return to the reports and force myself to focus. Hours pass as the night deepens around me while I work through the logistics of a war I've been fighting for years. By the time my phone rings again, the sky outside is starting to lighten with the first hints of dawn. The number belongs to one of my spotters in the Eastern District. Talk. We have a problem. His voice is tight with concern. Oleg's people grabbed someone off Route 40 about 2 hours ago. A sedan forced the target vehicle into a ditch and took the driver. We just got confirmation on the plates. The cold that spreads through me is instant and absolute. Whose plates? Kira Tiernan. I'm moving before he finishes speaking, grabbing my jacket and keys while the rest of his report filters through. The location of the grab, the direction they were heading, and the property they likely took her to all register in the part of my brain that never stops calculating. The rest of me is already out the door. The drive takes 20 minutes at speeds that would get me pulled over on any other night. Every second she spends in Oleg's custody is a second she's being hurt, interrogated, or worse. His men aren't gentle with prisoners. This is my fault. The thought burns through everything else, sharp and undeniable. I should have kept eyes on her. I should have brought her in immediately instead of trying to buy her silence with money she was never going to take. Or I should have kept my fucking distance instead of thinking with my dick. I let my concern about spooking her or making Oleg think she's important to me override basic operational security. And now, she's paying for my miscalculation. The property is a converted storage facility in a district Oleg's family has controlled for years. It's a nondescript building with loading docks and a parking lot that's mostly empty at this hour. 2 guards stand near the main entrance, their posture suggesting boredom rather than alertness. They're not expecting trouble. I park around the corner and approach on foot, the Glock in my hand. The first guard goes down before he realizes I'm there, receiving a single shot to the head that drops him where he stands. The second one manages to turn, reaching for his weapon, but I'm faster. I hit him in the shoulder instead of the chest, a deliberate choice that puts him on the ground without killing him. "Where is she?" I crouch beside him, pressing the barrel of the gun against his forehead. "The woman your people grabbed tonight. Where?" He tries to spit at me, and I respond by grinding the gun harder against his skull. The bravado drains out of him fast. She's in a small storage room at the back of the building, past the loading bay. She's still alive. How many more are inside? He hesitates for just a second, but a twist of the gun barrel motivates him to share. "There are 2, maybe 3. I haven't been inside, so I don't know for sure." With a sardonic "thanks," I knock him unconscious with the butt of the pistol and move toward the building. The loading bay door is unlocked, which suggests arrogance, stupidity, or both. I slip inside and find the first of the remaining guards almost immediately. He's a heavy-set man scrolling through his phone in what looks like a break room and doesn't hear me coming. The second guard is stationed near a door at the back of the corridor, which tells me everything I need to know about where they're keeping her. He spots me a second too late, going for his weapon just as I put 2 rounds in his chest. He crumples without a sound, and I step over his body to reach the door. The lock is industrial, a heavy deadbolt that would take time to pick. I shoot it off instead, and as the noise reverberates through the corridor, I kick the door open. Kira is huddled in the corner of a bare concrete room with her arms wrapped around herself and her face pale with terror. The moment she sees me, she scrambles backward like she's trying to push herself through the wall. "Stay away from me!" Her voice is raw, and I can see the marks on her arms where someone grabbed her hard enough to bruise. "I don't know anything. I already told them I don't know anything. I'm not here to hurt you." I holster the gun and raise both hands, trying to make myself look less threatening, but it doesn't work. The fear in her eyes doesn't diminish at all. "I'm here to get you out." "You're him." She presses harder against the wall. "You're Matvey Doronin. They told me your name and that you were some kind of bratva." She trails off, shaking her head. "They thought I was with you. They thought I was involved in whatever you do. They kept asking about you. where you live, and your operations. I don't know anything. I told them that. I know you don't. I move closer slowly, giving her time to adjust. That's why we need to leave before more of them arrive. I want to go home, I say desperately. Please. I just want to go home and forget any of this ever happened. That's not possible anymore. I reach for her, and she flinches back hard enough that I stop. They took you because they think you matter to me. Whether that's true or not doesn't change what happens next. If you go home, they'll come for you again, and again, and again, until they get what they want, or you're dead. I don't understand. Tears are streaming down her face now, cutting tracks through the dust and grime. I didn't do anything. I just saw something I wasn't supposed to see. That's all. That's all I did. That's enough. I close the remaining distance between us and lift her before she can protest, putting one arm under her knees and using the other to support her back. She's lighter than I expected, and she doesn't fight me, which tells me more about how scared she is than any words could. You're coming with me. I'll keep you safe, but you have to trust me. I don't trust you. Her voice is muffled against my shoulder. You killed someone. Yes, and tonight, I killed 3 more to get to you. I carry her out of the room and down the corridor, stepping over bodies without breaking stride. The man who ordered your kidnapping is named Oleg Markov. His brother murdered mine several years ago, and I killed Yaroslav in return. He's been trying to destroy me ever since, and now he thinks you're my weakness. I'm not. No, but he doesn't know that, and as long as he believes it, you're in danger. I push through the loading bay door and into the early morning light, the cool air hitting us both. I'm taking you somewhere safe. You can hate me all you want, but you won't leave my protection until this is over. She's quiet during the drive to the penthouse, curled against the passenger door like she needs as much distance from me as possible. I give her the space while contemplating that Oleg made a move. He grabbed a woman he believed was connected to me, which means he's escalating, and I need to understand why. When we reach the building, I have to half carry her to the elevator. She's shaking too hard to walk steadily, and she won't look at me, staring past me at nothing like she doesn't register. I'm there. The penthouse door closes behind us with a soft click, and she finally speaks again. What happens now? You'll stay here where I can protect you. I guide her to the couch and step back, giving her room to breathe. Oleg will try again. When he does, I need to be ready. What if I want to leave? I meet her gaze. You need to understand what leaving means. The men who took you tonight were just the beginning. Oleg thinks you're important to me, and he'll use that assumption to hurt us both. If he gets hold of you again, he won't just ask questions. He'll torture you for information you don't have and assault you in ways designed to break you down. His reputation for sexual violence is well-earned and disgusting. When he's finished extracting whatever value he can, he'll kill you slowly enough to send me a message. Her face goes white, and I hate myself for every word. She needs to know the truth to understand that going home isn't an option anymore, but watching her absorb that reality is harder than I expected. I wish I were exaggerating, but Oleg is a dark man and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Torturing and violating her would just be an added bonus for the sadistic bastard. I'm sorry. The words feel inadequate. I wish I could tell you something different. She doesn't respond. She just sits there on my couch, staring at nothing, with her arms wrapped around herself again, like she's trying to hold her own body together. I leave her there and move to the window, looking out at the city coming awake below. She hates me. That's probably for the best, because what I'm feeling right now is something I can't afford to name. And keeping her safe is going to require every bit of discipline I have left.
Woo? Kira? For a moment after I wake, I don't know where I am. The ceiling is wrong, the bed is too soft, and the sheets smell like expensive detergent instead of the lavender fabric softener I buy at the grocery store. Then the memories crash back, and I sit up too fast. Matvei Doronin is sitting in a chair near the window watching me. He's still in the same clothes, and the shadows under his eyes suggest he hasn't slept. How long have you been there? A while. I push the covers back and swing my legs over the edge of the bed. Everything aches from hours spent curled on cold concrete. Someone changed my clothes while I was unconscious, and I'm wearing a soft t-shirt and cotton shorts that aren't mine. I want to leave. The daylight has burned away some of the panic, leaving behind a defiant clarity. You have no right to keep me here. I have every right. I'm the only thing standing between you and Oleg's men. This is kidnapping. This is protection. He stands, and the motion carries an implicit threat. I explained what Oleg will do if he gets you again. Nothing has changed. I shake my head, rejecting his words. You're trying to frighten me into submission. He tilts his head. Yes. Is it working? The honesty throws me. I expected denials, justifications, or smooth deflection. Instead, he just admits it, like there's no point in pretending. I'm telling you the unvarnished truth, he continues. I won't have your death on my conscience. I didn't think you had one. Something shifts in his expression, too fast for me to read. I wish I didn't. The situation would be much clearer. He leaves without another word, but a knock comes a few minutes later, and an older woman enters carrying a tray of food. She introduces herself as Ms. Stanislav and sets the tray on a small table. I need a phone. I hate how desperate I sound. My cell is gone and I need to call my uncle. She nods. I'll bring you a landline. The phone she returns with is corded, limiting how far I can walk. I dial Brendan's number from memory. Tiernan's echo. I let out a soft sigh at hearing his voice. Uncle Brendan. It's me. Kira. Relief floods his voice. Where have you been? I sidestep that question. I'm fine. I'm taking a couple of days off. You've never taken a day off in your life. I know. I'll explain when I get back. Just trust me. The silence stretches before he sighs. Fine, but call me every day. I hesitate, unsure how often I'll get that privilege. I'll try. I love you. He sounds reluctant to let me go when he says, I love you too, sweetheart. Ms. Stanislav takes the phone the moment I hang up, making it clear, as I expected, that phone calls will be a privilege, not a right, and surely at Matvei's discretion. I want to protest, but I'm sure it won't change anything, so I settle for a little sulking and wishing harm on the man who's brought all this turmoil to my life. The next 2 days blur together. Matvei is rarely in the penthouse during daylight, but his presence lingers in the way his men move through the space, the constant murmur of Russian phone calls, and the tension that never dissipates. When he is here, I watch him. I tell myself it's because I need to understand my captor, but something else drives the attention that I refuse to name. Men twice his size defer to him with a glance, and conversations die the moment he enters a room. Everyone has eyes glued to the doors and windows, maintaining a vigilance that suggests violence is never more than a heartbeat away. I end up doing the same for different reasons, checking the positions of potential exits, noting the rotation of guards, and filing away details that might matter if I ever find a way out. The penthouse itself is beautiful in a cold, impersonal way. There is expensive furniture and artwork, but the main attraction are the panoramic windows that act like walls, allowing a clear view of the city. Everything is pristine and in order, just like him. On the second evening, he finds me in the living room, staring out at the city lights. He sits across from me, and for a long moment, neither of us speaks. The silence feels different from before, perhaps a shade less hostile and more uncertain. He finally breaks the silence. "The man you saw me kill? His name was Timofey Voronin. He worked for Oleg." I don't respond, unsure what he wants from me. I didn't enjoy it. The words seemed to cost him something. People assume men in my position take pleasure in violence. Some do, but I don't. Every death is a transaction in a war I never wanted. You could walk away. Even as I say it, I know it's naive. "No." He leans forward. "Oleg's brother killed mine. Yaroslav put a bullet in Severin's chest and left him to bleed out in a parking garage. I found him 3 hours later, and he died in my arms. You don't walk away from that, Kira." The grief in his voice is raw enough to be contagious. I know what it's like to lose family and have someone torn from you without warning. My parents died in a car accident when I was 16, and the randomness felt like violence too. "I'm sorry," I say, and I mean it. He nods once. "I didn't start this war, but I will finish it." I should hate him, and I am terrified of him, but something else creeps in alongside the fear that's dangerously close to sympathy. I harden myself against it. I have to get out of here before I fall victim to Stockholm Syndrome, or end up even deeper in his cold, cruel world. The next morning, I make my move. I've been watching patterns, noting the gaps when guards change shifts, and the moments when Matvey is occupied with calls. The window I find is small, maybe 5 minutes, but it's enough. I slip out of the bedroom and move quietly toward the service exit I spotted yesterday. I'm 3 steps from the door when a hand closes around my wrist. Matvey pulls me back against the wall with controlled force that makes it hard to breathe for a second. He presses his body against mine, not hurting me, but making it absolutely clear I'm not going anywhere. "Where do you think you're going?" "Home." I try to pull free and fail. "Let me go." "You don't understand what's waiting outside." His voice is low but intense. "Oleg has men watching every exit. The moment you step outside, they'll grab you." I lift my chin defiantly. "I don't care. I'd rather take my chances than stay here as your prisoner." He rolls his eyes. "You're not my prisoner." "Oh, no? Then let me leave." I push against his chest, but he doesn't budge. He tightens his grip and his expression shifts. The frustration is still there, but underneath it is something else that charges the air between us. "Why do you have to be so fucking stubborn?" The question comes out roughly and almost desperately. I glare at him. "Why do you have to be so fucking controlling?" We're both breathing harder now. He brushes his forehead against my temple, and his breath is warm against my cheek. I should push him away, fight harder, and remember what he is. "You should be afraid of me." His voice drops to something barely above a murmur. "I am." He pulls back just enough to look at me. "Then why aren't you running?" "You won't let me," I say, my voice shaking. He slides his hand from my wrist to my waist, the touch firm but not painful. The tension in his body is like something alive, coiled and ready to snap. I should stop this. Instead, I tip my chin up and meet his gaze. Whatever he sees there breaks the last of his restraint. He kisses me hard, his mouth claiming mine with a ferocity that steals what's left of my breath. There's nothing gentle about it, and certainly nothing tentative. This is a man who takes what he wants, and right now, he wants me.
The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. 6. Matt V. I slip out of her bed at 4 in the morning while she's still asleep. She's curled on her side, one hand tucked under her cheek, her breathing slow and even. I stand there longer than I should, watching the way the dim light from the window catches the curve of her shoulder and the mess of her hair spread across the pillow. She looks peaceful and vulnerable, nothing like the woman who spat defiance at me hours ago, or the one who matched my intensity when we fucked. I need to leave before she wakes up, and I do something stupid, like climb back into bed with her, so I force myself to walk out, softly closing her door behind me. The penthouse is quiet as I make my way to my bedroom. I shower first, scrubbing off the scent of her skin while trying to wash away the memory of how she felt wrapped around me. It doesn't work. I can still hear the sound she made, still feel the drag of her nails down my back, and still taste her on my tongue. Fuck. After dressing, I go to my office to pour myself a drink, even though it's barely past dawn, and sit down at my desk to review the overnight intelligence reports. But the thought of Kira is still heavy on my mind. Every time I try to focus, my mind slides back to her, recalling the way she looked at me when I entered her, and the way she said my name like it meant something. It didn't mean anything. It can't mean anything. That encounter was an explosion of coiled lust and nothing more. The tension between us was bound to break eventually. It was better that it broke in bed than in a way that got one of us killed. It was a one-time lapse, easily compartmentalized and never repeated. The rationalization feels thin, even inside my own head. The truth is simpler and uglier. I wanted her from the moment I saw her in that alley, frozen in fear but refusing to run. I wanted her when she threw my money back in my face. I wanted her when she fought me at the door, all fury and stubbornness. And I stopped pretending I didn't want her the second she tipped up her chin and dared me to kiss her. I blew every bit of good sense I possess by fucking the woman who watched me commit murder. She's somewhere between prisoner and guest in my household, and I took her to bed like none of that mattered. It doesn't change anything. I still have to keep her safe until I can end this war with Oleg and maintain the control that keeps my organization intact. Last night was a mistake I won't repeat, no matter how much I want to walk back down that hallway and wake her up with my mouth between her thighs. My phone buzzes with a call from Lev. We need to talk. His voice is clipped, which means bad news. In person. Come up. He arrives 10 minutes later, a tablet tucked under his arm and a sour look. He sets the tablet on my desk without greeting and pulls up a series of surveillance photos. Oleg's been moving resources. There have been 3 separate shipments in the past 48 hours, all heading toward the northern corridor. He swipes through the images, each one showing trucks and equipment being staged at various locations. The pattern suggests he's preparing for something bigger than a provocation. This looks like staging for an assault. I study the photos, forcing my brain to engage with it. Timeline? That's hard to say. It could be days or a couple of weeks. He pulls up another image showing a warehouse I recognize as belonging to one of Oleg's shell companies. He's definitely escalating. And that he grabbed your witness suggests he's willing to take risks he wasn't taking before. My witness. The term grates against something inside me, but I keep my expression neutral. Recommendations? Lev doesn't hesitate. Move her. The penthouse is secure, but Oleg knows you operate out of this building. If he's planning something big, this is the first place he'll hit. We need to get her somewhere off the grid that only a handful of people know exists. I nod slowly. The lake house. That's what I was thinking. It's remote, defensible, and I'm the only one besides you who knows the location. We can keep a skeleton crew for perimeter security, but minimal footprint means minimal exposure. I nod once. Arrange it. We leave this afternoon. Lev pauses and something flickers in his expression. You're going personally? Yes. He doesn't ask why because he doesn't need to. The answer is written all over my face, I suspect, no matter how hard I try to hide it. He just nods and leaves to make the arrangements, and I'm alone again with my thoughts and my drink. Kira takes the news of the relocation with surprising calm. She packs the few belongings Ms. Stanislav procured for her without complaint, asking only practical questions about where we're going and how long we'll be there. I give her vague answers, and she accepts them without pushing. The drive takes 3 hours, and I take one of the armored SUVs, avoiding a convoy to be discreet. The only escort is Lev and a few guards following at a distance in a separate vehicle. The fewer people who know this route, the safer she'll be. She's quiet for the first hour, staring out the window at the city, giving way to suburbs, giving way to countryside. I focus on the road and try not to think about how aware I am of her presence in the passenger seat, the subtle scent of her shampoo, and the way she keeps almost looking at me and then turning away. When she finally speaks, her voice is careful. Why did you kiss me? I tighten my grip on the steering wheel. You kissed me back. That's not what I asked. I keep my focus on the road. It's the only answer you're getting. She's quiet for a moment before she says, We did more than kiss, Matvey. I grind my teeth before answering. I'm aware. So why did you... She stops, clearly regrouping. How did we end up in bed together? I'm nothing but a problem for you. The accusation stings, but I keep my focus on the highway, stretching out ahead of us, refusing to look at her. It meant nothing. It was a lapse in judgment that won't happen again. I catch her flinch from the corner of my eye and feel a twist of something that might be regret. I look away, annoyed at myself for noticing and annoyed at her for making me notice. Fine, her voice is dry. I agree completely. It was a mistake. She sounds sincere. That annoys me too, which is irrational and unfair. I wanted her to agree. I needed her to agree so we could both pretend last night was an aberration instead of the inevitable conclusion of every charged moment since I found her in that storage room. So I shouldn't be pissed off that she shares the same opinion on our mistake. Good. The word comes out harsher than I intend. We understand each other. Perfectly. The silence that follows is denser than before and filled with things neither of us is willing to say. I drive faster than necessary, putting miles between us and the city. Between us and the mistake I'm already regretting calling a mistake. The lake house sits at the end of a private road, surrounded by dense forest on 3 sides and water on the 4th. It's modest by my usual standards, being just a 3-bedroom cabin with a wraparound porch and a dock that extends into the still, dark water. I bought it years ago under a shell company, envisioning a bolt hole for exactly this kind of situation. No one has ever followed me here, and I've never brought anyone with me before. Kira takes it in silently as I park and kill the engine. She doesn't ask about the security features she can't see, so she can't know about the reinforced doors, the bulletproof windows, or the panic room hidden behind the master bedroom closet. She just grabs her bag and follows me inside. Your room is down the hall. I gesture vaguely. The kitchen's stocked, and there's a generator if the power goes out. She nods and starts toward the hallway, then stops. Why are you staying? What? You have men who could guard me, Lev, or whoever else you trust. She turns to face me, and something in her expression makes my chest ache. Why are you here personally? I could lie and give her an answer about trust and operational security. Instead, the truth comes out before I can stop it. Keeping you safe keeps me stable. Stability is the only way I win this war. She absorbs that for a moment, and her expression remains unreadable. So I'm what? A good luck charm? A stress ball? You're a problem, and you're becoming even more of one with all these questions. I hold her gaze, refusing to flinch from the intensity of her attention. But I'm not going to throw you to the sharks just because of that. Consider yourself lucky that I like you. Something shifts in her face too quickly to identify. Then she turns and walks down the hall without another word, and I'm left standing in the living room, wondering why I keep telling her things I've never told anyone else. The first day passes in tense routine. I set up a command station in the living room with a laptop, secure phone, and the constant stream of updates from Lev. Kira stays in her room mostly, emerging only for meals she barely touches. I tell myself the distance is good and necessary. The farther apart we stay, the easier it will be to pretend last night never happened. Then evening comes, and I hear her singing. The sound drifts down the hallway, muffled but unmistakable. I set down the report I'm reading and move toward her door without consciously deciding to. Her voice is clear and warm, carrying a melody I don't recognize, and the words are too soft to make out, but the emotion in them is unmistakable. She's singing something she wrote. I don't know how I know that, but I do. It just fits her. I stand outside her door like an idiot, listening. Her voice wraps around me, and the tension drains from my shoulders. For a moment, I forget everything but the sweetness of her voice. I hate how much it soothes me. She finishes the song, and the silence afterward feels worse than before. I should walk away. I should go back to my reports and keep my distance from her. Instead, I knock on her door. Come in. Her voice is wary. I push open the door and find her sitting on the bed, a battered notebook in her lap. Her expression shifts when she sees me, wariness overtaking her pretty features. I heard you singing. I stand there awkwardly, not sure what else to say. She frowns. Sorry, I didn't think... Don't apologize. I lean against the door frame, keeping distance between us. You're good. She looks down at the notebook, and there's a flash of vulnerability before she hides it. It's just something I do to process things. What were you processing? Everything. She meets my gaze, and the directness in her expression makes me tense slightly. The shooting, then being kidnapped and being rescued by the same man who put me in danger. Being fuck? She stops and shakes her head. It doesn't matter. Being fucked by someone she should hate. That's what she was going to say. The past tension is gone from her face now, replaced by something softer and more open. She looks almost peaceful, and it strikes me that this is the first time I've seen her without fear or anger tightening her features outside a bedroom setting. Something territorial settles in me. I want to keep that expression on her face and be the one who puts it there. I remember how it felt to be inside her, the way she clung to me, and the sound she made when she came. I want more than the physical connection. I want whatever made her look at me as if I were something other than a monster, even though it was fleeting. Get some sleep. My voice comes out strained. We have a long few days ahead. She nods, and I force myself to step back, to pull the door closed and walk away. I don't sleep that night. I lie awake in the dark, staring at the ceiling, remembering how her body felt against mine and the impossible softness of her voice. I tell myself I feel nothing for her beyond responsibility and the practical need to keep her alive, but I've been drawn to her since the moment I looked up from Timofey's body and found her watching me. I noticed the terror in her expression, yes, but also the defiance and the refusal to look away. She intrigued me, and I wanted her then. I want her now, and pretending otherwise is getting harder by the hour. Resisting is even harder, but I have to persevere. I'll get her settled in and return to the city in a few days, because distance is best for both of us.
7. Kira. The days at the lake settle into a quiet routine that I find myself sinking into despite every instinct telling me not to get comfortable. I call Brendan each morning, keeping my voice light while I reassure him that I'm fine, that I just need a little more time, that I'll explain everything when I get back. He doesn't push, but I can hear the worry in his silences and the questions he's holding back because he knows I won't answer them. The guilt sits heavily in my stomach each time I hang up, but I'm not sure what truth I could give him that wouldn't make everything worse. My conversations with Elise are even more carefully curated. I call her twice, and both times I keep things deliberately vague, deflecting her pointed questions with half-truths about needing space and sorting through some personal stuff. She knows I'm lying, and I know she knows, but we've been friends long enough that she gives me the room to come clean in my own time. I hate putting her in that position and hate the distance I'm creating between us, but I can't exactly tell her I'm hiding out at a lake house with a Russian Mafia boss whom I slept with 3 days ago. The lake house itself is beautiful in a stark, isolated way that grows on me as the days pass. The water stretches out behind the property like a sheet of dark glass, and the trees press in close on every other side, creating a sense of privacy that should feel claustrophobic, but instead feels protective. I spend hours on the wraparound porch, watching the light change over the water and trying not to think about Matvey. I write songs in a battered notebook I found in one of the drawers, lyrics about things I can't say out loud. Like how fear transforms into something else, when the person scaring you is also the one keeping you safe and wanting things that would horrify the person I was 2 weeks ago. The melodies come easier here than they ever do at home, like the silence and isolation have cleared space in my head for creativity I didn't know I was suppressing. I'm not very successful at the not thinking about Matvey part, though. He keeps his distance, which I tell myself is exactly what I wanted. After that tense car ride and his flat declaration that what happened between us meant nothing, I should be grateful for the space. Instead, I find myself tracking his movements through the house, hyper-aware of when he's in the next room, when he steps outside to take a call, when his footsteps pass my door at night. My body hasn't gotten the memo that we're supposed to be pretending the sex never happened, and it reacts to his proximity in ways that frustrate me. The strangest part is how my body keeps unclenching whenever he's nearby. I don't know how else to describe it. There's a tension I've been carrying since the night I witnessed the murder. A constant feeling of fear and uncertainty that I've grown so accustomed to that I barely notice it anymore. When Mafia is in the same room, that tension eases. My shoulders drop, my breathing slows, and something in me relaxes like it recognizes safety, even when my brain insists I should be terrified of him. I know better than to dig into what that means. On the fourth afternoon, Mafia steps out onto the porch and stands at the porch railing with his back to the water and looks at me for a long moment before speaking. The situation has shifted. His voice is neutral, giving away nothing. Lev planted intelligence suggesting that someone from my past is hiding at a safe house on the eastern shore. I wait, not sure where this is going. Her name is Irina. She was engaged to my brother Severin when Yaroslav killed him. Something flickers in his expression, there and gone too fast to identify. She and I were never very acquainted, but Oleg doesn't know that. He only knows she mattered to Severin, and he assumes that means she matters to me. I process this slowly, pieces clicking into place. You used her as bait? Why would you want to put her in harm's way? Not actually her, but the idea of her. He shifts slightly, and I get the sense he's choosing his next words carefully. Lev leaked information through channels we know Oleg monitors. He fabricated reports placing Irina at a specific location, complete with surveillance photos and transport schedules. Everything suggests I've been hiding her there for months. I arch a brow. Oleg believed it? He redirected a significant portion of his men to investigate. Matve's mouth curves into something that isn't quite a smile. They'll find an empty safe house and a trail that leads nowhere. By the time he realizes he's been played, you'll be off his radar completely. He's probably already doubting his assumption that you meant anything to me in the first place, since I haven't made any public moves that include you or increased security at the penthouse. He has no idea we're here. The implications sink in slowly. The men who kidnapped me, who've been hunting for me since Matvey took me from that storage room, aren't looking for me anymore. They're chasing a woman who's not where they think she is, while I sit on a porch in the middle of nowhere and watch the sun move across the water. I should feel nothing but relief. This is what I wanted and have been waiting for since the night everything went wrong. I finally have the chance to go home, to return to my life, and pretend none of this ever happened. Instead, disappointment flickers through me before I can bury it. I don't want to leave. The realization crashes over me, unwelcome and undeniable. I don't want to go back to my apartment, my bar shifts, and my lonely evenings writing songs no one will ever hear, besides an occasional small crowd at my uncle's bar. I don't want to walk away from whatever this is. This strange, suspended existence where the most dangerous man I've ever met makes me feel safer than I have in years. I don't want to walk away from him. I crush that thought before it can take root, shoving it down deeply where I won't have to look at it. This isn't real. This is Stockholm Syndrome or trauma bonding or whatever clinical term applies to developing feelings for the man who kidnapped you. It will fade the moment I'm back in my normal life, surrounded by normal people who don't carry guns and kill their enemies without hesitation. So what happens now? I keep my voice steady, refusing to let any of the turmoil show on my face. You go home. He says it simply, like it's obvious, and there's no other possible outcome. The immediate threat has passed. Oleg may circle back eventually, but for now, you're safe to resume your life. I nod and stand, brushing off my jeans with hands that aren't quite steady. I should pack then. Lev is sending a car. It will be here within the hour. An hour. That's all the time I have left in this strange bubble where nothing from my real life can reach me. 1 hour to say goodbye to something I never should have let myself want in the first place doesn't seem like enough. I head inside without looking at him and spend the next 40 minutes gathering the few belongings I've accumulated. The clothes Miss Stanislav bought for me, the notebook filled with lyrics I'll probably never show anyone, and a battered paperback I found on a shelf in the living room that I never finished reading. It doesn't amount to much and is barely enough to fill a small bag, but folding each item and placing it inside feels unbearably like the end of things with Matvey. I move slowly, drawing out the process longer than necessary, while telling myself it's just thoroughness rather than reluctance to leave. I check the bathroom for forgotten toiletries that aren't there, look under the bed for items I never owned, and open drawers I never used. Each empty space confirms what I already know. I was never really here. I was just passing through as a temporary problem to be solved before Matvey moved on to the next crisis in his complicated, violent life. Matvey watches me from the doorway as I finally zip the bag closed. I can feel his attention like a physical pressure, heavy and unrelenting, but when I look up, his face gives away nothing. He's retreated behind that big brick wall he uses to keep everyone at a distance, and I hate that I recognize the tactic because I've spent the last few days doing the same thing. Thank you for keeping me alive. The words come out stiffly and overly formal. He doesn't respond right away, and the silence stretches between us, thick with everything neither of us is saying. When he finally speaks, his voice is low and rough in a way that makes the hairs on my arms stand up straight. You should go. The car's here. I want to say something more that acknowledges what happened between us, but I don't have the words. I don't know how to articulate that sleeping with him changed something in me, that walking away feels like leaving a piece of myself behind, and I'm terrified I'll spend the rest of my life comparing every man I meet to the one who held me at gunpoint and then held me like I was precious. Instead, I pick up my bag and walk past him without speaking. He fucked me up in ways I never thought were possible. I need to start hating him for that, not wishing I could stay. The car is idling in the gravel drive, a sleek black SUV with tinted windows and a driver I don't recognize. Matvey walks me to the passenger door and opens it for me. I toss my bag into the back seat and turn to face him one last time, searching for something in his expression that would give me permission to stay. The afternoon sun catches the angles of his face, highlighting the sharp planes of his cheekbones and the shadow of stubble along his jaw. He looks tired, like he's been sleeping about as well as I have, and the thought brings me no comfort. I want to reach up and touch the lines of exhaustion around his eyes, to smooth away the tension in his shoulders, or do any of the 1,000 small, intimate things that lovers do when they're saying goodbye. But we're not lovers. We were a mistake, a one-time lapse in judgment, and I need to stop pretending otherwise. Goodbye, Matvey. His expression flickers with something vulnerable that he quickly suppresses. Goodbye, Kira. The parting feels abrupt and unfinished, like a door closing on something half done. There should be more words, more closure, or some acknowledgement that what happened between us mattered even if it can never happen again. Instead, there's just this awkward silence and everything unsaid pressing down on both of us. I climb into the car and pull the door shut before I can change my mind. The driver pulls away without a word, while the gravel crunches under the tires as we wind back down the private road toward the highway. I press my palm flat against the window like I can hold on to the place through the glass, watching the trees blur past and trying to memorize every detail I'll never see again. I tell myself not to look back because doing so will only make this harder, and I need to start moving forward right now if I'm ever going to put this behind me. I manage to hold out for almost 30 seconds before I glance in the rearview mirror. The lake house is already small in the distance, and Matvey Doronin is nowhere to be seen. He must have gone back inside the moment the car started moving, not even waiting to watch me leave. The disappointment that crashes through me is disproportionate and irrational, but I can't seem to stop it. I wanted him to watch. I wanted some sign that this was hard for him too, and he was feeling even a fraction of what I'm feeling right now. I wanted to matter enough for him to stand there until I disappeared from view, the way I would have done if our positions were reversed. But he didn't, and the empty space where he should be standing feels like an answer to a question I was too afraid to ask out loud. I turn back to face the road ahead and press my hand against the ache beneath my ribs, trying to rub away a pain that has nothing to do with anything physical. The countryside blurs past the windows, green and gold and utterly indifferent to the turmoil inside me, and I close my eyes against the brightness and let myself grieve for something I never should have wanted in the first place.
8. Matvey. I returned to the city the same afternoon. I watched Kira's car disappear down the private road, and I spend the drive telling myself that the hollow feeling in my gut is nothing more than the natural letdown after an extended period of heightened vigilance. I protected her, I kept her safe, and now she's back where she belongs, living a life that has no room for men like me. The mission is complete, and I should feel satisfied. Satisfaction doesn't come. Instead, there's only emptiness, like something essential has been carved out of me and left behind at that lake house, waiting for someone who will never come back to claim it. The penthouse is exactly as I left it, which shouldn't bother me, but somehow does. The same furniture, the same expensive art on the walls, and the same pristine surfaces that Ms. Stanislav maintains with quiet efficiency are all familiar, comfortable, and completely devoid of Kira's presence, which is what I wanted and what I hate. I pour myself a drink and stand at the window, watching the city lights flicker to life as darkness settles over the skyline. Somewhere out there, Kira is returning to her apartment, then to her uncle's bar, and to the ordinary life she led before I dragged her into my world. She's probably relieved to be free of me and counting her blessings that she escaped with nothing worse than a few terrifying days and one ill-advised sexual encounter with a man who kills people for a living. I finish the drink and pour another. I won't let myself think about how empty the silence feels without her voice drifting down the hallway. That calls for another drink, and another, until I'm fast asleep on my desk. I wake up the next morning with a killer hangover. Nothing a few pills and a glass of electrolytes can't solve, however. After an ice-cold shower, I throw myself into work with a focus that borders on desperation. There are briefings to attend, and the endless stream of decisions that come with running an organization like mine. Nothing changes how I miss Kira. Lev arrives mid-morning with a tablet full of updates. He settles into the chair across from my desk and pulls up the relevant files, calm and unbothered. Oleg took the bait completely. He swipes through a series of surveillance images showing men and vehicles converging on the Eastern Shore property. His people hit the safe house at dawn and found nothing but empty rooms and cold trails. They've been chasing leads ever since, and none of them point anywhere useful. I nod, studying the images without really seeing them. And the woman? Irina? Still safe. She was never in any danger since she's been in Prague for the past 6 months, and Oleg has no reason to look for her there. Lev sets down the tablet and meets my gaze directly. Kira's name should stay buried. As far as Oleg's people are concerned, she was a dead end they already investigated and dismissed. There's no reason for them to circle back. Good. I sign off on the report with a signature that feels robotic. What about our people? Is there any indication Oleg suspects the leak came from us? None. The information was planted through channels he trusts, and the source appears legitimate from his end. Lev pauses, something shifting in his expression. Should I pull our perimeter back entirely? We've had men watching her building since she returned, but if the threat has passed, there's no tactical reason to maintain coverage. The question is reasonable, and the answer should be obvious. Kira is safe, the threat has been neutralized, and continued surveillance serves no purpose. I should tell Lev to pull the men and redirect those resources to more pressing concerns. Instead, I hear myself say, keep 2 men on her from a distance, but no contact or visibility. I don't want her to know she's being watched, and I don't want anyone else noticing either. Lev's eyebrows rise slightly, but he doesn't challenge the order. For how long? Until I say otherwise. I hold his gaze, daring him to question me further, but he just nods and makes a note on his tablet. I also want a contact established in the clinics around her apartment, say in a 6-block radius. Get someone who can flag if she shows up for any medical appointments. That gets a reaction. Lev looks up from the tablet, his expression carefully neutral in a way that tells me he's thinking far more than he's showing. Medical appointments? Routine precaution. The lie comes easily, sliding off my tongue with the smooth confidence of long practice. She was in Oleg's custody for hours before I reached her. I want to know if there are any delayed complications from her time in that storage room. It's a plausible explanation, and Lev accepts it with a nod. But doubt lurks behind his eyes. He knows me too well to believe that I'm maintaining surveillance on a civilian witness out of concern for her physical health. But he's also smart enough not to push when I'm clearly unwilling to explain further. The truth is something I can barely admit to myself, let alone share with my second-in-command. Kira and I had sex without protection. I was so consumed by the need to be inside her that basic precautions didn't even cross my mind until hours later, when I was lying awake in the dark and cataloging all the ways I'd lost control. There's at least a slight possibility that she's pregnant, and if she is, I can't pretend she never existed. The thought settles into my brain like a stone dropping into still water, sending ripples through everything I thought I knew about myself and my future. If Kira is carrying my child, I have a responsibility to her that goes far beyond surveillance and protection. I would need to ensure she's cared for, that she has access to the best medical attention, and that she's supported in whatever decision she makes about keeping or terminating the pregnancy. For one dangerous moment, I let myself imagine a child with Kira's stubborn attitude and my mother's eyes. It would be a reason to build something beyond the war, the violence, and the endless cycle of revenge that has defined my adult life. The baby that probably doesn't exist would be someone who might look at me without fear, who might love me without knowing the blood on my hands, and might give me a future I stopped believing I deserved the day I found Severin bleeding out in that parking garage and chose revenge over any semblance of a normal life. I shut down the thought with brutal effectiveness, crushing it before it can take root and grow into something I'll never be able to cut away. Beasts like me don't have families. The people I love become targets, leverage for my enemies to exploit. Severin had a fiancée, a woman he planned to marry and build a life with, and now she lives in Prague under an assumed name because staying anywhere near his memory would have gotten her killed. I should hope Kira isn't pregnant. I should pray that my moment of reckless stupidity doesn't result in a child who would spend their entire life in danger because of who their father is. I should want nothing more than for her to walk away clean, untethered, and free to forget I ever existed. I don't want any of those things, and the realization makes me hate myself in ways I didn't know were possible. Lev is still watching me, waiting for whatever else I'm going to say, and I force myself back into the role I've spent years perfecting, becoming once more the cold beast in a suit and tie. Brendan Tiernan, I say, picking a justification I prepared during the drive back to the city. He helped Severin once, years ago. Brendan provided information that prevented an ambush and likely saved my brother's life. And Severin never had the opportunity to repay that debt. So you're taking on your brother's debt. He nods in approval as his expression shifts, understanding replacing suspicion. The niece, Kira, is how you repay it. Debts aren't ignored in our world. I hold his gaze, letting him see the conviction I'm forcing into the words. Keeping her safe honors my brother. It's a clean answer, wrapped in the language of honor and reciprocity that Lev understands and respects. He accepts it with a nod that's only slightly hesitant, and if he still harbors doubts about my true motivations, he's wise enough to keep them to himself. I'll set up the surveillance and the medical contact, he says, rising from his chair. Anything else? That's all for now. He leaves and I'm alone with the silence and everything. I didn't say pressing down on me. I try to settle back into the routine of the day, reviewing reports, approving budgets, and doing all the mundane administrative work that keeps an organization running. The tasks require just enough focus to occupy the surface of my mind, while the deeper parts continue to circle around Kira like water around a drain. Every vibration of my phone pulls my attention away from whatever I'm doing, and I find myself checking it compulsively, scanning for updates from the men watching Kira's building. The reports are brief and uninformative, confirming only that she's there, that she's safe, and her life is continuing without me in it. I tell myself I don't care about the details. I'm simply fulfilling an obligation, but I don't quite believe it. The truth is worse than I want to admit. The idea of Kira out in the open without my gaze directly on her grates against a part of me I thought I'd buried with my brother. When Severin was alive, I watched over him with the same obsessive vigilance, tracking his movements and preparing plans for threats that might never happen. I told myself it was duty, responsibility, and the natural concern of an older brother for a younger one. It was love. I know that now, in the clarity that only comes from loss. I loved Severin with a ferocity that terrified me, and when he died, I swore I would never let myself feel that way about another person. The pain of losing him nearly destroyed me, and I survived only by closing off the parts of myself capable of that kind of attachment. Kira has somehow slipped past those defenses, and I don't know how to push her back out. I force myself through the rest of the day, projecting the confidence my position requires. No one comments on my distraction, either because they don't notice or because they're too smart to mention it. By the time evening falls and the building empties out around me, I'm exhausted. My phone buzzes with another update. Kira left her apartment an hour ago and walked to Tiernan's Echo, where she's presumably working a shift behind the bar. The report includes details I didn't ask for, including observations about her demeanor and her interactions with customers, and the way she smiled at something her uncle said. I read every word twice before setting down the phone, and I tell myself the tightness in my throat is just fatigue. I pour myself another drink and stand at the window, watching the city lights blur through glass that probably needs cleaning. Somewhere out there, she's living her life, moving through spaces I can't see, talking to people who don't know what she's been through. She's probably trying to forget me, and I should want her to succeed. I don't. I want her to think about me the way I'm thinking about her, obsessively, constantly, and with a hunger that nothing else can satisfy. I want her to lie awake at night and remember how it felt when I was inside her, how I filled her in a way no other man will be able to. I want the thought of me to ruin her. I want things I have no right to want, and the wanting is going to ruin me too if I'm not careful. I finish the drink and force myself to turn away from the window, to focus on something productive instead of standing here torturing myself with possibilities that will never become reality. There's work to be done, and if I bury myself deeply enough in the demands of my position, maybe I'll eventually stop feeling like I left my heart behind at a lake house in the middle of nowhere. It's a tragic little hope, but it's all I have.
Divini. Kira. The Friday night crowd at Tiernan's Echo is loud enough to drown out my thoughts, which is exactly why I keep taking these shifts. I'm basically a workaholic after Matvey. Another round for the back table, Brendan calls from the register, and I grab 3 pint glasses and start pouring without having to ask what they want. The regulars are predictable, and predictability is a comfort I've learned to appreciate over the past 10 weeks. I carry the drinks over, weaving between tables with ease, and set them down in front of the 3 construction workers who come in every Friday after their shift ends. One of them says something about my smile, and I give him the same polite deflection I give everyone who tries to flirt, then collect the empties and head back to the bar. Fat chance of ever dating me. There's basically no hope after what I experienced with Matvey. I kind of wish he had ended things in a worse way, with a fight and tears, so I could get over him like any other man in my past. A woman near the door spills red wine on her sleeve and curses loudly. I grab a towel and some club soda without being asked, crossing the room to help her dab at the stain, while she apologizes profusely for making a scene. The motions are automatic from accumulated muscle memory, built over years of helping my uncle keep this place running. Smile, solve the problem, and move on to the next task. Don't think about anything else. A man at the end of the bar tries to catch my attention, and I give him a polite nod that discourages conversation before wiping down a spill someone left on the bar top. The door swings open, and my head snaps toward it before I can stop myself. It's just a group of college kids, loud and already half drunk, piling into a booth near the window. I turn back to the glasses I'm drying and pretend my heart isn't beating too fast, and I wasn't hoping for a silhouette I know I'll never see. Matvey isn't going to walk into this bar. He let me go, and that was the end of it. I tell myself this every night, and every night I still look at the door like an idiot. You're a million miles away tonight. Brendan appears at my elbow, his voice low enough that the customers won't hear. That's the 3rd time you've looked at the door like you're expecting someone. Just jumpy. I shrug and keep drying. Loud noises, you know. He doesn't push, but I can feel his worry beside me. Brendan has been watching me with that particular expression for weeks now. He clearly knows something is wrong, but he's giving me space to tell him in my own time. He pauses while sorting receipts, and I can tell he wants to say more. You know you can talk to me, he says finally. Whatever it is, whatever happened while you were gone those days, I'm not going to judge you. I've seen it all from this bar. I've heard crazy stories. Truly, nothing would surprise me. My throat tightens. He has no idea how insane the truth actually is. I know. I force a smile. I'm fine, really. Just tired. Go take your break, he says. I've got the bar. I don't argue. I grab my jacket and slip out the back door into the alley, pulling my notebook from my pocket as I settle onto the milk crate I've claimed as my own. The air is cool and smells like rain, and for a moment, I just breathe, letting the quiet settle around me. Then I open the notebook and read the lyrics I wrote last night. He moves like violence waiting to happen, but his hands know how to be gentle. He speaks in commands, and I should hate the authority, but something in me wants to kneel. I snap the notebook shut and press it against my chest, embarrassed by my own words even though no one else will ever see them. I've been writing like this for weeks, filling pages with songs about dangerous men and the way it feels to want someone who exists in a world you can't enter. The inspiration flows faster than it has in years, and I keep telling myself it's generic, and every songwriter draws from complicated emotions. The lie doesn't hold up, but I keep telling it anyway. The back door opens, and I shove the notebook into my jacket before Brendan can see it. "Break's over already?" "Just checking on you." He leans against the doorframe, arms crossed. "You've seemed distracted lately, more than usual." "I'm fine, just tired." "Kira." His voice is gentle but firm. "You've been tired for 2 months. You want to tell me what's really going on? Are you sick? Cancer? Is that why you were gone?" He's really grasping at straws now. I shake my head. "No, I told you not to worry. There's nothing going on, and I'm not sick. I don't owe anyone money, I'm not going to kill myself, and I'm not planning to disappear again. I just needed some space, and I got it. Everything is cool now." He knows I'm lying, but he's tired of asking without a real answer. He grumbles something to himself and leaves me alone again. Elise corners me in the stockroom the next afternoon, blocking the door with her body so I can't escape. "Okay, that's it. What is going on with you?" Jesus, when will this end? I set down the case of whiskey I was carrying and wipe my hands on my jeans. "Nothing's going on. Can you move? I need to get these bottles to the bar." "You've been tired for 10 weeks. She crosses her arms and doesn't budge. "You're not drinking coffee anymore, which is insane because you've been mainlining caffeine since we were 16. You ran to the bathroom twice during last night's shift looking green, and yesterday you gagged when I walked past with the fish and chips order." She's not wrong. The smell of the fryer has become my enemy, and the coffee pot behind the bar that used to be my lifeline now makes my stomach turn every time someone brews a fresh pot. "I think I'm coming down with something," I say. "For 10 weeks?" Elise crosses her arms. "Try again." It's a persistent bug. Elise doesn't dignify that with a response. She just looks at me with a stern expression, and I brace myself for whatever's coming. Her voice softens. "I've known you since high school. I've watched you push through exhaustion, stress, and that awful breakup with Danny, and you've never looked like this. Please just go see a doctor for me, if not for yourself." "I don't need—" "You do." She reaches across the table and grabs my hand. "Something is wrong, and ignoring it isn't going to make it go away. Promise me you'll make an appointment." I want to argue, tell her she's overreacting, and insist I'll be back to normal any day now. But she's looking at me with genuine fear in her eyes. I can't keep brushing her off. "Fine," I sigh. "I'll make an appointment. Today." "Elise." "Today, Kira. I'll sit here and watch you call if I have to." I make the appointment while she watches, and then I spend the next 48 hours trying not to think about the only incident that could explain what's happening to me. The clinic waiting room is aggressively cheerful, with pastel colors, inspirational posters, and magazines about healthy living that nobody actually reads. I flip through one without seeing the pages, my hands clasped so hard in my lap that my fingers ache. A pregnant woman sits across from me, her hand resting on her rounded belly, and I look away before she can catch me staring. A child runs past, chasing a toy car across the linoleum while his mother apologizes to the receptionist. Everyone remains completely unaware of the woman in the corner who might be carrying a Russian mafia boss's baby. Matvey and I didn't use protection. I was so caught up in the intensity of what was happening between us that basic precautions never crossed my mind, and apparently, they didn't cross his mind either. At the time, it seemed like the least important thing in the world. Now, sitting here waiting for my name to be called, it feels like the only thing that matters. Kira Tiernan. I follow the nurse through hallways that smell so strongly of antiseptic that it makes me want to puke. She's chatty, asking about my day, whether I found parking okay, and if I've been to this clinic before. I give one-word answers while trying to keep my breakfast where it belongs. Just have a seat at the table. She gestures to the crinkly, paper-covered exam bed. I'm going to take your vitals, and then we'll get a urine sample. The blood pressure cuff squeezes my arm while she watches the numbers climb. She frowns slightly, makes a note, and unwraps a thermometer. Any chance you could be pregnant? The question lands like cold water. Maybe. I'm not sure. When was your last period? I try to remember and draw a blank. With everything that's happened, I haven't been tracking. I haven't been thinking about it at all except a few times when the thought quietly creeped in recently, but I hastily suppressed it. I don't know. It's been a while, but I'm always a little irregular. By days, not weeks, but I omit that confession. She hands me a small plastic cup. The bathroom's across the hall. We'll run a quick test before the doctor comes in. I do what she asks with my hands shaking as I screw the lid back on. When I return, she takes the cup with a smile and disappears. The minutes stretch out like hours. I stare at the anatomical posters on the wall, the jar of cotton balls on the counter, and the cheerful cartoon uterus on a pamphlet about reproductive health. My leg bounces against the exam table, crinkling the paper beneath me. The door opens and a woman in a white coat enters, her expression professionally neutral. Her name tag says she's Dr. Murphy. Miss Tiernan? She sits on the rolling stool and looks at me. Your test came back positive. You're pregnant. The words don't make sense at first. I hear them, but they refuse to arrange themselves into meaning. Pregnant? I'm pregnant. Based on what you've told us about your cycle, I can't give you a firm estimate, but the OB will tell you when you make your first appointment. They'll probably do an ultrasound then. She pulls out a small cardboard wheel and spins it. I'd guess your due date is early spring, but you'll need an ultrasound to confirm. Pregnant, I repeat stupidly. I know this might be unexpected. Her voice is gentle, but it sounds scripted. I want you to know you have options. We can discuss continuing the pregnancy, adoption, or termination. There's no pressure to decide anything today. She keeps talking, explaining first trimester symptoms and warning signs to watch for. I nod in the right places, but my brain has stalled on a single thought. I don't need an ultrasound to know I'm about 10 weeks pregnant. I was at the penthouse with Matvey Doronin, and we had sex without protection because I was too caught up in wanting him to think about consequences. Do you have any questions? I shake my head, not trusting my voice. She hands me a folder stuffed with papers. Take your time. There's a support line number in there if you need to talk to someone. There's a list of obstetricians to book with when you're ready, or a women's health clinic if you decide to go in a different direction. She frowns slightly. There's a waiting list, and the sooner you get in, the easier it will be if you decide to terminate. You still have time to think it through and decide, though. Then she's gone, and I'm alone with the folder in my hands and a future I never planned for growing inside me. I sit there for a long time, staring at the folder. Shock hits first, via a numbness that blankets everything else. I knew this was a possibility the moment I started connecting the symptoms, but knowing and believing are different things. As the shock starts to fade, what comes next is harder to categorize. Fear, anger, and underneath all of that, an ache of longing I didn't expect. A tiny part of me, small, shameful, and impossible to silence, is glad. Not glad about the circumstances or the timing, but glad that some piece of Matvey is growing inside me. I push that feeling down and focus on the practical. I need to get home, figure out my options, and decide what happens next. I leave the clinic clutching the folder against my chest. The afternoon sun is bright after the fluorescent lights inside, and I squint against it while I try to remember which direction leads to the nearest bus stop. I pause, suddenly feeling like someone is watching me. The sensation is sharp enough to raise goosebumps on my arms. It's not the casual glance of a passerby or the idle curiosity of someone waiting for a friend. This feels deliberate, like an observation from someone who knows exactly who I am and why I'm here. I spin around, my heart beating wildly, but the street behind me is empty. There are only parked cars, scattered pedestrians, and the normal bustle of a city going about its business. No one is looking at me. No one seems to have any interest in the woman standing outside a medical clinic with a folder pressed against her chest and panic clawing at her insides. I tell myself I'm imagining things. The stress of the diagnosis has my nerves wound too tightly, and I'm seeing threats where none exist. Oleg's men stopped looking for me weeks ago, and Matvey's people have no reason to be watching me now that I'm safely back in my ordinary life. The feeling is just paranoia, a leftover from the trauma of being kidnapped that hasn't fully healed, and the life-altering news I just learned. I clutch the folder tighter and start walking toward home, forcing myself to keep a normal pace. The feeling of being watched fades after a few blocks. Or maybe I just get better at ignoring it. And by the time I reach my apartment, I've almost convinced myself that nothing happened. Almost. I lock the door behind me and lean against it, closing my eyes while I try to slow my breathing. The folder crinkles against my chest, and I know with sudden clarity that my life will never be the same. I'm pregnant with Matvey Doronin's child, and I have absolutely no idea what happens next.
10. Matvey. I shouldn't be here. The thought surfaces as I sit in my car across the street from the clinic, watching through tinted windows while Kira pushes through the front doors. She squints against the afternoon sun, one hand pressing a folder against her chest. Her shoulders are drawn up, tense in a way I've learned to recognize over the past 10 weeks. Something happened in there, something that rattled her. She scans the street behind her, quickly and nervously, like she can feel eyes on her. She can. Mine. I've been sitting here for 40 minutes, parked in a spot with clear sight lines to the entrance, waiting for her to come out. The coffee I bought has gone cold in the cup holder because I haven't touched it. This is the third time this week I've followed her. Monday, it was to the grocery store 2 blocks from her apartment. Wednesday, to a coffee shop where she met Elise for an hour. Today, it's to this clinic. I have men for surveillance. I have an entire network of people whose job is to track targets and report back. But instead, I keep doing it myself, clearing my schedule, and telling Lev I have meetings that don't exist. I know what this looks like. I know what it is. Obsession. I distract myself by focusing on the detail that matters most right now. She went to a clinic. The thought that follows is immediate and unavoidable. We had sex 10 weeks ago, and I didn't use protection. I was so consumed by the need to be inside her that basic precautions never crossed my mind. The possibility has been lurking at the edges of my thoughts for weeks, but I've been pushing it down, telling myself it was unlikely, and the odds were in my favor. Watching her walk out of a Hopkins clinic with that look on her face makes the possibility feel a lot less unlikely. Kira turns toward the bus stop, still clutching the folder, and I watch her disappear around the corner. I've tightened my grip on the steering wheel without meaning to, so I force myself to relax, but the tension doesn't leave my shoulders. I pull out my phone and dial Lev. He answers on the second ring. "Da? I need you to contact our person at Johns Hopkins." I keep my voice flat. "Kira Tiernan just left a clinic on Fayette Street. I need to know what she was there for." He's silent for a tick before he carefully asks, "How do you know where she is right now?" That's not relevant to the question. It's extremely relevant. The control in his voice slips as frustration bleeds through. "Matvey, are you following her? Again?" I don't answer, which is answer enough. "Blyad." The curse comes out low and sharp. "It's been 10 weeks. Oleg dismissed her as a dead end months ago. His people haven't mentioned her name since September. She's not part of our war anymore." I'm aware of the timeline. "Are you sure? You're still treating her like an active operation." I hear him exhale. "This needs to stop. Whatever you think you're doing, and however you're justifying it to yourself, it needs to end today. Just contact the records person and find out why she was at that clinic." I speak with a growl in my voice, reminding him who's the boss. "Those are my instructions." He pauses again. When he speaks, his tone has shifted into something more careful. "What do you think she was there for?" I don't answer that either. The silence stretches between us, heavy with implications neither of us wants to voice aloud, and I know Lev is doing the same math I did. 10 weeks since the lake house, a clinic visit today, and a woman walking out with fear written across her face, though I didn't mention that part to him, adds up to trouble. "I'll make the call," he says finally. "It might take a few hours to pull her records. Call me when you have something." I end the call and sit there staring at the empty street. I start the engine and pull away from the curb. Today is the anniversary. It's been 3 years since Lev called me with news that Severin was missing, which broke me in so many horrible ways. I found Severin in that parking garage after a desperate search, his blood spreading across concrete while I pressed my hands against a wound that nothing could close. He was still breathing when I reached him, barely, but his eyes were already going glassy as he tried to focus on my face. I always take this day off. My men assume I spend it grieving, visiting the grave, or doing whatever people do when they've lost someone they can't replace. They don't ask questions, and I don't offer explanations. This year, I spent the morning following a bartender through the city, and now I'm driving to Greenmount Cemetery with the suspicion that she might be carrying my child. Severin would have had something to say about that. He always did. The drive takes 20 minutes through midday traffic, past row houses with laundry hanging on back porches, corner stores with faded awnings, and blocks that shift from commercial to residential and back again. I know these streets. I've driven them hundreds of times on business or otherwise, watching the city change in ways both obvious and subtle. I park near the east entrance, the same spot I always use, and sit there for a moment with the engine off. Through the windshield, I see the rows of headstones stretching up the gentle slope, with granite markers in neat lines, like soldiers standing at attention. Some have flowers, but most don't. My brother is buried beneath an oak tree near the top of the hill. I bought the plot specifically for that tree. He used to climb oaks when we were boys, scrambling up into the branches while I stood below and told him he was going to break his neck. He never listened, and he never fell either. It took a bullet to bring him down, not gravity. I get out of the car and walk the familiar path through the rows. The grass is still green despite the cooling weather, well maintained by groundskeepers who don't know or care whose graves they tend. A few oak leaves have started to fall, scattering across the ground in patches of yellow and brown. Severin's headstone is simple gray granite with clean lines and his name and dates carved in block letters. I crouch in front of it and place the white lilies I bought this morning against the base. The petals are still fresh and bright against the stone. Our mother grew lilies in her garden, and Severin used to pick them for her every Sunday without fail. 3 years. I say it quietly, more to the stone than to myself. It still doesn't feel real. The wind picks up, rustling through the oak leaves overhead. I stay crouched there, one hand resting on the cold granite, and let my mind circle back to what I've been avoiding. Kira might be pregnant. The thought feels heavy and impossible to ignore now that I've let it surface. 10 weeks ago, I lost control completely. I kissed her because I couldn't stop myself, and then I took her to bed and buried my cock inside her without once thinking about consequences. She was warm, willing, and making sounds that short-circuited every rational thought in my head. And protection was the farthest thing from my mind. I've been telling myself it was probably fine. The odds of pregnancy from a single encounter aren't that high. She would have contacted me if something had happened. The silence meant everything was normal, and she'd gone back to her life, so I could eventually stop thinking about her. Except I haven't stopped thinking about her. Now she's walking out of clinics with folders pressed against her chest and fear in her eyes. The silence doesn't feel reassuring anymore. I stare at Severin's name carved into the granite. He wanted children with Irina. He talked about it sometimes during late nights after too much vodka, imagining the family he'd build when the war was over. He'd found a woman who loved him for himself, not his position, and he'd sworn their future kids would never know blood had paid for their comfortable lives. He had plans, dreams, and a whole future mapped out in his head. It was within his grasp, with his wedding weeks away, when Yaroslav's bullet ended all of it. Now I'm kneeling at his grave, waiting for a phone call that might tell me I have what he always wanted. I can't tell if it's irony or some kind of twisted gift from my brother. Either way, I shouldn't want it. But I do. I sit down on the grass and wait. I'm not really waiting with Severin so much as killing time until Liv calls, with my thoughts constantly churning as I obsess over the idea of a child with Kira. If she's pregnant, everything changes. The thought keeps circling back no matter how many times I try to push it away. A child would be leverage for anyone who wanted to hurt me. Every enemy I've made in 3 years of war, plus the 5 years Severin and I spent fighting other groups before his death, would see my child as a way to destroy me. Oleg might have dismissed Kira as irrelevant, but a pregnancy would change that calculation entirely. I should hope she's not pregnant. I should pray my moment of recklessness didn't result in a child who'd spend their entire life in danger. That's the rational position. That's what a man in my situation should want. I don't know what I want. That's the problem. Severin's fiancée lives in Prague now with a different name and a different life, because staying anywhere near his memory would have gotten her killed. The people I care about don't survive proximity to me. My mother died of grief 2 years after my father was gunned down. My brother bled out in a parking garage. Everyone I love becomes a target. A child would be no different. a child would be worse because they're truly innocent. So is Kira, in the same way my mother was. She knows something about the empire I lead, but she's not directly involved. It wouldn't be fair to make her a target again or drag her and a baby into my world. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out and check the screen, seeing Lev's name. I answer without greeting, pressing my free hand against the cold granite of my brother's headstone as though drawing support from him. I got through to our contact at the hospital. Lev's voice is soft in a way that tells me everything before he says the next words. They pulled her records from the clinic visit. I wait. She had a pregnancy test. He pauses. It was positive. The duration of the pregnancy won't be known until she has an ultrasound, so it might not be yours. It's mine. I don't question my certainty. I just know instinctively that she didn't climb from my bed to someone else's. I couldn't have done that if I tried, and maybe I'm a fool, but I believe I'm the only candidate. You can't know that for sure without a DNA test, or at least an ultrasound to establish how far along she is. He's clearly clinging to that hope. I'm not, though the confirmation hits differently than the suspicion. I knew it was possible, and I've been bracing for it since I saw her walk out of that clinic. Hearing it stated as fact and verified by medical records makes it real in a way that speculation never could. Kira is pregnant with my child. Matvey, Lev's voice cuts through. Did you hear me? I heard him. The words registered, filing themselves away in the part of my brain that processes information. The rest of me has gone still, frozen in place with my hand on my brother's grave and the phone pressed to my ear. We need to discuss what this means. Lev is still talking, sounding professional and practical. You have to get confirmation first before you do something stupid, like claim her and the kid. If Oleg finds out, or if anyone connects her to you, the threat assessment changes completely. She becomes a target again, and so does the child, if it's yours. I don't respond. Matvey, talk to me. Later. I end the call. The cemetery is quiet. Or maybe I just can't hear anything in my state of shock. Kira is pregnant with my child, and I don't need an ultrasound or DNA test to know it's mine. I stare at Severin's name carved into the stone. The letters are sharp and clean, professionally cut, and permanent in a way that nothing else in my life has ever been. My brother wanted this. He wanted a family, children, and a future beyond the violence. He never got any of it. Now I'm crouched at his grave, learning that I might have everything he dreamed about, and I don't know if that's a gift or a curse. The sun has dropped lower while I've been here, and the lilies are starting to droop, their petals curling at the edges. I should stand up, go back to my car, call Lev, and figure out what comes next. He'll want me to go through confirmation, but I don't need that. I need to provide security arrangements and protection details for Kira and the baby. The practical considerations should be occupying my attention, but I don't move. I just stay there, hand pressed against cold stone, staring at my brother's name while the truth settles into me. Kira is pregnant, and the child is mine. Everything I've spent 10 weeks trying to bury has just become impossible to ignore.
Kira. The first night back at the bar after a couple of days off to absorb the knowledge that I'm pregnant, I drop a glass and spend too long staring at the shattered pieces before Brendan gently moves me aside to sweep them up. You okay? He doesn't push as he asks the question and waits. I'm fine. I grab a fresh glass and pour the drink I was making, my hands steadier than they should be given everything churning inside me. Just clumsy tonight? He doesn't believe me, but he lets it go. That's Brendan. He's been letting things go for weeks now, storing up questions he's too kind to ask, and I love him for it even as the guilt eats at me. I finish my shift on autopilot. I pour drinks, make small talk with regulars, and sing 3 songs during the slow stretch between 9 and 10. The music helps. It always has. When I'm singing, I can pretend I'm someone else, whose life isn't about to change in ways she can't control. The second night, I help Brendan with inventory in the back room, counting bottles and checking them against the supplier invoices. It's tedious work, but I'm grateful for it. Tedious means I don't have to think. Tedious means I can focus on numbers instead of the folder still sitting on my kitchen counter that I haven't opened since I brought it home from the clinic. "You're quiet," Brendan says as he marks something on his clipboard. I make a sound of agreement. "Just concentrating." "You've counted that same shelf 3 times. I look down at my hands and at the bottle of whiskey I've been holding without seeing. He's right. I set it down and force a smile. I guess I'm more tired than I thought. "Why don't you head home early? I can finish up here." I nod and grab my jacket from the hook by the door. I'm ready to get the hell out of here. The walk to my car takes me through the alley behind the bar, the same alley where everything started almost 11 weeks ago. I try not to look at the spot where the man fell, where his blood pooled on the asphalt while Matvey turned to face me with that cold, assessing stare. The memory surfaces anyway, sharp and unwelcome, and I walk faster until I'm out of the narrow passage and into the relative safety of the parking lot. That's when I notice a dark sedan parked across the street, with tinted windows. I don't recognize it. Someone is sitting in the driver's seat, but I can't see their face. I can only make out a silhouette backlit by the streetlight behind them. They're not moving or getting out. They're just sitting there, watching. I unlock my car with shaking hands and slide inside, locking the doors immediately. The sedan doesn't move as I pull out of the lot, but I could swear I see headlights flick on in my rearview mirror as I turn onto the main road. I tell myself I'm being paranoid. Plenty of people park on that street, and plenty of people sit in their cars at night. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have to mean anything. I don't believe myself. The third night, I catch a glimpse of someone ducking into a doorway as I leave my apartment building. I think it's a man, though I only see the shape of a shoulder and the flutter of a dark coat before he's gone. The fourth night, I hear footsteps behind me on the walk home from the bus stop, steady and unhurried, matching my pace with a precision that feels deliberate. They stop the moment I turn around to look. The street is empty, and no one is there. No one I can see, anyway. I start taking different routes home. I vary my schedule at the bar, switching shifts with the other servers so my patterns aren't predictable. I keep my phone charged and my keys in my hand, the way the self-defense instructor at the community center taught us years ago. None of it makes me feel safer. If anything, the constant vigilance just reminds me how exposed I really am. By the 5th night, my nerves are so badly frayed that I jump when Elise touches my shoulder during our shift. "Jesus, Kira." She pulls back her hand, her eyes wide. "What's wrong with you? You've been wound tighter than a drum all week." "Nothing's wrong." The lie comes out unconvincing even to my own ears. Elise doesn't buy it. She never does. Break room. Now. I follow her through the swinging door and into the cramped space where we store our coats and bags. She closes the door behind us and leans against it, arms crossed and blocking the only exit. "Talk," she says, "and don't give me that tired bullshit again. Something is seriously wrong, and you've been dodging me for days." The pressure that's been building inside me for over a week finally cracks. I sink onto the ratty couch against the wall and press my hands over my face, trying to hold myself together. "I'm pregnant." Elise doesn't move or speak, and the silence stretches until I can't stand it anymore. I found out 5 days ago. I drop my hands and look at her. I went to the clinic on Fayette, and they confirmed it. I'll need an ultrasound at my first appointment, but I already know I'm 10, almost 11 weeks along. She still hasn't said anything. Her expression has gone blank, clearly absorbing the information and screening her expression so she doesn't upset me. The father, she finally says. Who is he? I take a breath. His name is Matvei Doronin. Elise's face changes. The blankness cracks, replaced by something that looks a lot like fear. Doronin? As in the Doronin Brotherhood? As in the Russian Mafia? I blink in surprise. You know who he is? Elise gives me a stare like I'm thick for a moment. Everyone knows who he is, Kira. Anyone who pays attention to the news or has a functioning brain knows who runs the eastern districts. She pushes off from the door and starts pacing the small room, her movements jerky with agitation. How the hell did you end up pregnant by Matvei Doronin? This is a joke, right? I'm not fucking laughing, you know. Not a joke, I say in a dry whisper. So tell me, what the hell happened? I tell her all of it, from the shooting in the alley to Matvei flashing cash, then the kidnapping by Oleg's men, and the rescue that led to days in Matvei's penthouse. I tell her about the lake house, and the night I couldn't keep my hands off a man I should have been terrified of, but whom I needed too much right then. Lastly, I tell her about the way he looked at me when he said goodbye and coming home to try to forget any of it happened. When I finish, Elise has stopped pacing. She's standing in the middle of the room, staring at me with an expression I can't read. You should have told me sooner. Her voice is quiet, stripped of the sharp edges I expected. Not because I'm angry, and not to shame you, but because you've never been involved with a man capable of real danger until now. The guys you've dated before were harmless. Boring sometimes, but harmless. This is different. I could have helped. I could have at least been watching your back. I didn't know how to explain it. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the stuffy warmth of the break room. It was one night, Elise, that never should have happened with a man I'll probably never see again. He told me it was safe to go home, that the threat had passed, and I've been trying to figure out what to do on my own ever since. Have you decided what you're going to do about it? There's no judgment or pressure. It's just a straightforward question that deserves a straightforward answer. I'm keeping it. The words come out steady, certain in a way I didn't know I felt until I said them aloud. I don't know how I'm going to manage it, or what I'm going to tell Brendan, or how any of this is supposed to work, but I've made my decision. I'm keeping it. Elise nods slowly. What about Matvei? Are you going to tell him? I don't know. That answer is less certain. I haven't decided yet. Part of me thinks he has a right to know, and part of me thinks telling him would drag me back into a world I barely survived the first time. Those shadows you've been jumping at all week. Elise's voice sharpens again. The cars and the footsteps? Do you think he already knows? I don't know what to think. I stand up, too restless to stay seated. It could be his people watching me, or it could be Oleg's people, which would mean the threat never really passed at all. But why would they wait so long to act if it's them? It could be just my paranoid brain seeing danger everywhere because I can't stop thinking about what happened. If Oleg's people have found you, you're already out of time. Elise grabs my arm, forcing me to look at her. If it's Matvei's people, he's going to find out about the pregnancy whether you tell him or not. Men like him don't watch someone without a reason, and they don't miss details. She's right. If Matvei is having me followed, if he's still keeping tabs on me after all these weeks, then he probably already knows I went to that clinic. He might already know why. The thought makes my stomach turn in ways that have nothing to do with morning sickness. What do I do? The question comes out more timidly than I intended. Stay alert. She squeezes my arm before letting go. Pay attention to the cars, the footsteps, and everything that feels off. Don't go anywhere alone if you can help it. I'll adjust my schedule to match yours as much as possible, and I'll let Brendan know to keep an extra eye on things without telling him why. He'll ask questions. Then let him ask. You don't have to answer, but you shouldn't be wandering around alone when you're clearly being watched. She pauses, her expression softening slightly. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to keep you alive. If this baby is Matvei Doronen's, you're carrying something a lot of dangerous people would love to use against him. There's no question it's his. I say the words numbly as the reality of her statement settles over me. I've been so focused on my own feelings about the pregnancy, on the logistics of doctor's appointments, telling Brendan, and figuring out how to raise a child on a bartender's salary, that I haven't let myself think about what this baby might mean to anyone else. Matvei has enemies who want him dead and have been trying to destroy him for years. If they find out about me, about the child I'm carrying, I become leverage. The baby becomes a target before it's even born. I can't think about this right now. I press my hands against my temples, trying to quiet the spiral of fear threatening to pull me under. I have tables waiting, and Brendan's going to notice if I'm gone much longer. We'll talk more later. Elise opens the door and checks the hallway before stepping aside to let me pass. For now, just be careful, and for God's sake, stop trying to handle everything alone. You have people who care about you. Let us help. I nod and slip past her into the bar, forcing my expression into something neutral as I return to work. The rest of the shift passes in a blur of familiar motions. I pour drinks, wipe counters, and smile at customers who have no idea that the woman serving them is carrying a Russian crime lord's baby. The routine normally feels comforting. Tonight, it just feels like a cheap disguise stretched over a life that's unraveling at the seams. After closing time, I walk to my car with Elise at my side. The dark sedan is back, parked in a different spot, but unmistakably the same vehicle I've been seeing all week. We both pretend not to notice it, but I catch Elise memorizing the license plate as we pass. Text me when you get home safely, she says as I unlock my door. I will, I promise. I drive home with one eye on the rearview mirror. The sedan follows me for 6 blocks before turning off onto a side street, disappearing into the maze of row houses and narrow alleys that make up this part of the city. I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse. Whoever is watching me knows where I live. They probably knew before tonight and have known since the beginning. The question isn't whether I'm being followed anymore, but who's following me, and what they plan to do when they decide watching isn't enough.
Sure. Matvei. It's been 5 days since I learned Kira is pregnant. 5 days of sitting in this office, pretending to work, while my thoughts circle back to the same impossible fact. She's carrying my child, and the word mine keeps repeating in my head, reshaping everything I thought I knew about my future. I force myself to focus on the page in front of me. Oleg moved 3 shipments through the northern corridor last week, which suggests he's testing our response time. The smart play is to let 2 of them through and intercept the third, sending a message without committing to full escalation. I know this. I've known it since Lev dropped the report on my desk this morning. The analysis is sound. The recommendation is correct. I still haven't signed the authorization. Someone knocks at the door. Lev enters without waiting for a response, which means he has something important to say and doesn't want to give me time to prepare. The war is shifting. He drops into the chair across from my desk, his expression carefully neutral. Oleg's people have been probing our western perimeter for the past 3 days. They're so far. Small incursions, nothing major. But the pattern suggests he's looking for weaknesses. We intercepted communications, suggesting he's testing response times before committing to something larger. I saw the reports. Did you? He raises an eyebrow. That authorization has been sitting unsigned on your desk for 6 hours. You haven't answered 3 messages from Nikolai about the warehouse situation. And Victor called twice about the shipment schedule. I've been fielding questions all morning about decisions that need your signature or input. He leans back in the chair, studying me with an intensity that makes most men uncomfortable. The Oleg situation requires your full attention. We've held territory for 3 years because you're always 2 moves ahead. Right now, you're not even on the board. I set down my pen and meet his stare. I'll handle all of it before the end of day. That's not what concerns me. He leans forward, elbows on his knees. What concerns me is that you've been distracted since you came back from the cemetery, and I think we both know why. I don't respond. Denying it would be pointless. She's pregnant, Matvey. You found out 5 days ago. At some point, you need to decide what you're going to do about it instead of sitting here staring at paperwork you're not reading. I've decided. I say it before I've fully thought it through. I want 2 men on her at all times, rotating positions, different vehicles, and no patterns that could be detected. I want to know where she goes, who she talks to, and anything that looks even slightly out of place. Lev's expression doesn't change, but something shifts behind his eyes. You're putting surveillance on her again. I'm protecting her. From what? He spreads his hands. Oleg dismissed her months ago. His people haven't looked in her direction since September. The only threat to her right now is you drawing attention by having men follow her around the city. Oleg has targeted innocents before. I keep my voice level and reasonable. He went after Severin's fiancée after the funeral, sending men to her apartment in the middle of the night. He's threatened the families of my lieutenants, their wives, and even their children. If he finds out about Kira, or the pregnancy, he'll use her to get to me. That's how he operates. How exactly would he find out? Lev's tone sharpens. Unless you do something stupid, like assign a surveillance team that someone notices, or show up at her apartment in the middle of the night, or do any of the dozen other things I can see you wanting to do right now. I stiffen slightly. I'm not going to do anything stupid. You're already doing something stupid. He stands, moving to the window and looking out at the city below. You're crossing a line, Matvey. The moment you put men on her, she stops being a civilian who happened to witness something and becomes part of your operation. Your people will know about her. Word will spread the way it always does, and eventually, someone will connect the dots. Then I'll make sure the men I assign can be trusted. No one can be trusted with information this valuable. He turns back to face me. A pregnant woman connected to the head of the Brotherhood? That's big money. That's a weapon worth millions. The moment more than 2 people know about it, you've lost control of the narrative. I know he's right. The rational part of my brain is screaming the same warnings he's voicing aloud. But I have to know. She's safe. I should keep my distance and leave her to raise our child alone, but I can't do that. The next best thing is to ensure she's safe while figuring out how to make her and the child part of my life. 2 men, I repeat, vetted personally by you. No one else gets read into and nothing gets written down. They report directly to me, verbally, and they understand that any breach of confidentiality will be handled permanently. Lev studies me for a long moment. Whatever he sees in my expression makes him exhale slowly, but the fight drains out of his posture. "You're obsessing?" I'm being cautious. "You're obsessing," he says again, "and the lie is thin enough that we can both see through it. I've known you for 15 years, Matvey. I've seen you through the worst days of your life, through Severin's death, and everything that came after. I've never seen you like this over anyone. I don't have an answer for that, so I don't offer one." The silence stretches between us until Lev shakes his head and moves toward the door. "I'll assign Dmitri and Sasha. They're loyal, discreet, and know how to be invisible." He pauses with his hand on the doorknob. "For what it's worth, I think you're making a mistake. She's safer if you leave her alone. So are you." He can't possibly understand what it does to me to know she's carrying my child. The thought of making her do that alone is unfathomable. "I've noted your concerns." He leaves, and I'm alone with the reports I still can't focus on, and the image of Kira that won't leave my head. The surveillance feeds start coming in the next day. Dmitri and Sasha are good at their jobs, keeping enough distance that she won't spot them, but close enough to document her movements. They use different vehicles, park in different spots, and never follow the same pattern twice. They're professional, invisible, and exactly what I asked for. I tell myself I'm reviewing the reports for security purposes, scanning for any sign that Oleg's people have taken an interest. But I'm lying to myself, and I know it. The first report is mundane. She worked a 6-hour shift at the bar, talked to her friend Elise during a break, and walked to her car alone after closing. She drove straight home without any stops, visitors, or anomalies. The detail about the conversation with Elise makes me wonder what they discussed, whether Kira told her friend about the pregnancy, and whether she mentioned me. I read that section of the report 3 times, as if repetition might reveal the content of a conversation my men couldn't hear. On the second day, the report mentions she varied her route home. She took a different bus, got off 2 stops early, and walked the rest of the way through side streets instead of the main road. She kept checking over her shoulder during the walk, pausing at corners to let other pedestrians pass before continuing. She's noticed something that made her nervous enough to change her patterns. That's smart and careful, and it might keep her alive if the wrong people come looking. On the 3rd day, they send footage. She's walking home from the bus stop, carrying her guitar case, and her whole body is tense. I can see it in the set of her shoulders, the way she keeps scanning the street, and how she keeps her free hand close to her pocket. She's scared. She knows she's being watched, even if she doesn't know by whom. I watch the footage 4 times, pausing on frames where I can see her face clearly. The fear there makes something sharp twist in my gut. I cycle through every justification I can find, from concern for her safety to the debt I owe Brennan to strategy, but none of them are the truth, and the truth is too dangerous to admit. Having my men on her is frightening her, but I still can't stop or face the truth. A week after I assign the surveillance team, Kira goes to her first real doctor's appointment. Not the clinic where she took the pregnancy test, but an actual obstetrician's office in a medical building near the harbor. Dmitri reports the visit in his usual terse style. Just the address, time in and time out, with no additional context. I want to know what the doctor said, what tests they ran, and whether she's eating enough, sleeping enough, and taking care of herself. I want to be in that room with her instead of piecing together scraps from surveillance. I want to know if she's scared or excited, or some complicated mixture of both, and if she's thought about telling me. She doesn't know I'm watching. She hasn't asked for my involvement. She's probably hoping I never find out at all, and she can raise this child alone without the complications that come with a father like me. I bribed my way in anyway. The medical building has security, but security can be bought. I find an employee in the billing department who's behind on her mortgage payments and offer her enough money to solve that problem permanently. All she has to do is take a photograph of Kira's file and send it to an anonymous number. She doesn't ask questions, and she doesn't need to know who I am or why I want the information. She just needs the money. And I have plenty of that. The transaction takes less than 5 minutes. The photo arrives 2 hours after Kira leaves the appointment. I zoom in on the image, scanning the medical shorthand until I find what I'm looking for. The pregnancy has been confirmed, and Kira is approximately 11 weeks along. All laboratory results are normal, and the physical examination didn't reveal any concerns. Her blood pressure is healthy, and her weight gain is appropriate for her gestational age. The doctor has prescribed prenatal vitamins. Follow-up appointments have been scheduled, including an ultrasound next week to determine the exact gestational age and confirm the pregnancy's viability. The word viability catches in my throat. The doctor needs to confirm the pregnancy is viable, that there's a heartbeat, and everything is developing the way it should. The possibility that something could be wrong, that she could lose the baby before it's even born, hadn't occurred to me until now. I've been so focused on the idea of pregnancy that I haven't let myself consider how many things could still go wrong. Pregnancies fail, complications arise, and nothing is guaranteed until a healthy child is actually born. I stare at the medical file for a long time, memorizing every detail, as if knowing her blood type and vitamin prescription could somehow bring me closer to her. Next week there's going to be an ultrasound, and if I'm there, if I position myself correctly, I might be able to see her going in or coming out. I can't be in the room, obviously. She'd recognize me immediately, and whatever fragile distance I've been maintaining would shatter completely. I could wait outside the building, watch her arrive and leave, and try to read the outcome from her expression. I could bribe someone else for another photograph of her file afterward and see the ultrasound images for myself. The first images of my child, obtained through bribery and deception rather than shared in a moment of connection, fill me with anticipation and an underlying hint of nausea at the means required to acquire it. It's pathetic to imagine the head of one of the most powerful criminal organizations on the East Coast lurking outside an obstetrician's office like a lovesick teenager. I'm bribing medical staff for scraps of information about a woman who doesn't even know I'm watching and building a shadow relationship with a woman who probably wishes I didn't exist. I pull up my calendar and mark the date anyway for Thursday, 10 in the morning. I clear the schedule, moving a meeting with our suppliers to the afternoon and rescheduling a call with our contact in customs. Lev will notice the gaps and have questions, but I don't care what excuse I give him as long as I'm there when she arrives. I won't approach her. I won't let her see me. I'll just be close enough to know she's safe, the baby is safe, and something in my life is going the way it should. Lev's words replay in my head. You're obsessing. He's right. I've been obsessing since I saw her in that alley, frozen in place while a dying man bled out 10 feet away. She looked at me, and something in her expression reached past every wall I've built. I should keep my distance, send money through an intermediary, and let her raise this child without a father who kills people for a living. That's what a man in my position should do. It would be the smart play and the safe play. The one that keeps her out of my world instead of dragging her deeper into it. I pull up the surveillance feed to stare at grainy footage of Kira entering her apartment building instead. She pauses at the door, looking back over her shoulder to scan the street one more time before disappearing inside. She knows someone is watching, but she can't know for sure it's me. She's probably lying awake at night, wondering who is out there and what they want from her. Every footstep behind her on the street, every car that lingers too long at a stoplight, and every shadow that moves in her peripheral vision must feel like a threat. I've turned her daily life into a gauntlet of anxiety, all because I can't bring myself to leave her alone. I'm the one causing that fear with my men, my orders, and my inability to let her go. If I can't dismiss them and let her go, I should at least tell her the surveillance is mine, so she doesn't need to be afraid. At least then, she could sleep and stop looking over her shoulder every time she walks to her car. The knowledge that I'm the source of her terror should be enough to make me stop, to call off Dmitri and Sasha and let her live in peace. But it isn't. I don't reach for my phone or drive to her apartment. I just sit in my office, staring at a frozen frame of her looking over her shoulder, and tell myself that watching from a distance is enough. Lev was right about the lie being thin. I'm desperate to believe it anyway.
Shisan. Kira. The spotlight feels different tonight. Hotter somehow, like it's pinning me in place instead of illuminating me. I adjust the guitar strap on my shoulder and scan the crowd at Brendan's bar, searching for faces that don't belong. It's been a week since my doctor's appointment, and tomorrow morning is the ultrasound. Tonight, I'm performing in front of 40 strangers while the skin between my shoulder blades prickles with the sensation of being watched. I start my first song, a cover of something slow and melancholy that usually lets me disappear into the music. The melody flows through my fingers, familiar and grounding, but I can't stop checking the windows. Every time the door opens, I lose my place in the lyrics for half a beat. Every shadow in the corner booth makes me want to abandon the stage and run. The audience doesn't notice. They're drinking, talking, barely paying attention to the girl with the guitar singing about heartbreak. That's fine. That's normal. What isn't normal is the dark sedan I spotted parked across the street when I arrived, or the way a man in a gray jacket has been nursing the same beer for 2 hours without ever looking at his phone. Everyone looks at their phone these days, everyone except people who are paid to watch something else. I transition into my second song, forcing myself to keep my voice steady even though I want to shake. The chords are simple, muscle memory taking over while I race through possibilities. The sedan could belong to anyone. The man in the gray jacket could be a lonely regular who prefers people watching to screens. I could be inventing threats where none exist, conjuring shadows from ordinary situations. I don't believe any of it. I finish the song to scattered applause and force myself to smile. Thank you. I'll be taking a short break. The storage area behind the bar is cramped and smells like cardboard and spilled whiskey. But at least it's quiet. I lean against a stack of boxes and press my hands against my stomach, feeling for something I can't possibly detect yet. I'm 11 weeks along now. Tomorrow, I'll see the heartbeat. Assuming there is one, everything will be okay, and I will get through tonight to keep the appointment. The door swings open, and Elise slips inside. She closes it behind her and leans against it, arms crossed, blocking my only exit. We need to talk. I straighten up. I have another set in 15 minutes. Then we'll talk fast. She doesn't move from the door. You've been checking the windows all night. You lost track of 3 separate conversations during your break, and you flinched when that guy in the corner stood up to use the bathroom. What's going on? It's nothing. Don't fucking lie to me. She sharpens her tone. I've known you for years, Kira. I've seen you deal with drunk customers, creepy men, and that one guy who wouldn't stop following you home until Brendan had a chat with him. You don't spook easily. Whatever's got you jumping at shadows tonight is serious. I want to lie. I want to brush her off the way I brushed off Brendan. Smile and deflect and pretend everything is fine. The words are right there, ready to deploy. But when I open my mouth, something else comes out instead. I'm scared. Elise's expression shifts from confrontational to worried. She takes a step toward me. Scared of what? I'm scared of everything. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the stuffy warmth of the storage room. I'm pregnant, Elise. You already know that. What you don't know is that I've been watched for weeks now. Cars following me. Footsteps that match my pace. Shadows that disappear when I turn around. I take a shaky breath. I don't know if the danger is real, or if I'm losing my mind, and I don't know which option is worse. She's quiet for a long moment, processing. When she speaks, her voice is gentler than I expected. Have you gone to the police? What would I tell them? I laugh, but there's no humor in it. That I witnessed a murder 3 months ago and now I think someone might be following me? Oh, and by the way, the father of my child is a Russian crime lord who probably has half the police department on his payroll? Then tell Matvey. Elise moves closer, her gaze intent. If someone is watching you, he needs to know. He has resources and can protect you. I haven't told him about the pregnancy. The admission feels like pulling a splinter from deep under my skin. I haven't talked to him at all since I left the lake house. I don't even know how to contact him. Kira. She says my name like it's a complete sentence, heavy with frustration and concern. You're carrying his child. If you're in danger, he has a right to know. Does he? I push off from the boxes, suddenly needing to move. Does he have a right to drag me back into his world? Does he have a right to make decisions about my safety, my body, and my future? I pace the small space, 3 steps in each direction. I don't know him, Elise. I spent 3 days in his house and 1 night in his bed. That doesn't give him the right to anything. It gives you the right to ask for help. I stop pacing and look at her. She's right, and I hate it. Matvey has resources I can't even imagine, people who could find out if the surveillance is real, if there's an actual threat, and if I'm in danger from Oleg's people or just paranoid from stress. Asking him for help means telling him about the baby, though. It means letting him into a situation I've been trying to handle on my own. I don't know if I want to tell him, I finally admit. I don't know if I ever will. Elise sighs. That's your choice, and I'm not going to push. She uncrosses her arms and reaches for the door. Just promise me you'll be careful. If you really are being watched, you can't afford to pretend it isn't happening. I know that. She opens the door, then pauses. Text me when you get home tonight. I don't care how late it is. I promise I will. She leaves, and I'm alone again with the boxes and the fear and the decisions I'm not ready to make. The rest of my shift passes in a blur of songs and forced smiles. I watch the man in the gray jacket leave around 11, but another one takes his place at the bar, a woman with dark hair who keeps glancing toward the stage. I tell myself I'm being paranoid. I tell myself that people look at performers because that's what performers are for. I tell myself a lot of things I don't believe. Closing time comes at 1 in the morning. Brendan offers to walk me to my car, but I wave him off, claiming I parked close. The truth is that I took the bus tonight, and my walk home will take me through 3 blocks of poorly lit streets and one alley I've been avoiding for months. The same alley where I first saw Mafia, where a man died and my life fractured into before and after. I should have accepted Brendan's offer. I should have called a cab or asked Elise to drive me. Instead, I push through the back door and step into the night, stubborn and scared and too proud to admit I need help. The night air is cold against my face as I step outside. I pull my jacket tighter and start walking, guitar case bumping against my hip with every step. The street is mostly empty, just a few stragglers leaving the other bars, a couple arguing on the corner, and the normal detritus of a city after midnight. Somewhere in the distance, a car alarm wails and cuts off. A dog barks twice, then falls silent. I make it half a block before footsteps fall behind me. Footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate, matching my pace with unnerving precision. I speed up slightly, and the footsteps speed up too. I slow down, and they slow down to match. The rhythm is perfect, predatory, like whoever is back there has done this before and knows exactly how to stay close without getting close enough to trigger a confrontation. I want to run, but something tells me that running would make it worse. Predators chase prey that flees. Better to stay calm, stay visible, and keep moving toward somewhere safe. I learned that from a self-defense class I took years ago, back when danger was theoretical, something that happened to other people in other neighborhoods. A car idles at the corner ahead of me, engine rumbling in the darkness. The windows are tinted too dark to see inside, black glass reflecting the streetlights like dead eyes. I cross to the other side of the street, putting as much distance between myself and the vehicle as I can. The car doesn't follow, but it doesn't drive away either. It just sits there, waiting for something I don't want to think about. I turn down a side street, hoping to lose whoever is behind me. The footsteps pause at the corner, then resume, still following. I breathe faster now, fog clouding the cold air, and I grip the strap of my guitar case like it could somehow protect me. The case holds my most valuable possession, a gift from my mother before she died, and tonight it might be the only weapon I have. It's only 2 more blocks to my apartment, but that's 2 blocks of darkness, shadows, and the relentless sound of someone tracking my every step. I think about the night this all started, the gunshot in the alley, and the way Matvey turned to look at me with a gun in his hand and something unreadable in his eyes. Against my will, I think about Oleg's men, the place where they held me, and the casual violence of the world into which I accidentally stumbled. Most of all, my thoughts are on the baby growing inside me, innocent and unaware that its mother might not survive the night. Maybe they've decided I know too much and have been waiting for the right moment to finish what they started. Maybe tomorrow's ultrasound will never happen, because tonight is the night everything ends. I force myself to keep walking until there's just 1 block left. My building is just ahead, the familiar brick facade with the broken light over the entrance that the landlord keeps promising to fix. I can see my window on the 3rd floor, dark because I forgot to leave a lamp on. The window looks like every other window in the building, anonymous and ordinary, hiding nothing special. The alley opens to my right. I usually avoid it, taking the long way around the block to reach my building's entrance. But tonight, the footsteps behind me are getting closer. I can hear breathing now, heavy and deliberate. I need the shortcut. I duck into the alley, and the darkness swallows me whole. The walls on either side feel too close, and the shadows too deep. I can't hear the footsteps anymore, but that somehow makes it worse. The silence feels deliberate, like someone is holding their breath, or as though the whole city is holding its breath, waiting to see what happens next. My shoes scrape against the asphalt, loudly in the quiet. The smell of garbage and old rain hit me. This is where the man fell. This is where his blood pooled on the ground, while Matvey stood over him with a gun in his hand. I walked through this alley 100 times before that night, never thinking twice about it. Now every step feels like walking through a graveyard. Halfway through the alley, I see movement at the other end. A figure emerges from the shadows, tall and broad-shouldered, blocking my path forward. I spin around, ready to run back the way I came, and find a car blocking the entrance behind me. I'm trapped in the middle like an animal in a snare. I drop my guitar case and it hits the pavement with a discordant thump, the strings inside humming a mournful note. I back up until my shoulders hit the brick wall, with nowhere left to go and nothing left to do but face whatever is about to happen. I press a hand to my stomach, instinctively and protectively, shielding something I can't possibly protect. The figure in front of me steps into the faint light filtering in from the street.
Listen, Matvey. I've been watching her all night from the sedan parked across from Brendan's bar, tracking the tension in her shoulders when she performed, and the conversation with her friend in the back room that left her looking shaken. She knows someone is following her. She's been scared for weeks, jumping at shadows and changing her routes, and I'm the one who put that fear in her. Tonight, I'm going to end it. Tomorrow is the ultrasound, when a doctor will confirm she's carrying my child, and I can't spend another night watching from a distance. I intend to be beside her. Dmitri is stationed at the far end of the alley with the car, ready to cut off any escape route, and Sasha is walking behind her, herding her toward me. I've planned this intercept the way I plan everything, with precision, contingencies, and absolute certainty about the outcome. What I haven't planned is what I'm going to say to her. She leaves the bar just after 1 in the morning. Brendan offers to walk her to her car, and she waves him off, stubborn and reckless as always. I follow at a distance, but tonight I'm not just watching. Tonight I'm going to step into the light and face the consequences. When she turns into the alley, I'm already positioned at the far end. Dmitri moves the car to block the entrance behind her, and she realizes she's trapped. She drops her guitar case and backs against the wall, one hand pressed to her stomach in a gesture that tells me everything I need to know about her priorities. I step into the light. She tightens her jaw and curls her hands into fists, then goes rigid with fury, so concentrated I can almost feel the heat of it from where I stand. The fear drains from her posture, replaced by something harder and more dangerous. "It's you!" The accusation cuts through the darkness between us. "It's me!" I stop a few feet away, close enough to see her clearly, but not close enough to touch, though that will change soon. "We need to talk." "Talk?" She laughs, and the sound is bitter. "You've had your people following me for weeks, haven't you? It's been your men with cars outside my apartment and men watching me at work, hasn't it? I thought I was going to die tonight. And you want to talk?" I incline my head. "They were my people, but they've been protecting you." "From what?" She pushes off from the wall, closing the distance between us. "From Oleg? Because that's what I thought at first. I thought he'd found me. He'd decided I was a target for some reason again, and every shadow was going to be the last thing I ever saw." She shakes with fury as she speaks. "Do you have any idea what that's been like? I spent weeks looking over my shoulder, not knowing if I was going to make it home, and being terrified he sent me to kill me. But instead, it was the father of my child who caused all this terror." She stills then, going pale. I can see the moment she realizes what she's revealed. Before she can try to backtrack or lie, I address the issue directly. You're pregnant, and I've known since shortly after you left the clinic. I keep my voice steady even though something inside me is cracking open. Her mouth falls open. How could you possibly? I had someone photograph your medical file. There's no point in lying about it. I know you're 11 weeks along, your labs are normal, your blood pressure is healthy, and you have an ultrasound scheduled for tomorrow to confirm viability. You had someone photograph my medical file. She repeats the words slowly, like she's testing each one for hidden traps. You've been spying on me, following me, and bribing people for information about my body, my health, and my pregnancy. She raises her voice sharply. What gives you the right? You're carrying my child. The words come out harshly. That gives me every right. That gives you nothing. She jabs a finger at my chest. You made me leave, Matvey. You told me I was safe, put me in a car, and let me drive away without so much as a phone number. After weeks of silence, I learn you've been watching the whole time. A hint of defensiveness bleeds through my voice. I was trying to protect you by terrifying me. She's close enough now that I can smell her perfume, something floral underneath the lingering scent of the bar. By making me think I was being hunted, by letting me spend weeks wondering if I was going to survive long enough to see my own baby. I should have told you sooner. The admission feels like pulling teeth. I told myself that watching was enough, and keeping my distance would keep you safe. But I was wrong. Why didn't you call me? She sounds angry at first, but then something rawer breaks through. You were watching the whole time without saying a word. I didn't know what to say, and the moment I acknowledged what was happening, I would have to decide whether to walk away or drag you into a world that destroys everything it touches. I close my eyelids with that admission, just for a second, battling the sense of defeat settling over me. She snorts. So instead, you chose to lurk in the shadows like some kind of stalker? I did exactly that. I don't flinch from the accusation. I chose to watch over you without telling you, to learn everything I could about your life and your routines and your fears, so I could know you better than you know yourself while pretending I didn't exist. That's insane. I know it's insane. She stares at me for a long moment, processing the weeks of fear and the pregnancy she's been carrying alone while staring at the man standing in front of her, who turned her world upside down and then disappeared without a trace. I thought it was Oleg, she lowers her voice. I thought I was going to die before I ever got to see my baby. Something snaps inside me. I jump toward her, pulling her against my chest with need over gentleness. This isn't a tender embrace but a claiming, the fierce possessive certainty of a man who has finally stopped pretending he can walk away from what belongs to him. You're not going to die. I press the words roughly against her hair. Not tonight, nor ever. Anyone who tries to hurt you or that child will answer to me personally, and I promise you they won't survive the conversation. I expect her to hit me. Instead, her hands grab my jacket and pull me closer. As I tip her chin up to look at her, the hunger that's been consuming me since the night I first touched her burns in her expression. I kiss her. The contact hits like a match-striking gunpowder. The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you.
15. Kira. The estate emerges from the darkness like something out of a fever dream, with iron gates, high stone walls, and men with guns stationed along the driveway. I count 6 before we reach the main entrance, each one standing at rigid attention as the car passes. Their faces are blank, professional, trained to see everything and react to nothing. Matvey doesn't glance at any of them, but I can't look away. This decision was made long before I stepped into the car. The guards, the security, and the seamless choreography of our arrival was arranged at least a few hours ago. He planned this. He had a room waiting, a security detail briefed, and a place carved out for me in his world before he ever stepped into that alley. The realization should make me angry, but mostly, it just makes me tired. I'm so far past the point where I get to make my own choices that it feels futile to care right now. The car pulls up to the main entrance, and Dmitri opens my door before I can even reach for the handle. I step out into the cold night air and stare up at the building in front of me. 3 stories of stone and glass, lit from within by warm, golden light that does nothing to make it feel welcoming. This is a fortress dressed up as a home, and I'm about to become one of its occupants. The house itself is massive and cold, with marble floors, high ceilings, and artwork I couldn't afford in 10 lifetimes. A different woman, not Ms. Stanislav, greets us at the door, takes my guitar case with a neutral expression, and disappears down a hallway before I can thank her. Without introducing the servant, Matvey leads me up a sweeping staircase and down a corridor lined with closed doors. The carpet under my feet is thick and silent, swallowing the sound of our footsteps. Everything here is designed to muffle, contain, and keep secrets buried deep where they can't escape. He stops at the 3rd door and pushes it open to reveal a bedroom that's bigger than my entire apartment, complete with a 4-poster bed, a sitting area with a velvet couch, and windows that overlook a garden I can barely make out in the dark. The sheets are cream-colored silk, and fresh flowers sit in a vase on the dresser. Someone prepared this room for me, who knew I was coming before I did. "This is yours." He stands in the doorway with his arms crossed, watching me take in the space. My room is at the end of the hall. The placement isn't a coincidence, I assume, because closer means safer. Closer means he can get to me faster if something goes wrong, or I can get to him, or both. I should find comfort in that, but instead, something heavy settles behind my ribs like a stone. There are clothes in the closet and toiletries in the bathroom. His voice is flat, businesslike, and nothing like the man who had me pressed against a brick wall an hour ago. "If you need anything, there's an intercom by the bed. Someone will bring you food if you're hungry." "I'm not hungry." "Try to get some rest then." He nods once. "Tomorrow we'll talk about the ultrasound and figure out the logistics." The word logistics makes me want to laugh or scream or both. Like my pregnancy is a shipping problem to be solved, a schedule to be optimized, and the baby growing inside me is just another variable in his perfect little world. The door closes behind him, and I'm alone in a stranger's room in a stranger's house in a life that seems so foreign, I don't think I can ever fully adapt. I sit on the edge of the bed and pull my phone from my pocket. The screen shows 3 missed calls from Elise and a string of increasingly worried texts. I dial her number before I can talk myself out of it. She answers on the first ring. "Where the hell are you? I've been calling for almost 2 hours. You were supposed to text me when you got home." "I'm safe." The word feels strange in my mouth. "I'm with Matvey." Silence stretches across the line, weighed down by the gravity of what I just said. When she finally speaks, her voice is careful. "With Matvey? At his penthouse?" "No, at his estate." I glance around the room at the expensive furniture, the heavy curtains, and the lock on the door that I'm not sure is meant to keep people out, or keep me in. He picked me up after work. I didn't have much of a choice. Kira, I know things are complicated with the baby, and you have feelings for him, but you need to be careful. The emotional confusion is real, but it doesn't change how dangerous his world is. I know. Do you? You sound like you're trying to convince yourself this is temporary. I flinch at that because she's right, but I'm not ready to admit it. It is temporary. I'm just here until the Oleg situation is resolved, and it's safe for me to go back to my life. Do you think he's going to let you walk away now that he knows you're pregnant? I assume you told him. I did. But he already knew. I clear my throat. He has to let me go when this is over. Are you sure? Your voice is shaking. I close my eyes. I can hear the tremor underneath my words that betrays how unsure I really am. I don't know what I'm doing, Elise. I don't know what any of this is or where it's going. All I know is that he showed up. Now I'm here. And I can't think straight enough to figure out if that's good, bad, or something in between. It can be all three at once. Her voice softened slightly. Just promise me you'll keep your eyes open. Don't let how you feel about him blind you to what he is. I nod, though she can't see me. I won't. Call me tomorrow. I want to know you're okay. I will, I promise. I hang up and stare at the phone in my hands. The next call is going to be harder, but I hit the speed dial for my uncle's number with a deep breath. Brendan answers on the third ring, his voice gruff with sleep. This better be an emergency. I'm sorry. I know it's late. Kira? He's awake now, sounding instantly alert and worried. What's going on? Are you okay? I'm fine. The lie comes out smoother than I expected, which makes me feel even worse. I just wanted to let you know I'm taking a few days off. A few days off. He repeats the words like they're in a foreign language. You've never taken a day off in the 5 years you've worked for me, and now you keep taking them off. What's going on? There's just some personal stuff I need to handle. He's quiet for a moment, and I can almost hear him deciding whether to press. What kind of personal stuff? I could lie again. I could make up something about a sick friend, and he would probably let it go because he loves me and wants to believe the best. The guilt twists tighter in my stomach, so I tell him some of the truth. I'm pregnant. The silence that follows is so complete I check to make sure the call is still connected. Pregnant, he finally says. As in, having a baby pregnant? That's generally what it means, yeah. Jesus Christ, Kira. He exhales sharply. I didn't even know you were seeing anyone. I hesitate. It's complicated. Complicated how? I press my free hand to my forehead and try to figure out how much truth I can afford to give him. It's not exactly a relationship. It was a spontaneous thing, you know? Now the father and I are spending some time together to figure out what we're going to do and how we're going to handle this as a team. As a team. His voice is skeptical. This team-building exercise requires you to take time off work without any warning? It happened fast. I'm sorry. He's quiet again, and when he speaks, the gruffness in his voice has shifted to something softer, and he's more vulnerable than he usually allows himself to be. I don't know who this guy is or what your situation looks like, but you're my niece, and I love you. If you need congratulations, you've got them. If you need me to kick his ass, I can do that too. Just say the word. Despite everything, I smile. The image of Brendan squaring off against Matvey is absurd and touching all at once. I'll keep you posted on which one I need. You do that. He pauses, and I can almost hear him choosing his next words carefully. Take care of yourself. Whatever's going on, don't forget you've got people who care about you, and you don't have to handle everything alone. If you need to come home, you come home. No questions asked. I know. The words come out thick. Thank you, Uncle Brendan. Don't thank me. Just be careful. He clears his throat, obviously embarrassed by his own emotion. Eat something too. You're growing a human being in there. That takes calories. I will. I hang up and set the phone on the nightstand, then stare at the dark screen for a long moment. The bone-deep tiredness I've been holding back all night finally catches up with me, so heavy and sudden that I barely manage to kick off my shoes before collapsing onto the bed. The sheets are soft and expensive, and nothing like the worn cotton I'm used to. The pillow smells faintly of lavender, and the mattress cradles my body in a way that should be relaxing, but instead makes me feel more aware of how foreign everything is. This isn't my bed or my home. I walked into this place willingly, but that doesn't mean I can leave whenever I want. I don't bother changing into the clothes Mafia mentioned. I just pull the covers over myself and close my eyes, willing sleep to come and take me away from all of this for a few hours. It doesn't. I lie in the darkness, staring at the ceiling I can barely make out, listening to the sounds of the unfamiliar house settling around me. Somewhere outside, guards are patrolling, and Matvey is doing whatever men like him do when the day is over and the violence is put away for a few hours. Suddenly, the door opens. Matvey's cologne precedes him, soothing my fear of it being someone who wants to harm me before it can fully develop. I don't move or breathe. I keep my eyes closed and my body still, hoping he'll assume I'm asleep and leave without trying to talk. His footsteps are quiet on the carpet. He stops somewhere near the bed, close enough that I can feel his gaze on me even with my eyelids closed. For a long moment, nothing happens. He just stands there, watching me the way he's apparently been watching me for weeks, while making decisions about my life without consulting me. I should say something. I should open my eyes and demand to know what he's doing in my room, or ask about the security protocols, or pick up one of the dozen conversations we've been avoiding since the alley. Instead, I stay still and silent, a coward hiding behind pretend sleep. He reaches out and brushes a strand of hair from my face. The touch is so gentle, it doesn't match anything I know about him, doesn't fit with the man who kills people and controls an empire, or took me against a wall like he was trying to consume me. I fight to keep my breathing steady. After another moment, he withdraws. The door opens and closes, and I'm alone again. I open my eyes and stare at the ceiling, wide awake. The estate presses in around me with its stone walls, armed guards, and locked gates that keep the world out and me in. The pregnancy is impossible to ignore, and Matvey's presence lingers in the air, in the ghost of his touch on my hair, and the knowledge that he's just down the hall, close enough to reach in seconds. I think about the life I had just yesterday, the routine of it, and the smallness that used to feel like freedom. My apartment with its creaky floors and drafty windows, the bar with its familiar rhythms and Brendan's gruff affection, and my music were all enough to fill the empty spaces inside me before Matvey. That life feels impossibly far away now, like a photograph of a place I used to live but can't find again. The woman who walked into that alley is gone, replaced by a stranger carrying a dangerous man's child, sleeping in an unfamiliar bed, and pretending not to be awake when her captor comes to check on her. Sleep isn't coming, and I know that now with bone-deep certainty. I've never been good at lying to myself, even when the truth is harder to bear. The night stretches ahead of me, endless and claustrophobic, and every minute that passes makes the walls feel closer, the future heavier, and the distance between who I was and who I'm becoming more impossible to cross.
Julio. Matvey. Dimitri spreads the surveillance photos across my desk at 6 a.m. Coffee sits untouched at my elbow, gone cold hours ago. I haven't slept. Oleg's crew shifted to Baltimore 3 days ago. He taps each face as he identifies them. 6 confirmed relocations from New York, and 2 more unaccounted for. I memorize the faces one by one. They are narrow features on the first, a scar across the second's chin, and a tattoo visible on the third's neck in Cyrillic letters I can't quite make out. These are the men who will come for her if I make a mistake. Supply routes? Dmitri doesn't leave after answering the question about supply routes. He shifts the folder in his hand, shoulders pulled tight, the kind of posture he uses when he needs my full attention. There's something else, he says. You asked me to track what Oleg might know and where he's getting it. I started with movement patterns around the clinic district, and it led somewhere I didn't expect. A cold line settles through my spine. Go on. I pulled access logs from the clinic, not the medical files, but the building's entry records. He places a second set of photos on the desk. Someone inside viewed those logs late the same night she went in. It was staff-level clearance. My jaw tightens. Internal? It has to be. Their system requires employee credentials for that level of access. He taps the timestamp. Whoever did this didn't look at anyone else. Just her. One name, one timestamp, and one pull. How does that tie to Oleg? We picked up enough chatter to know he's been looking into Kira again, probably after realizing the arena rumor was planted to distract him. We knew he might not give up easily. I nod in acknowledgement. How much does he know? It's hard to say. We're sure he's been having people at least watch her off and on, and that's probably how they learned about her trip to the clinic. Someone at the clinic might have fed him information, even if it wasn't the full story. Dmitri meets my gaze. He might not know she's pregnant, but he knows she saw a doctor, and he believes the visit matters. My hands rest on the desk as I struggle to remain steady and controlled. Who sold the information? I'm still working on that. The staff list is long for both the clinic and the hospital, and several terminals were active that night. Lev is checking our people for unusual activity, and I'm running background checks on clinic employees. He hesitates before finishing. This isn't random. Someone got paid to watch incoming patients. Find the leak, I say. I want a name. Understood. Dmitri closes the folder. Lev will update you as soon as we narrow it down. I push back from the desk and move to the window. Dawn is breaking over the grounds, and clouds promise rain later in the day. The grass is still wet from overnight dew, and I can see the tracks where guards have walked their patrols. They move in pairs below, their routes precise and practiced, checking angles and sight lines the way I trained them. I doubled perimeter security last night, along with motion sensors along the tree line, cameras at every approach, and 3 new checkpoints on the access roads. Sasha is running new background checks on every delivery driver scheduled for the next week, and Lev is updating our dossiers for personnel to make sure we don't have a mole. It still doesn't feel like enough. Nothing will work until Oleg is dead. Double the rotation on the east gate. I don't turn around. I want eyes on every vehicle within a mile. No exceptions. Anyone who can't verify their purpose gets turned away at the first checkpoint. Dmitri nods and gathers the photos, tucking them into a folder. I'll have the new schedule ready by noon. Anything else? Find the leak. That's your priority. The door closes behind him. I stay at the window, watching the guards complete their circuit. I spend the next 2 hours on supply orders, route confirmations, and coded calls to our people in the city. The work is mechanical, familiar, an operational detail I could handle in my sleep. My focus keeps drifting upward to the woman sleeping somewhere above me in a room I chose specifically for its proximity to mine. I checked on her 3 times during the night, once at midnight, once at 2 a.m., and once at 4 a.m. Each time, she pretended to be asleep. I could tell by the way her breathing changed the moment I opened the door, and the careful stillness that settled over her body like armor. The last time I stood in the doorway for nearly 5 minutes, watching the rise and fall of her shoulders in the dim light. She didn't want to talk to me, and I don't blame her. I don't know what I would have said anyway. Lev finds me in the study just after 10. He closes the door behind him and crosses his arms, feet planted wide. I know that posture from 2 decades of working together. He's about to say something I don't want to hear. You're not making clean decisions. Get to the point. Moving her in here without consulting anyone and escalating security to levels we haven't used since your father's time is over the top. He steps closer, lowering his voice even though we're alone. Standing outside her bedroom door at 3 in the morning like a man who's lost his mind makes me worried for your sanity, old friend. I lift a brow, surprisingly calm in the face of his accusations. You're keeping tabs on me now? Someone has to. He moves to the edge of my desk, close enough that I can see the tension in his shoulders and the frustration tightening his mouth. You've spent years building a reputation for cold ruthlessness, not emotion. That's what keeps enemies afraid and allies loyal. Now you're restructuring everything around a woman you've known for a few weeks, and everyone can see it. Oleg is targeting her specifically. Keeping her close is efficient. Bullshit. The word lands hard between us. I see what this is. Dmitri sees it. Sasha sees it. Half your men are whispering about it in the barracks. If we see it, you can bet Oleg's people see it too. I don't answer. My hands curl at my sides, nails pressing into my palms. Attachment is fatal in this world, Matvey. It gives your enemies a target, a pressure point, and a way to break you without ever touching you directly. He holds my gaze without flinching. Your father understood that. He kept your mother hidden away and safe. Severin thought he could have more, but he ended up with nothing, and his lover had to go into hiding even after his death. Our life isn't compatible with romance or love. The words are sharp and true. Lev knows exactly what he's doing and which wounds to press. But it doesn't matter. What would you have me do? I keep my voice flat. Leave her unprotected while Oleg circles? Or should I let him take her the way Yaroslav took my brother? I would have you think clearly about what you're risking. He leans forward. You brought her here without consulting anyone. You've restructured our entire security operation around one pregnant woman. You're making choices that affect all of us based on feelings you won't even admit to yourself. Every word is accurate. The problem is logic doesn't account for the cold fury that builds in my gut when I think about Oleg's men getting anywhere near her. These aren't rational responses. I've tried to control them, and I've failed. Sweep the estate again. I turn back to the window, dismissing him. Double the guards at the perimeter. I want new rotation every 4 hours instead of 6. Matvey, she's having my child. That's all the justification I'm going to offer. Do your job. That's an order, Lev. I'm sure he's glaring at my back for a long moment. I can feel his frustration radiating across the space between us. But then the door opens and closes, and I'm alone with the silence. Lev is right about the risks, the distraction, the danger, and the way attachment destroys men in our position. I've seen it happen. I've watched men make stupid decisions because they let someone get too close and seen those decisions cost them their power, their territory, and their lives. What he doesn't understand is that leaving Kira exposed while Oleg hunts for leverage isn't an option I'm willing to consider. Not now. Not when she's carrying my child. Not when every instinct I have screams at me to keep her close, even if it means becoming exactly the liability Lev is warning me about. I was having trouble walking away and letting her go, even before finding out about the pregnancy. Nothing can make me turn away from her now. I find her in the hallway near the kitchen an hour later. She's wearing clothes from the closet I stocked for her. A gray sweater that hangs slightly loose and jeans that fit like they were made for her. She hesitates when she sees me, uncertainty flickering across her features, then squares her shoulders and walks forward. I rescheduled my ultrasound. I stop a few feet away, giving her space. To when? Next week, Friday. She wraps her arms around herself, fingers digging into her elbows. I overheard some of what Lev said about Oleg, Baltimore, and the crew that relocated. She swallows hard. I'm afraid to leave this place even for a few hours, even with guards. There's tension across her shoulders, and her jaw tightens. There's careful blankness she's trying to hold on to, but she's scared, and she doesn't admit to fear easily. I've learned that about her, that she's telling me this means the threat has finally become real to her in a way it wasn't before. That's wise. I keep my voice even. The situation is volatile, and leaving the estate would expose you in ways I can't fully control. If things haven't settled by next week, I can arrange to have a technician and ultrasound machine brought here. She nods and asks, "What does he want?" She looks up at me, her eyes sharp despite the fear behind them. Why is Oleg paying attention to me? What is he trying to accomplish by coming after me? I could soften it by wrapping the information in euphemisms that might make it easier to hear. But she deserves better than that. She's been lied to enough, and I can't fully protect her from the truth. It's like I told you. He's realized you're important to me. He might even know about the pregnancy, but I can't be sure of that yet. What he wants from you is leverage to use you as revenge against me for what I've cost him over the years. Territory, money, and men. He wants to find what I care about most and use it to destroy me. What you care about most. She drops her voice to almost nothing. You and our child. She swallows visibly as she absorbs the words, and the color drains slightly from her face. Oleg has informants, spies, and people willing to sell information for the right price. If he's figured out you're pregnant, and he's connected us somehow, you're the cleanest line into me. You're the fastest way to bring me down without a direct confrontation he knows he'd lose. She doesn't flinch or break. She just stands there, in the hallway, with her arms wrapped around herself, considering what I've told her. Most people would crumble under this kind of information, perhaps demand to be released, insist on going back to their normal lives, and convince themselves the danger isn't real. But she just nods once. I'm a target. She steadies her voice, lifting her chin slightly. Not for anything I did, but for what I am to you. Yes, there's nothing I can do to change that. No, I step closer, closing some of the distance between us. There's nothing you can do, but there's a great deal I can do. I have resources, men, and weapons that Oleg can't match. I've spent my entire adult life protecting what belongs to me, and I've never lost anything I was determined to keep. Until your brother. The words slice through me before I can brace for them. Severin's face flashes in my memory, pale and slack, blood pooling beneath him in that parking garage, and his hand going cold in mine. I think of the 3 hours I searched for him while he bled out alone in the dark. I found him too late to do anything but watch him die. I don't think she means to hurt me so much as remind me I've failed in the past, so I can't guarantee her safety as much as I want to. Severin died because I wasn't fast enough. I forced the words out past the tightness in my throat. I was chasing a lead across town while Yaroslav's men put 3 bullets in him and left him in that garage like garbage. I didn't see the threat until it was too late and didn't realize they were using the distraction to get to him. I hold her gaze. I won't make that mistake with you. I won't let my focus slip or underestimate what Oleg is willing to do. She studies my face for a long moment, searching for something. Like reassurance, maybe. I won't let anything happen to you. I cup her face in my hands, forcing her to hold my gaze. Even if it costs me the last of my control, my empire, and every drop of blood in my body. I manage a small smile. Even if Lev is right about everything, and I hate when he's right. She doesn't pull away. Her pulse flutters against my palms, quick and uneven. I don't know if I should believe you. Her voice is quiet but steady. You've lied to me since we met, hidden things and made decisions about my life without asking what I wanted. I know. That doesn't inspire confidence. No? I brush my thumb across her cheekbone, feeling the warmth of her skin. You don't have to believe me. You just have to let me prove it. She holds my gaze for a long moment, considering options she doesn't have. She can stay here with a man she barely knows, in a world she never asked to enter, carrying a child that makes her a target, or leave and face Oleg's men alone. There's no real choice, and we both know it. She nods once, a small and reluctant acknowledgement that changes nothing and everything. I release her and step back. The distance feels wrong, but I force myself to maintain it. In the hallway behind her, one of my men passes without a word, careful not to look at us directly. There's food in the kitchen. I keep my voice neutral. Mrs. Tarsov, who is the housekeeper here, can get you whatever you need. If you want to go outside, tell Dmitri first, and he'll arrange an escort. She nods again, and she still has her arms wrapped around herself. How long am I staying here? I lift a shoulder. As long as it takes. She scowls up at me. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. I'm not unsympathetic, but that's the truth. I don't know how long this situation might take to bring under control. It can't be over until Oleg is dead, and he and I have been trying to kill each other for years. She stares at me for another moment as some unnamed emotion flashes across her face. Then she turns and walks toward the kitchen without looking back. I watch her go. She's terrified, trapped, and doesn't trust me. She probably shouldn't. Lev's warnings about attachment and fatal distractions replay in my head. He's right that enemies could use love as a weapon to destroy everything I've built. But I just don't care anymore. I can't let her go, because that would mean raising my child far away without knowing anything about either of them. Kira is mine. She's been mine since before I even knew about the pregnancy. I'm just finally ready to admit it, claim her, and protect what's mine.
失去 Kira. The week passes in rhythms I never expected to learn. Mornings are quiet, almost peaceful, with coffee in the kitchen and Mrs. Tarsoff asking what I'd like for breakfast. Afternoons split between occasional guarded visits to the bar and the strange domestic silence I share with a man who refuses to explain why he keeps his distance one moment and watches me too closely the next. The only explanation he's offered is one word: mine. He growled it against my skin in that alley right after, and hasn't elaborated since. The estate itself is beautiful in the way expensive things often are, all polished surfaces and careful arrangements that suggest someone once cared deeply about making it a home. That person wasn't Matvey. He moves through these rooms like a man passing through a hotel, functional and detached, but never quite settling anywhere. The one exception to the distant, expensive, and emotionless decor is the grand piano in the family room. I discover it on my third day, tucked into a corner near the windows. It's a Steinway covered in dust that tells me no one has touched it in years. Mrs. Tarsoff pauses when I ask about it, her dish towel going still in her hands. It belonged to Mrs. Orlovsky, she says. Matvey's mother. She used to play every evening after dinner. A pause. No one has touched it since she passed. I should leave it alone. Playing a dead woman's piano feels like trespassing on grief I have no right to disturb, but I clean it off anyway. A true musician would want her instrument to feel life and music again. The keys are slightly out of tune, but the sound is rich and warm. And for the first time since arriving here, the constant pressure behind my ribs eases. All the songs I've been writing in my head finally have somewhere to go. I spend hours at the bench, working through melodies, chord progressions, and lyrics I've been carrying for months. Some are angry, some are sad, and some I don't have names for yet. The music fills the silence that Matvey and I can't seem to break. He appears in doorways sometimes, leaning against frames with his arms crossed, watching. He never says anything about the music or about his mother. Neither do I. Some boundaries aren't mine to cross. Friday morning arrives with gray skies and a knot in my stomach that has nothing to do with the constant nausea. Today is my rescheduled ultrasound, the one I pushed back because I was too afraid to leave. The motorcade consists of 4 black SUVs, each one armored and staffed with men carrying weapons I try not to examine too closely. Dmitri rides in the lead vehicle with 2 other guards. Matvey sits beside me in the second, his hand resting on his thigh, close enough to touch but not quite touching. There are 8 guards visible and probably more I can't see. I'm better protected than the president, I say, trying for humor. Matvey doesn't smile. The president doesn't have Oleg Fedorov looking for leverage. The joke dies in my throat as I turn to watch the trees blur past the tinted windows. When we arrive, my stomach churns again. The clinic occupies a medical complex on the outskirts of the city, far enough from Baltimore that Matvey deemed it acceptable. The walk from the parking garage to the elevator takes less than 2 minutes, but every shadow registers. Matvey's hand presses against the small of my back, guiding me forward, and I let him because the alternative is freezing in place. The guards move in formation around us, their attention sweeping hallways and stairwells, and I try not to think about what they're watching for. When we arrive at the obstetrician's office, the entire floor has been cleared. No other patients wait in the lobby. No one sits in the chairs except his men, stationed at every entrance, exit, and hallway junction. The receptionist's smile is too bright, her movements too quick, and when she hands me the clipboard, her hand trembles slightly. She clearly knows who Matvey is. Everyone here probably knows. Dr. Cleland waits in the exam room, a kind-faced man in his 60s with wire-rimmed glasses and a calm demeanor. He shakes my hand, then Matvey's, and gestures for me to sit on the exam table. 12 weeks, he says, reviewing my chart. How have you been feeling? Terrible. I don't see the point in lying. Nausea constantly, almost no appetite, and I'm exhausted all the time. I've been under a lot of stress and I'm worried it might have affected the baby. Dr. Cleland nods. Stress can certainly exacerbate symptoms, but it's rarely harmful to the pregnancy itself. Let's take a look. The ultrasound gel is cold on my stomach. I stare at the ceiling while he adjusts the wand, bracing for bad news. I imagine developmental problems, complications, and something wrong that I caused by not eating enough, not sleeping enough, and not staying calm in a situation that makes calm impossible. The monitor comes to life, and Dr. Cleland goes quiet. Too quiet. I turn my head toward the screen, expecting the worst, and the image refuses to make sense. 3 shapes appear on the monitor with 3 distinct heartbeats, each one pulsing in its own rhythm. Well, Dr. Cleland says, this explains your symptoms. Everything tilts. I grab the edge of the exam table, suddenly off balance, and the air locks in my throat. What am I looking at? Triplets. He points to each shape in turn. Baby A, Baby B, and Baby C. All 3 appear healthy and developing normally for 12 weeks. Triplets are 3 babies, not 1. That's an obvious deduction, but it feels earth-shattering at the moment. I reach for something to hold on to, and Matvi's hand is already there, his fingers closing around mine before I realize I'm reaching for him. His grip is firm, steady, and warm. I hold on and try to remember how to breathe. The room won't stop spinning, and the 3 shapes on the monitor keep pulsing in their separate rhythms. Real, undeniable, and completely impossible. That's not possible. The words come from somewhere far away. I don't have twins in my family. There's no history of multiples. How is this possible? Spontaneous triplets are rare but not unheard of, Dr. Cleland says. Sometimes multiple eggs release during ovulation without any genetic predisposition. It's essentially a matter of chance. My entire life has been upended by chance. A chance encounter in an alley led to a chance pregnancy from a single night, and now 3 babies are growing inside me because of chance. The severe nausea and fatigue make more sense now. Dr. Cleland's voice cuts through the static in my head. Your hormone levels are significantly higher with a multiple pregnancy. That's why your symptoms have been so intense. I'll prescribe something to help with the nausea, and we'll need to increase the frequency of your appointments to monitor all 3 babies closely. I nod because I don't know what else to do. Matvey hasn't said a word. His hand is still around mine, and when I look at him, his expression gives away nothing. Whatever he's processing, he's keeping it locked down. Would you like to know the genders? Dr. Cleland asks. At 12 weeks, I can make an educated guess with about 60% accuracy based on the ultrasound images. Yes, Matvey says immediately. No, the word comes out sharply. I take a breath. I want to be surprised. I know that might seem ridiculous given everything else, but I want at least one thing about this pregnancy to unfold the way it's supposed to. Matvey looks at me for a long moment before he nods once and doesn't argue. Dr. Cleland prints several copies of the ultrasound images and hands them to us along with paperwork about high-risk pregnancies, nutritional requirements, and warning signs. I take it all in a daze, answering questions I don't remember hearing and signing forms I don't remember reading. Matvey handles the practical details, asking about specialists, delivery options, and contingency plans. His grip doesn't loosen until we're back in the SUV with the doors locked and the motorcade pulling away. Even then, he only lets go to give instructions to the driver. I press my palm against my stomach and stare at the ultrasound photo in my other hand. 3 tiny shapes that will become 3 children who will need everything from me. The drive back to the estate passes in silence. Matvey doesn't try to fill it with reassurance. Good. I don't want to hear everything will be fine or we'll figure it out. I just want to sit with what I've learned. even if it feels like drowning. Mrs. Tarsoff greets us at the door with lunch and concern I can't acknowledge. I excuse myself and go to my room, closing the door behind me and sinking onto the bed. The ultrasound photos spread across the comforter, and I study each one like it might reveal something the doctor missed. 3 shapes, 3 heartbeats, and 3 futures are growing inside me that I never planned for and can't begin to comprehend. I'm 12 weeks along with 3 babies, and a man downstairs calls me his without explaining what that means. I press my hand to my stomach and try to imagine what 3 children will look like, sound like, and need from me. The image won't form. It's too big, too overwhelming, and too far outside anything for which I ever planned. I suddenly want my mom more than anything, and tears burn the back of my eyes. I stay there until the light changes and the gray afternoon darkens into evening. Then I stand, splash water on my face in the bathroom, and go looking for Matvey. He's in the study, seated at his desk with the ultrasound photos spread before him. He studies one of them in the lamplight, tracing the edge of the paper with one finger, and his expression reveals nothing. The room is dim, lit only by the desk lamp and the last gray light filtering through the windows. He doesn't look up when I enter, but his posture shifts slightly. He knows I'm here. He always knows. "Are you angry?" I ask from the doorway. He shakes his head but still doesn't look at me. "No." "You haven't said anything since the appointment." He sets down the photo and lifts his head to meet my gaze. "I'm not angry, Kira. I'm planning." "Planning for what?" "For a future with 3 children instead of 1. He picks up another photo and studies it. "That requires security, financial considerations, space, education, and medical care." He pauses, and something shifts in his expression, there and gone before I can name it. I don't do anything without a plan. This is no different. I step into the room, arms wrapped around myself. Most people would be overwhelmed. He shrugs. I'm not most people. "No." I stop a few feet from his desk. "You're not." He's quiet for a moment, turning the photo over in his hands. "I didn't expect this," he finally says. "Any of it. You, the pregnancy, and what it would mean." He sets down the photo and leans back in his chair. "I've spent my entire life controlling every variable within reach. This is outside my control." It's the closest thing to vulnerability I've heard from him. An admission that this matters, maybe more than he'll ever say out loud. The man who runs an empire, who commands armed guards and controls territory and makes decisions that determine who lives and who dies, just admitted that 3 babies threw him off balance. "I didn't expect it either," I say. "I don't know how to raise 1 child, let alone 3. I don't know how to do any of this." "Neither do I." He stands and moves around the desk. "We'll figure it out." Is that a promise? My tone is acerbic because promises are easy to make but harder to keep. His jaw tightens slightly. "It's a fact." He stops a few feet away, closer than we usually stand when we're not touching. The distance between us feels charged and full of questions neither of us knows how to ask. The ultrasound photos sit on his desk. "I should let you get back to your planning," I say. He nods once. "Get some rest. Tomorrow, we'll start making arrangements." I turn toward the door, then pause. "Matvey." "Yes?" "Thank you for being there today and not letting go." His expression shifts, revealing something soft for an instant. "I told you you're not doing this alone." I walk out of the study and head toward the stairs. I don't know what to do next. The piano sits in the family room waiting. I change direction and sit down at the bench, letting my fingers find the keys in the dim light. The first chord fills the silence, and then the next. And then a melody I've never played before starts taking shape beneath my hands. It's poignant, bittersweet, and yet has notes of optimism. I don't know what tomorrow looks like. I don't know what any of this will become, and it scares me, but the music helps. I play until my fingers ache, and when I finally stop, the house is quiet around me. Matvey is standing in the doorway watching. Neither of us says a word.
Shaba. Matvey. I wake before dawn with a clarity I haven't felt in years. The knowledge of the triplets has restructured something fundamental, reshaping every calculation I make about the war, the estate, and the future I refuse to articulate even to myself. There are three critical reasons to end this conflict decisively, so they can have a world stable enough to grow in. The morning briefing confirms what I suspected. Oleg's activity has spiked in dull, erratic patterns over the past 48 hours, probing our perimeter at odd intervals, testing response times, and mapping guard rotations. The movements read like pressure-testing reconnaissance that precedes a major operation. I order the perimeter reinforced and add 4 additional guards to the night shift. Dmitri hands me a folder of intercepted communications. Most are coded, but the patterns tell their own story. Oleg is consolidating resources, pulling men from secondary operations, and focusing his attention on a single target. Me. Or more accurately, what belongs to me. After the briefing, I stand at the window of my study and watch the guards drill in the east courtyard. Their actions are well rehearsed, the product of years of training under my supervision. They cycle through breach protocols and extraction scenarios with the mechanical discipline that separates professionals from amateurs. Kira appears at the edge of the courtyard, arms wrapped around herself against the morning chill. She watches the guards with an expression I can't read from this distance, her attention fixed on the coordinated movements and the weapons they handle with casual expertise. She looks small against the backdrop of armed men, vulnerable in a way that makes my gut churn. I leave the study and head outside. The air is crisp, carrying the smell of damp grass and the faint metallic scent of gun oil and cordite from the training exercises. Kira doesn't turn when I approach, but the set of her shoulders shifts, acknowledging my presence without looking at me. "They make it look easy," she says. "Years of practice. What happens if something goes wrong?" She finally turns, meeting my gaze. "What if one of them fails, or they're outnumbered, or Oleg's men get past them? What am I supposed to do?" I wince, imagining this scenario. I've spent weeks fortifying this estate, adding guards, installing sensors and running drills that account for every conceivable breach scenario. None of that matters if Kira is defenseless when it counts. "Come with me." I lead her to a smaller training area behind the main courtyard, a space reserved for close quarters instruction rather than large-scale drills. The ground is packed earth, softened by recent rain, and targets line the far wall. A weapons rack stands to one side, stocked with training knives and weighted batons, but I ignore it for now. Guns require a level of training for which she doesn't have time. What she needs are basic fundamentals that could mean the difference between escape and capture. I'm going to teach you defensive tactics. It won't be enough to fight off trained men, but these skills can give you enough time to create distance and reach safety if everything else fails. She raises an eyebrow. "You're going to train me yourself? Unless you'd prefer Dmitri?" "No." The word comes quickly, almost reflexively. "This is fine." I position myself in front of her, close enough that she has to tilt back her head to meet my gaze. This close, I see the faint shadows under her eyes from restless sleep, the tension she carries in her shoulders, and the determination beneath all of it. She's scared, but she's not running. That matters more than most people understand. First lesson. If someone grabs you from the front, your instinct will be to pull away. Don't. Step into them instead, drop your weight quickly, and strike upward with the heel of your palm. I demonstrate the motion slowly, stopping just short of contact. She watches with the same focus I've seen her give to music, absorbing the mechanics before attempting them herself. Try it. She steps forward, mimicking the motion. Her form is rough, but her instincts are solid. I adjust the angle of her arm and reposition her feet. Again. She tries again, faster this time, and the form improves noticeably. Good. Now from behind. I move behind her, wrapping one arm loosely around her shoulders to simulate a grab. The contact sends a current through me that I force myself to ignore. This is training, not intimacy, and treating it otherwise would be a mistake. If someone grabs you from behind, drop your chin to protect your throat, then stomp down on their instep and drive your elbow back into their solar plexus. She executes the sequence with more force than I expected, her elbow connecting solidly with my midsection. I absorb the impact and release her. You can hit harder than I expected, I say, with a hint of teasing, though there is still a sting in my stomach. I've been playing guitar for 15 years. She flexes her fingers. I have stronger hands than you might expect. And I guess, stronger elbows? We continue through a series of basic techniques over the next hour, including how to break a wrist grip, how to create space when pinned against a wall, and how to use momentum against a larger opponent. She picks up the movements quickly. When she stumbles on a more complex sequence, I catch her by the hips to steady her. The contact is brief, lasting less than a second, but the charge that passes between us is unmistakable. She freezes for a second as I release her and step back. You're a fast learner. Motivated student. She pushes hair from her face, her cheeks flushed from exertion. Do you train all the women you protect like this? I've never protected anyone like this. The words hang between us, more meaningful than I intended. She holds my gaze for a long moment, and something shifts in her expression. Why not? I've never had a reason to. She doesn't respond, but she doesn't look away either. The silence stretches until I break it by moving toward the weapons rack. That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. She nods and turns toward the main house, but pauses after a few steps. Matvey? Yes. Thank you for taking this seriously and showing me some way to defend myself and them. I nod once, not looking at her. I take everything seriously when it involves your safety. She disappears inside, and I stand in the training area for another few minutes, running through scenarios in my head, picturing Oleg's men breaching the perimeter, gunfire in the corridors, and Kira alone in a room with no exit and no weapon. The images create fear, but they also sharpen my focus and determination. She's at my mother's piano when I enter the family room an hour later, seated at the bench with her fingers moving across the keys in a melody I don't recognize. She stops when I appear in the doorway. I can stop if this bothers you. It doesn't. I enter the room and take the chair across from the piano. The music she plays is different from anything my mother performed, rawer and more contemporary, but there's a similar quality underneath, something honest that cuts through pretense. You write your own music? I try. She plays a few more notes, then lifts her hands from the keys. I've always dreamed of recording my own songs and putting them out into the world, but I've never had the time or the equipment. Helping my uncle at the bar takes everything I have, And learning to produce music on top of that seemed impossible. There's always another shift to cover, another problem to solve, and another reason to put my own work aside. What would you need? She looks at me with surprise, her hand still hovering over the keys. To record? Equipment, software, whatever you require. If you tell me what you need, I can arrange it. She shakes her head. You don't have to do that. I know. I lean back in the chair. You're confined here for the foreseeable future, and waiting in silence seems like a waste of time you could spend creating something that matters to you. She's quiet for a moment, resting her fingers on the keys without pressing them. I wouldn't even know where to start. There are programs for recording and mixing on a laptop, but I've never had the chance to learn how they work. Then learn now. This is the time. Whatever equipment or software you need, just say the word and I'll figure out how to accommodate you. Why does this matter to you? The question catches me by surprise. I consider lying, deflecting, or offering some practical justification about keeping her occupied. Instead, I tell her the truth. You matter to me. What you want matters. I'm not interested in watching you put your life on hold while you wait for a situation you didn't create to resolve itself. She stares at me for a long moment, and I can see her testing my words for hidden meanings or ulterior motives. Finally, she nods. I'll think about what I need, maybe do a little research, and let you know. Whenever you're ready. I leave her at the piano, the melody following me down the hallway as I return to my study. I don't make it past the corridor before Lev intercepts me. His expression tells me everything I need to know before he speaks, and the folder under his arm is thicker than usual. We need to talk. He follows me into the study and closes the door. The folder contains satellite images, movement logs, communication intercepts, and financial transfers that trace Oleg's recent expenditures. He spreads it all across my desk in organized rows, each piece of evidence building toward a conclusion I already suspect. Oleg's repositioning, he says. Based on the patterns we're tracking, he's pulled nearly 60% of his operational capacity toward the Baltimore corridor. He's moved men, resources, and equipment into positions that suggest this isn't a probe. A direct assault? Unlikely. He doesn't have the manpower for a frontal attack, and he knows our defenses would shred anything he threw directly at us. Lev taps one of the satellite images, indicating a cluster of vehicles at what looks like a sprawling Victorian in poor shape, surrounded by land. This looks more like encirclement. He's trying to cut off our supply lines, limit our movement options, and force us into a defensive posture where we bleed resources faster than we can replenish them, which makes us vulnerable to attrition. Exactly. He taps another image. This is a pivot point, Matvey. Oleg is preparing to make a decisive move. We need to hit him first before he finishes setting up, or we're going to spend the next 6 months fighting a war of slow strangulation. I study the images spread across my desk, calculating routes, timelines, and resource requirements. Lev is right. The patterns are unmistakable. Oleg has stopped probing and started positioning, which means his timetable has accelerated for reasons I don't fully understand yet. Movement outside the window catches my attention. Kira is walking along the garden path, her arms wrapped around herself against the wind, and her head bowed. She moves slowly and deliberately, carrying weight that has nothing to do with the 3 lives growing inside her and everything to do with the situation I've created. Matvey, Lev's voice pulls me back. Did you hear what I said? I heard you. Then what's our response? I force myself to look away from the window and focus on the maps spread across my desk. Every decision I make now bends toward her, angling for outcomes that keep her safe and prioritizing her protection over tactical advantage. I'm aware of it, fighting against making her the center of my world, and failing. Call a meeting with the section heads tonight, after dinner. I pick up one of the satellite images and study the positions Lev has marked. If Oleg wants a decisive confrontation, we'll give him one. On our terms, at a time and place of our choosing. Lev nods and gathers the materials. He pauses at the door. You need to be clear-headed for what's coming. I am. Are you? He glances toward the window, toward the garden where Kira has paused to examine something among the dormant flower beds. It seems like your clarity has been compromised since the day she arrived. My tone is icy. Your concern is noted. His eyes narrow. That's not a denial. No, it's not. He leaves without another word. I stand at the window and watch Kira make her way back toward the house, her silhouette small against the gray afternoon sky. 3 children are growing inside her. A war is gathering at my gates, and every instinct I have screams at me to focus, prioritize, and make the cold calculations that have kept me alive this long. Instead, I watch her walk, and I let myself imagine, just for a moment, a future where none of this is necessary. But the moment passes. I turn back to my desk and begin planning an offensive that will end this war or bury us all in the process.
Divinia lictus. Kira. The clinic bathroom is small, sterile, and empty when I enter. I wash my hands at the sink, watching the water run over my fingers while I replay the appointment in my head. Everything looks normal, Dr. Cleland said. The triplets are developing on schedule, and my blood work is strong. Good news delivered in a calm voice, which should make me feel better. It doesn't. I'm still scared. How can I not be when I'm carrying triplets, and the potential for things to go wrong is so much higher than with a singleton? The door opens behind me and a woman enters. She's mid-40s and well-dressed, with dark hair pulled back in a sleek ponytail. She moves to the sink beside mine and washes her hands without acknowledging me. There's nothing unusual about her until she looks at me in the mirror a beat too long. Dr. Cleland is an excellent physician, she says, her tone conversational but pointed. He specializes in obstetrics, doesn't he? The water is still running over my hands, but I've forgotten how to move them. She knows I'm pregnant. She knows who my doctor is. She knows enough to find me here, in a bathroom where my guards are waiting outside. But who is she? Excuse me? I manage. She smiles, the expression empty of warmth, and dries her hands with a paper towel. Just an observation. Take care of yourself. She walks out without looking back. I stand frozen at the sink, my hands still under the water, panic clawing up my throat. By the time I force myself to move, dry my hands, and push through the door, I'm sure I've missed her. When I step out, Sasha flinches. Is something wrong? His hand moves toward his jacket, where I know his weapon is holstered, as Dmitri surges closer. I nod frantically. A woman. She just left, dark hair, ponytail, and a gray coat. The words tumble out faster than I can control them. She said something about Dr. Cleland being an OB, like she knew why I was here. Sasha's expression hardens. He exchanges a look with Dmitri, then moves down the hallway without another word, presumably following the direction the woman took when leaving the restroom. Dmitri steps closer to me, his body angling to shield mine from the corridor. We're leaving. Now. We make it to the SUV, and Sasha is a few minutes behind us. When he climbs into the passenger seat, he shakes his head with a sour look. She was gone and no clue where she went after she left the building. The ride back to the estate is a blur of tinted windows and Dimitri's clipped updates into his phone. I sit in the back seat with my arms wrapped around myself, trying to slow my breathing and convince myself I overreacted. Maybe she was just a patient making small talk. Maybe the comment meant nothing. And I've spent so long waiting for danger that I've started seeing it everywhere, even in places where it doesn't exist. The gates of the estate swing open, and the car rolls up the long drive. Matvey is standing on the front steps, his posture rigid, and his face carved from stone. He's clearly been informed. Dimitri barely has time to open my door before Matvey is there, his hand closing around my elbow with a grip that stops just short of painful. Inside, the word is controlled but dangerous. He doesn't let go until we're in the foyer. Sasha and Dimitri follow us in as Dimitri closes the front door behind us. Suddenly, the four of us are standing in the marble entryway like actors waiting for direction. Report. Matvey's voice could freeze water. Like I said on the phone, a woman approached her in the bathroom, Sasha says. Mid-40s with dark hair and wearing a gray coat. She mentioned Dr. Cleland by name, specifically that he's an OB. It wasn't an overt threat, but it wasn't casual either. By the time I searched the floor in the parking garage, she was gone. There was no vehicle, no witnesses, and nothing on the security feeds. Either she knew the blind spots or she had help. Matvey is practically vibrating with rage. You let her get close enough to speak to Kira. We were outside the bathroom. Sasha stands his ground, but there's tension in his shoulders as he braces for Matvey's anger. We had no way to prevent another woman from entering a public restroom without creating a scene that would draw more attention. Then you should have been inside. For fuck's sake, Matvey, I asked them to wait outside. My voice cuts through the room before I can stop it. All three men turn to look at me. I didn't want two male guards standing next to me while I peed and washed my hands. I wanted 2 minutes of being normal in a life that isn't. That's not their fault. Matvey's jaw flexes. What did she say? Just what Sasha already told you. She mentioned Dr. Cleland by name, said he was an excellent physician, and he specializes in obstetrics. I force myself to hold his gaze, even though everything in me wants to look away. It wasn't an overt threat. She didn't say anything specific. She just made sure I knew she knew. The silence stretches. Matvey's expression doesn't change, but his eyes harden. Leave us, he says to the guards. Sasha hesitates, but Dimitri is already moving toward the door. Now. They go, and the door closes behind them. I'm alone with Matvey in the foyer, the space between us charged with everything neither of us is saying. I don't know if it was Oleg, I say. I don't know if it was real, or if I'm just paranoid. All I know is that I felt exposed, and I didn't like it. You felt exposed because you were exposed. His voice is quieter now, but no less intense. Someone got close enough to deliver a message while my men stood 10 feet away. That's not paranoia. That's a failure of protection. Your men did everything they could. It wasn't enough. Then what would be enough? The words come out sharper than I intended. You can't be everywhere at once. You can't control every variable. I'm living in the crossfire of a war I didn't start, and every time something happens, you shut me out instead of letting me in. He doesn't answer. His hands are clenched at his sides, and the muscle in his jaw works like he's grinding his teeth to dust. Why do you do that? I step closer, close enough that I have to tilt my head back to meet his eyes. Why do you keep pushing me away when I'm already here? When I'm not going anywhere? Because losing you would destroy me. The words are rough, torn from somewhere deep inside him. More than losing the war, or losing everything I've built. If something happened to you, if I let you down the way I let Severin down, there would be nothing left. The admission is raw and unguarded, He said it without hesitation, like a truth he's been carrying so long it finally demanded release. I reach for him, pressing my hands flat against his chest. His skin is warm through the fabric of his shirt, and his heartbeat is fast beneath my fingers. He's still wearing the mask of control, but underneath it, he's as scared as I am. "I'm not going anywhere," I say again, softer this time. He doesn't respond with words. He covers my hand with his, pressing it harder against his chest, and then he kisses me. Not the desperate, consuming kisses from the alley, all teeth and urgency and barely controlled need. This is slower and deeper as he moves his mouth against mine with a deliberation that makes my knees weak. He slides his tongue against mine, tasting, exploring, and claiming without demanding. I slide my free hand into his hair and pull him closer. He makes a low sound in his throat and backs me against the wall, pressing his body into mine and gripping my hips to hold me there. The marble is cold against my shoulder blades, but everywhere he touches is fire. He presses his thigh between my legs, creating friction that makes me gasp into his mouth. "Upstairs?" I whisper against his mouth.
The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. Ursher. Matvi. Lev spreads the morning's intelligence across my desk with the efficiency of a man who's done this 1,000 times. The pattern in the data is unmistakable. He's definitely pivoting back toward Baltimore with renewed focus. I sigh wearily. At least he doesn't seem to be accelerating from the last report. I rub my eyes, which are stinging from lack of sleep. What about that woman who threatened Kira in the clinic yesterday? "She's a dead end," Lev says. "I tracked her to a talent agency in the city. She's an actress, mid-level, doing mostly commercial work and corporate training videos. She was scared out of her mind when I questioned her." Did she know who hired her? A man she'd never met before paid her $500 to deliver a specific line to a pregnant woman in the clinic bathroom. She had no idea who Oleg is or what the real purpose was behind the message. Lev shrugs. I believe her. She was too terrified to lie convincingly. I'm not surprised. Oleg would never trust a woman with anything important, especially not a stranger. The actress was a tool, disposable and untraceable, designed to deliver a message without exposing anyone of value. The real question is how he knew Kira would be at that clinic on that specific day. He must be watching her security team closely, or he has an informant somewhere. There's more, Lev continues. One of our men caught an informant watching the bar 2 nights ago. He was observing Brendan closing up early and approached him under the guise of being a customer locked out. Brendan mentioned his niece was staying with someone. I grimace. So Oleg is watching Brendan and confirms she's with me. Lev nods. Combined with whatever footage his people obtained from the clinic district and the message delivered by the actress, it seems likely Oleg has confirmed Kira is important to you. And based on her visits to an OB, he's likely concluded she's pregnant. He meets my gaze. He knows Matvi. Maybe not the full details, but enough to make her a target. I stand and move to the window, watching the guards complete their morning patrol. The estate is secure, fortified with layers of protection that would take an army to breach, but none of that matters if Kira insists on leaving these walls. What's her schedule today? She's planning to work tonight. One of the waitresses called in sick, and Brendan asked if she could cover the shift. Everything in me wants to forbid it. I want to lock her in this estate where I can control every variable, eliminate every risk, and keep her safe through sheer force of will. Even a few days ago, I wouldn't have hesitated. I would have issued the order and dealt with her anger later. But that was before last night, when she fell asleep in my arms, with her hand over mine on her stomach. Before I admitted things I've never said to anyone, and before she didn't run. I'll escort her myself. Lev's expression hardens. That's reckless. You're the primary target, and Oleg would love nothing more than to catch you outside the estate with minimal security. I nod tersely. I'm aware of the risks. Are you? You seem to be making decisions based on what she wants rather than what keeps both of you alive. He's not wrong. The old Matvey would have recognized this as exactly the vulnerability Lev warned me about, with attachment making me stupid, weak, and a target. The problem is I can't look at Kira and see a weakness anymore. She's something else entirely. I don't have a name for it yet, but she matters more than anything else now. Double the perimeter security while I'm gone, I say, instead of explaining myself. Have Dmitri follow at a distance with a backup team. If anything happens, I want overwhelming force within 60 seconds. Lev holds my gaze for a long moment, then nods once and leaves to make the arrangements. I stay at the window, watching the clouds gather on the horizon, and think about everything I'm risking for a woman I've known for a little over 3 months. It should terrify me, but it doesn't. I'm oddly content, risk and all. The bar is crowded when we arrive, with the after-work rush filling every table and most of the standing room near the counter. Brendan looks up when we enter, and his expression shifts from surprise to confusion to something harder when he sees me walking beside his niece. He has no idea that I even know his niece, but he clearly recognizes me from the business he did with Severin years ago. Kira squeezes my arm once before she disappears into the back to change. Brendan watches her go, then crosses the room to where I'm settling into the corner booth. Matvey Orlovsky. He says my name like he's testing whether it's real. I haven't seen you since your brother's funeral. What exactly are you doing with my niece? Brendan, I gesture to the seat across from me. Sit down. I'll stand. He plants his hands on the table and leans in, voice low enough that nearby patrons can't hear. Kira never mentioned knowing anyone from the Orlovsky family, or knowing anyone dangerous at all. So I'll ask again, what are you doing with her? She's living with me. He jerks back at the words, his face getting pale. He straightens, processing, and it's obvious when he realizes what that means. The pregnancy, the sudden move, and the vague explanations she's been giving him for months are all tied to me. Living with you. His voice is flat. My pregnant niece is living with a man who... He stops, glances around, lowers his voice further. With a man in your line of work. I'm the father. At that news, Brendan's face cycles through shock, anger, and something that looks like fear. He grips the edge of the table like he needs it to stay upright. She never told me. The words come out hoarse. She's been lying to me for months, and you're the reason. She was protecting you. The less you knew, the safer you'd be. Safe, he laughs, but there's no humor in it. She's carrying your children, surrounded by your men, caught up in whatever war you're fighting, and you think any of us are safe? I'm doing everything in my power to make sure she stays that way. He stares at me for a long moment, clearly reassessing everything he thought he knew. If anything happens to her, he says finally, I don't care how many men you have or how much money you control. I will find a way to make you pay. If anything happens to her, you won't have to. I hold his gaze. I'll handle it myself. Something shifts in his expression. He's still clearly pissed off, but maybe it's the beginning of understanding. He nods once sharply, then turns and walks back to the bar without another word. Kira emerges a few minutes later in her work clothes, her gaze flicking between me and her uncle. He looks shaken. What happened? He recognized me from when he worked with Severin. She frowns. He worked with your brother? Just some petty things when we need a legitimate front. As soon as he found out you were coming to live with him, he got out. I give her what I hope passes for a reassuring smile. Your uncle had a few rough years keeping the bar afloat, so we had a mutually favorable arrangement. But he's not one of my guys, if that worries you. She licks her lips and nods. It did, I guess, but I'm glad he's well out of it. Suddenly, the color drains from her face. He knows who you are to me. He does now. He knows I'm the man you're living with, and I'm the father of the babies. She glances at Brendan for a moment as a complicated range of emotions cross her face, including guilt, a brief moment of sadness, concern, and finally relief, probably from knowing the secret is finally out. I should have told him myself as soon as I found out I was pregnant, if not weeks before that. I should have told him everything from the night I saw you in that alley. You still can. The conversation isn't over, but there are some things he's safer not to know. She nods, then leans down and kisses my cheek before heading to the floor. Brendan watches her go, then looks at me one more time. I don't look away from the simmering anger in his gaze, and he breaks eye contact first to help a customer. The first hour passes without further incident. Kira moves through the crowd with easy confidence, taking orders, delivering drinks, and exchanging banter with regulars who clearly adore her. She's good at this, and watching her work reveals a side of her I haven't seen before. She's competent, charming, and completely in her element. At 8 o'clock, she takes the small stage near the bar and adjusts the microphone. The noise level drops as patrons turn to watch, and she launches into a cover of Something to Talk About by Bonnie Raitt that transforms the room. She's not just singing. She's inhabiting the music, finding the spaces between the notes and filling them with something raw and personal. When she shifts into Joan Jett's I Love Rock and Roll, the energy changes, becoming harder and more defiant. She follows with Linda Ronstadt's You're No Good, and by the end of the set, even I'm leaning forward in my seat. These aren't her songs, but she breathes life into them like they were written for her voice. The applause that follows is genuine and enthusiastic, and she accepts it with a smile that makes my chest constrict. She has a talent she should be sharing with the world, and it makes me sad to think she might never release it beyond the confines of singing someone else's songs at her uncle's bar. The rest of the shift passes quickly. By 11, the crowd has thinned, and Kira emerges from the back in her regular clothes, her cheeks still flushed from the warmth of the bar. She slides into the booth across from me. You stayed the whole time. I told you I would. She studies my face for a moment, then smiles, and the expression transforms her features. What did you think of the music, I mean? I think you're wasting your talent covering other people's songs in a bar. She blinks, surprised, and then laughs, the sound bright and unguarded. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me. I'm capable of nice. You're capable of a lot of things. She reaches across the table and takes my hand. Thank you for being here tonight. I know it wasn't easy for you to let me come. It wasn't. Every minute she was on that stage, exposed and vulnerable, I was worried. Watching her perform, though, and seeing the joy that music brings her, I understood something I hadn't before. Keeping her safe means nothing if I strip away everything that makes her who she is. Ready to go? I ask. She nods and we say goodbye to Brendan before heading to the car. The night air is cool, carrying the first hints of autumn, and the street is quiet except for a few stragglers heading home. I hold the door for her, then circle to the driver's side, scanning the shadows out of habit. We're 3 blocks from the bar when I notice the truck. It's a black pickup running without headlights, accelerating from a side street at an angle designed to cut us off in a classic forced stop tactic. I've used it myself a dozen times. I slam the accelerator and wrench the wheel hard to the right, threading between a parked car and a mailbox with inches to spare. The truck clips our rear bumper, and the impact sends us fishtailing, but I correct and keep moving. The gunshot comes a split second later. The windshield cracks in a spiderweb pattern as the bullet punches through, grazing my shoulder before embedding in the headrest behind me. Pain flares hot and immediate, but I've been shot before, and this isn't bad enough to stop me. I kill the headlights and cut down an alley, putting 2 turns between us and the truck before pulling behind a row of dumpsters. Are you hit? Kira's voice is sharp with fear, and she's already reaching for me, pressing her hands against my shoulder in the darkness. Grace, it's nothing. Nothing? You're bleeding through your shirt. She fumbles with the fabric, trying to see the wound. We need to get you to a hospital. No hospitals. Gunshots require too many answers I can't give. I pull out my phone and send a single message to Dimitri, then turn to face her. Oleg's been pivoting back toward Baltimore. That's what the woman at the clinic was about. He's confirmed you're connected to me, and tonight was a test to see how I'd respond. She stills her hands on my shoulder. You knew this was coming? I wince as my shoulder flares with pain. I suspected something like it, but not this or tonight, necessarily. Still, you didn't tell me, her voice hardens. You let me believe I was safe, and tonight was just a normal shift with the usual level of danger, while you knew Oleg was closing in. I hesitate, realizing I fucked up. Again. I didn't want to frighten you. Frighten me? She pulls back, and even in the darkness, I see the fury in her eyes. I'm pregnant with triplets, living in a fortress surrounded by armed guards, and you think keeping me ignorant is protecting me? I'm not a child, Matvey. I can handle the truth. What I can't handle is being blindsided because you decided I was too fragile to know what's happening. The words hurt more than the bullet. I've spent my entire life controlling information, revealing only what serves my purposes, and keeping everyone at arm's length where they can't hurt me or be hurt by what they know aside from Severin. With Kira, that instinct has done nothing but create distance. You're right. I wince at the words, or maybe the pain in my shoulder. I should have told you. Yes, you should have. She reaches for my shoulder again, gentler this time. Let me see how bad this is. She peels back the torn fabric and examines the wound in the faint light from a distant street lamp. The bullet carved a shallow channel across the meat of my shoulder, leaving a bloody wound that's not dangerous as long as I get some antibiotics. She tears a strip from her own shirt and presses it against the wound with steady hands. You need stitches. I have someone at the estate who can handle it. Of course you do. She ties off the makeshift bandage with more force than necessary. What happens now? We wait for Dimitri to clear the route. Then we go home. I catch her hand before she can pull away. Kira, I'm sorry. She looks at me for a long moment, clearly weighing my apology against everything I've put her through. Finally, she exhales. I know you think you're protecting me by keeping me in the dark. I understand why you do it, but I need you to understand something too. She tightens her grip on my hand. I'm not scared of the danger. I'm scared of not knowing what's coming and being the last person in the room to understand why something terrible is happening. If you want me to trust you, you have to trust me back. I do trust you, she scoffs. Then prove it. Tell me things and include me in decisions. Let me be your partner, not your prisoner. The word partner unsettles me. I've had lieutenants, soldiers, allies, and enemies, but not a partner since Severin. He was the last person to stand beside me rather than behind me, and he died. I can't let that happen to her. I'll try. That's all I'm asking. Dimitri's car appears at the end of the alley, headlights flashing twice to signal the all clear. I start the engine and pull out, keeping to back streets until we reach the estate. By the time we pass through the gates, my shoulder is throbbing, and the adrenaline is fading into something heavier. Kira stays with me while the Bratva physician cleans and stitches the wound, keeping her hand on my uninjured arm the entire time. She doesn't flinch at the blood or the needle, or look away when he probes the torn flesh. She just watches with an expression I can't quite read. When we're finally alone, she kisses me once softly before she goes to bed. I find Lev waiting in my study, his expression grim. A report came in while you were being patched up. The truck was stolen and abandoned 6 blocks from the scene. No prints, no witnesses, and no trace of the shooter, as expected. Oleg's cleaning up after himself. He's getting bolder. Lev crosses his arms. This was a message, Matvey. He wanted you to know he can reach you whenever he wants. I lower myself into the chair behind my desk, mindful of my shoulder. The war is approaching a point where one misstep will cost me everything. It's already past that point. Lev studies me for a moment. You're too deep to pretend she's just a responsibility. You know that, don't you? Yes. Then stop treating her like one. She's the mother of your children, and the woman you nearly got yourself killed protecting her tonight. If you want any chance of surviving what's coming, you need to integrate her properly into your life, your world, and your decision-making. He pauses. She's not your weakness, Matvey. She's your reason to win. Start acting like it. He leaves without waiting for a response. I sit in the darkness of my study, my shoulder aching as my thoughts circle back to the woman sleeping upstairs. Kira isn't just someone I'm protecting anymore. She's the center of everything, the axis around which my entire world has begun to turn. Fighting that has only made me careless, reckless, and stupid. Tomorrow, I'll start including her in the decisions that affect her life. I'll tell her about Oleg's movements, our defensive strategies, and the war that's closing in on all of us. I'll trust her the way she's asked me to. Right now, I just want to lie beside her and listen to her breathe. I climb the stairs slowly, favoring my wounded shoulder, and slip into her bedroom where she's already asleep. I undress in the darkness and slide beneath the covers. She turns toward me instinctively, resting her hand on my chest. "You should be resting," she murmurs without opening her eyes. "I am." She makes a soft sound and nestles closer, breathing against my skin. I wrap my good arm around her and pull her against me, feeling the slight swell of her stomach where our children are growing. I'm fighting for her, for them, and for us, not territory, power, or the empire my father built. Stopping fighting will only make me stronger and keep me focused on what matters most.
21. Kira. I wake slowly. The estate is quiet in a way that feels different from the tense silence of my first weeks here, being softer now and more like peace than vigilance. Matvey is still asleep beside me, his breathing slow and even, and he has one hand resting over my stomach with an unconscious protectiveness that makes me blink back tears. Words abruptly surface in my mind as I watch him sleep, rising up without warning or fear. I love him. The realization doesn't arrive with the terror I expected. There's no panic or desperate urge to run or deny or protect myself from the vulnerability of it. The feeling simply exists, as natural and undeniable as breathing, and I lie still and let it settle into my bones. He stirs beside me, and I close my eyes before he can catch me staring. He tightens his grip on my stomach briefly, a sleepy reflex, and then he presses a kiss to my shoulder and slides out of bed. I listen to him move through the room and the quiet sounds of him dressing, waiting until the door clicks shut behind him before I open my eyelids again. The ceiling is the same one I've stared at for weeks, but everything feels different now. I've fallen in love with a man who kills people for a living, who runs an empire built on violence and fear, and who has enemies circling closer every day. I should be terrified. Instead, I feel something closer to calm. I reach for my phone and call Elise before I can talk myself out of it. She answers on the third ring, her voice still rough with sleep. It's barely 9 o'clock on a Saturday. Someone better be dead or dying. I'm in love with him. The silence on the other end stretches long enough that I check to make sure the call didn't drop. When she finally speaks, her voice has lost its teasing edge. Okay. I'm awake now. I didn't plan for this to happen. I sit up against the headboard and pull my knees toward my chest, or at least as close as my growing belly allows. I kept telling myself it was just proximity, hormones, and the intensity of the situation. I kept waiting for the feeling to fade or for reality to set in and snap me out of it. It didn't. No. I exhale slowly. I woke up this morning with his hand on my stomach, and I just knew I love him, Elise. I'm not confused about it anymore. She's quiet for a moment, and I brace myself for the lecture I know is coming. Elise has never been shy about telling me when she thinks I'm making a mistake, and falling for Matvey Orlovsky seems like exactly a mistake she'd have strong opinions about. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, she says finally. I've heard the way you talk about him. I've seen the way your whole energy shifts when his name comes up. Whatever this is, it's real for you. I'm sensing a but coming. Not a but, a however. She pauses. Loving him doesn't erase the danger you're in. It doesn't make Oleg disappear or turn Matvey into a man running a normal business with normal problems. You can love him and still need to stay alert. You can love him and still get hurt. I know. Do you? Because love makes people stupid, Kira. It makes them ignore red flags, rationalize bad decisions, and convince themselves that everything will work out because the feelings are strong enough. I'm not saying Matvey is a bad decision. I'm saying you need to keep your eyes open even when your heart is doing backflips. I smile despite myself. Backflips might be an overstatement. Cartwheels, then. The point stands. Her voice softens. I'm happy for you, okay? Terrified on your behalf, but happy. Just promise me you'll stay smart. I promise. We talk for another 20 minutes about nothing important, a meandering conversation like the ones we used to have. By the time I hang up, the sun has risen fully, and the estate is coming alive with the muffled sounds of guards changing shifts and staff moving through the halls. I shower and dress in clothes that are starting to feel snug around my middle, making a mental note to ask Matvey about maternity options. The thought makes me laugh, imagining his reaction to a shopping trip, but the laughter fades into something warmer when I realize he'd probably arranged the entire thing without blinking. He'd have a personal shopper here within hours, racks of clothes delivered to the estate, and everything handled with the same quiet efficiency he brings to running his empire. The morning stretches into afternoon, and I gravitate toward the piano in the sitting room. I sit down on the bench and let my fingers find the keys, working through scales and chord progressions until my fingers are nimble. There's a laptop with the latest musical production software on top of the piano, but I don't boot it up yet. Music has always been my way of processing, and today I have a lot to process. I start humming without meaning to, a melody that's been circling in my head for days, and before I realize what I'm doing, I'm reaching for the notebook I've started keeping on the piano's music stand. The lyrics come slowly at first, then faster as fragments of verses about safety, fear, and the unexpected places we find home coalesce. I turn on the laptop and set it to record anything that comes out, but I mostly just write lyrics for hours. The sun moves across the room, casting long shadows that stretch and shift, but I barely notice. When I finally look up, my back aches from hunching over the keys, and my stomach is growling loud enough to echo in the empty room. I wander into the kitchen and make myself a sandwich, eating while I stare out the window at the gardens. The estate is beautiful in a way I didn't appreciate when I first arrived, being too focused on feeling trapped to notice the careful landscaping, but now I see it differently. The high walls aren't just barriers keeping me in, but protection, keeping danger out. The guards aren't my jailers, but the reason I can stand here eating a sandwich without looking over my shoulder. The shift in perspective should probably worry me. Stockholm Syndrome is a real thing, and I'm self-aware enough to wonder if I'm rationalizing my captivity rather than accepting my reality. The truth is simpler than that, though. I'm not a prisoner here, not anymore. Matvey has made it clear I can leave whenever I want, and he'll provide security and resources to keep me safe wherever I choose to go. I stay because I want to, because this place has started to feel less like a stronghold and more like somewhere I could belong. When Matvey returns that evening, I hear him before I see him. The low murmur of his voice as he speaks to one of the guards, and then the measured cadence of his footsteps crossing the marble foyer. He finds me in the kitchen and stops in the doorway, something in his expression softening when he sees me. "You've been writing." He nods toward the ink smudges on my fingers. "All day." I hold up my hands, showing off the evidence. I think I have 3 new songs, or at least the bones of 3 new songs. They'll need work, but the melodies are there. I'd like to hear them when you're ready. The offer is genuine, with no pressure behind it, just interest. I smile and close the distance between us, rising on my toes to kiss him. He tastes like coffee, and he wraps his arms around me with tenderness. We eat dinner together in the small dining room off the kitchen, the one he uses when it's just the 2 of us, rather than the formal space designed for entertaining. The food is simple, roasted chicken and vegetables, but we take our time with it, talking about nothing in particular until the plates are cleared and the candles have burned low. Then Matvey leans back in his chair and looks at me with a serious expression. "I promised to stop keeping you in the dark, so I'm going to tell you what I know about Oleg and what's coming." I set down my wine glass, which contains sparkling water these days, and give him my full attention. I'm listening. He tells me everything about Oleg's movements over the past few weeks, the intelligence suggesting he's consolidating resources for a larger offensive, and the timeline Lev has projected for when the real conflict will begin. He explains the defensive measures in place around the estate, the contingency plans for various scenarios, and the people he trusts to protect me if something happens to him. By the time he finishes, an hour has passed, and my head is swimming with information I never wanted to know, but need to just the same. It's overwhelming, but also reassuring to know everything. "You're not panicking," Matvey says, watching me closely. I nod. I'm terrified. But I'm less terrified than I was when I didn't know any of this. The fear of the unknown was worse than the fear of the actual situation. He nods slowly. Knowledge is power. Something like that. I reach across the table and take his hand. Thank you for telling me. You're the mother of my children. He turns his palm up to interlock our fingers. You deserve to understand what we're facing. The weeks that follow settle into something resembling routine. I write music every morning, filling notebook after notebook with lyrics and chord progressions. I call Elise and Brendan regularly, keeping them updated on my health and dodging their questions about when I'll come home. I even work a couple of bar shifts, just to get out of the house, and Matvey accompanies me to each. I learn the names of the guards who rotate through the estate, the ones who smile when they see me, and the ones who maintain a professional distance no matter how often we cross paths. I have a better idea of their roles, thanks to Matvey sharing things with me, and their presence is reassuring. Matvey continues to share updates on Oleg's movements and adjustments to their plans. Some of it goes over my head, like the military terminology and the references to people I've never met. But I listen anyway. Being included matters more than understanding every detail. 3 weeks pass, bringing me to 16 weeks pregnant and close to another doctor's visit. Matvey promises to attend this time, rearranging his schedule to make sure he's there, and the gesture means more than I can express. The last appointment was when the actress approached me in the bathroom, delivering Oleg's subtle threat, and the thought of returning to that clinic makes my stomach clench. The morning of the appointment, I wake before dawn and can't fall back asleep. I lie in the darkness, listening to Matvey breathe, and run through every possible scenario in my head, imagining another messenger, another threat, or another reminder that Oleg is watching and waiting for the right moment to strike. By the time the sun rises, I've worked myself into a quiet panic that I'm trying hard to hide. Matvey sees through it immediately. He doesn't say anything, just squeezes my hand as we walk to the car and keeps hold of it for the entire drive. The motorcade is larger this time, with more vehicles and more guards, and the clinic has been swept twice before we arrive. The examination room is cold, despite the blanket draped over my legs. Dr. Cleland moves the ultrasound wand across my gel-slicked stomach, while the monitor flickers with grainy images I'm still learning to read. Matvey stands beside the table, close enough that I can feel the warmth of him through my thin gown. There's baby A, Dr. Cleland says, pointing to a shape on the screen. With a strong heartbeat, measuring right on schedule. He shifts the wand slightly. Baby B, also looking excellent. And baby C is being a little shy today, but... there we go. All 3 are present and accounted for. The whooshing sounds of 3 distinct heartbeats fill the room, layered over each other like a strange, beautiful symphony. I watch the screen and try to focus on the miracle of it, the 3 tiny lives growing inside me, but part of my attention stays fixed on the door. Every time footsteps pass in the hallway, my shoulders tense. Would you like to know the sexes today? Dr. Cleland glances between us. At 16 weeks, I can usually get a good read, especially with triplets. I have more angles to work with. I look at Matvey. His expression gives away nothing, but I recognize the slight tension in his jaw, the way he's holding himself still while he waits for my answer. He wants to know. He's been curious since the first ultrasound, even if he's never pushed. Not yet. I squeeze his hand. I want to be surprised. He sighs, but nods. Then we wait. Dr. Cleland smiles and continues the examination, pointing out measurements and developmental markers that wash over me in a blur of medical terminology. I nod in the right places and ask the questions I'm supposed to ask, but my attention keeps drifting to that door, waiting for it to swing open and reveal another stranger with another message designed to remind me that nowhere is safe. The door stays closed. The examination ends without incident, and I wipe the gel from my stomach with trembling hands that have nothing to do with the cold. We leave the clinic in a tight formation, guards flanking us on all sides as we walk to the waiting car. I don't exhale fully until we're back inside the estate gates, the iron bars swinging shut behind us like a promise. Nothing happened, I say, more to myself than to Matvey. He pulls me close and presses a kiss to the top of my head. Nothing happened. I lean into him and close my eyes. The danger hasn't passed, and Oleg is still out there planning, but today was a small victory. We made it without incident and saw our babies. I cling to that.
22. Matvey. The club occupies the top floor of a building that officially doesn't exist on any city registry. No sign marks the entrance, no listing appears in any directory, and the staff are paid well enough to forget every face that passes through the heavy oak doors. Lev chose this location for exactly those reasons. I find him in the back corner, seated in a leather chair that faces both entrances and the emergency stairwell. He has a glass of whiskey in front of him, untouched, and a folder of documents spread across the low table between us. "You're late," he says, without looking up. Traffic. I settle into the chair across from him and signal the waiter for water. Alcohol dulls the edges. I need them sharp. "What do you have?" He slides the folder toward me, full of satellite images, movement logs, and financial transfers. It's the same intelligence apparatus we've maintained for years, now focused entirely on one target. I flip through the pages while Lev watches, his expression unreadable. "Oleg's patterns have shifted again," he says. "The last 3 weeks show erratic movement, no consistent base of operations, and resources scattered across multiple locations rather than consolidated." "That doesn't make sense. He was planning to hit us here in Baltimore." "Oleg is many things, but disorganized isn't among them." "I think he still is, boss. The scatter pattern isn't retreat. It's preparation. He probably realized we're onto him and is trying to obfuscate his actions." Lev leans back in his chair. "He's positioning assets where we won't expect them and creating redundancies so that when he moves, we can't cut off his supply lines with a single strike." I study the satellite images, tracing the locations Lev has marked, including warehouses outside the city, a shipping facility near the docks, and 2 residential properties that could serve as safe houses. The pattern reveals itself slowly, like a picture emerging from static. Oleg isn't running. He's building towards something larger. Timeline? Best estimate, 6 to 8 weeks before he's ready to move, but it could be sooner if something forces his hand. Lev pauses, his fingers tracing the rim of his glass. "There's also the matter of his financing. We've tracked several large transfers through shell companies in Cyprus from money he's been stockpiling for months. Whatever he's planning, he's invested significant resources." I grimace. "Any indication of targets?" "Beyond you?" "Nothing specific, but the positioning suggests he's preparing for a sustained campaign, not a single strike." Lev meets my gaze. He wants to dismantle the organization piece by piece. He'll take out your lieutenants, compromise your supply chains, and isolate you before he moves in for the finish. I absorb this, fitting the new information into the picture I've been constructing for months. Oleg has always been patient when it serves him and willing to sacrifice short-term gains for long-term advantage. A sustained campaign fits his personality better than a desperate gamble. I set down the folder and look at Lev. He's waiting for what comes next, the part of our meetings where I assign tasks and plan the moves that will keep us one step ahead. I've done it 1,000,000 times. Tonight, the words don't come. I've been thinking about what happens after, I say instead. Lev's expression doesn't change, but I see him register the shift. After Oleg? After all of it. I pick up the folder again, then set it back down, restless in a way I haven't felt in years. This life, the empire. I've been thinking about walking away from everything my father built and Severin maintained, and that I've been holding together since he died. The silence stretches between us as the club hums with quiet conversation from other tables. Lev takes his first sip of whiskey. How long have you been considering this? Longer than I realized, since Kira, probably, and I started understanding what I actually want. He cocks a brow. What do you want? The question is simple. The answer should be complicated, layered with considerations of duty, legacy, and the practical realities of extracting oneself from an organization built on loyalty and violence. Instead, the answer is clean and clear. Her and the children. I want a life where I don't spend every morning reviewing reports and every evening wondering which of my enemies might try to kill me in my sleep. Lev studies me across the table, and I recognize the assessment in his eyes. He's looking for weakness or emotional compromise that gets men killed. He won't find it. This isn't a decision born from sentiment or fatigue. This is clarity. You've given 20 years to this family, he says finally. You helped your father build the infrastructure Severin relied on, held the organization together after his death, and positioned us stronger than we've been in a decade. No one would question your right to step back. I'm not looking for permission. I know. He finishes his whiskey and sets down the glass with a soft click. I'm telling you that when the time comes, I'll support whatever transition you want to make. The question is whether you can actually do it. What do you mean? Leaving isn't just about handing over operations. It's about becoming irrelevant, and that's harder than it sounds. Right now, you're valuable to everyone, allies and enemies alike. The moment you step away, that value evaporates. Some people will see opportunity in your absence. Others will see a loose end that needs tying. He pauses. Oleg won't be the last man who wants you dead, Matvey. Walking away doesn't erase the target on your back. I've considered every scenario, every contingency, and every way it could go wrong. The truth is simpler than Lev makes it sound, though. Staying guarantees more of the same, an endless cycle of threat and response that consumes everything it touches. But leaving offers at least the possibility of something different. I'm not naive about the risks. I didn't think you were. He signals for another whiskey, then changes his mind and waves off the waiter. Just don't wait too long to choose the world you want. Hesitation creates its own dangers. The drive back to the estate takes 40 minutes. I spend most of it in silence, watching the city lights give way to suburbs and then to the darker stretch of road that leads home. Home. The word still feels strange applied to anything other than the penthouse I've occupied for years. But the estate has become something else entirely. Kira's presence has transformed it into a place I actually want to return to. I recall what Lev said about hesitation creating its own dangers, and he's not wrong. In this world, indecision is weakness, and weakness invites attack. The men who survive are the ones who commit fully to their choices and don't look back once a path is chosen. The question is which path I'm committing to. A year ago, the answer would have been the organization, the empire, and the legacy. Now those things feel less like purpose and more like obligations I carry because I always have, not because I still want to. The guards wave me through the gate, and I pull up to the main entrance as the last light fades from the sky. Through the window, I can see the warm glow of lamps in the sitting room. And when I push through the front door, Kira is there. She looks up from the book in her lap, and her expression shifts into something warm and unguarded. The transformation is subtle, not dramatic. There's just a softening around her eyes and the beginning of a smile she doesn't try to hide. She's happy to see me. The thought makes my chest ache. You're back early. She sets the book aside and stands, crossing the room to meet me. I thought you'd be gone until after dinner. The meeting ended sooner than expected. I catch her when she reaches me, pulling her close enough to press a kiss on her forehead. She smells like the lavender soap she started using, which is something she found in one of the guest bathrooms and claimed as her own. Have you eaten? I was waiting for you. We end up in the kitchen rather than the formal dining room, perched on stools at the island while Mrs. Tarsoff heats leftover soup and slices fresh bread. Kira talks about her day, the song she's been working on, and a conversation with Elise that made her laugh so hard she startled one of the guards. I listen and respond in the right places, but part of my attention stays fixed on the way she moves, the unconscious grace of her hands as she gestures, and the way she tucks her hair behind her ear when she's thinking. You're quiet tonight. She tears off a piece of bread and dips it in her soup. Everything okay with Lev? Fine, just processing. She watches me for a moment, clearly deciding whether to push. She doesn't. Instead, she reaches over and squeezes my hand, and the brief contact communicates more than words would. After dinner, we move to the smaller sitting room with the oversized couch and the television I've never used. Kira insists on finding a movie, scrolling through options with the dedication of someone conducting serious research. She settles on something older, a romantic comedy from the 90s that I vaguely remember hearing about but never watched. This is a classic, she informs me, tucking herself against my side with her legs curled beneath her. You can't tell me you've never seen it. I can and will. She shakes her head in mock disappointment and starts the film. Within 20 minutes, she's laughing at dialogue I don't quite follow, her shoulders moving against my arm with each burst of amusement. I watch her more than the screen, noting the small details I've started to memorize without meaning to, like the way she wrinkles her nose when something surprises her, the soft sounds she makes when a scene affects her, and the gradual heaviness of her body as the evening wears on and she starts to doze off. By the halfway point, her head drifts to my shoulder and her breathing has slowed. I don't move for fear of disturbing her. The movie plays on, forgotten, while I watch her sleep. This is what Lev doesn't understand and what I couldn't have explained even if I'd tried. The empire, the power, and the carefully constructed network of influence and fear means nothing compared to this moment. Kira asleep against my shoulder, trusting me enough to be vulnerable, carrying 3 children who will call me father, is far more precious. This is my priority now. I think about the evidence of Oleg preparing for something larger, and the target on my back that will never fully disappear. There will be enemies who see opportunity in my absence and risks that come with walking away. But none of it changes what I know to be true. I won't survive losing her to Oleg, the war, or to the life I've been holding together through sheer force of will. Somewhere in the past months, she's become the foundation everything else rests on. And without her, the entire structure collapses. It's a vulnerability I would have considered fatal a year ago. Now it feels like the only thing keeping me human. The movie ends, the credits roll in silence, and still, I don't move. Kira stirs slightly, nestling deeper against my side, and I draw my arm more firmly around her. Outside, the guards are changing shifts, their footsteps quiet on the gravel paths. Inside, the house settles into nighttime silence, the creaks and sighs of an old building preparing for sleep. I could carry her upstairs. I could wake her gently and guide her to bed. Instead, I stay exactly where I am, her warmth seeping into my side, her breath a soft rhythm against my neck. I want nothing more than this. Lev told me not to wait too long to choose the world I want, but I've already chosen. Every decision I've made since the night I pulled Kira out of Oleg's warehouse has been building toward this quiet recognition of what matters. I press a kiss to the top of her head, so lightly that she doesn't stir, and close my eyes. The war isn't over. Oleg is still out there, planning, and the confrontation that's been building for months will arrive whether I'm ready or not. When it does, I'll face it the way I've faced every threat that's come before, with the willingness to do whatever is necessary to protect what's mine. The difference now is, I know exactly what I'm protecting. I don't give a fuck about territory, influence, or the legacy of violence my father left behind. I only care about her and the triplets. They're the future I'm finally allowing myself to want. I drift somewhere between sleep and waking, Kira warm against my side, with the house quiet around us. For the first time in longer than I can remember, the silence doesn't feel like a threat. It feels like peace.
23. Kira. I visit my uncle at the bar before opening, when everything is dead and the staff is preparing for the busier night ahead. Brendan is restocking glasses behind the counter when I walk in, and Sasha and Dmitri take positions near the door like they're expecting an ambush rather than a slow Tuesday afternoon. Brendan looks up, and his expression cycles through surprise and relief before settling into something more guarded. I didn't expect to see you today. I missed you. I cross the room and lean against the bar, close enough to smell the familiar mix of lemon cleaner and old wood that's defined this place for as long as I can remember. I thought I'd come by while things are quiet. He sets down the glass he's polishing and really looks at me, his gaze dropping to my stomach, now unmistakably rounded at 20 weeks, before lifting back to my face. The silence stretches as he takes in the changes since my last visit, the weight I've gained, and the way I carry myself differently now. He glances toward the door where my guards are pretending to study the specials board, then back at me with a heaviness in his eyes that makes my throat constrict. Can we talk alone? I nod to Sasha, who frowns but leads Dmitri to a booth near the front window, where they can still see both entrances and the length of the bar. Brendan watches them settle into position, his jaw working like he's chewing on words he doesn't want to say, then braces both hands on the bar with an expression I recognize from my childhood. He wore that same look when he told me my parents weren't coming back, and again when he explained why I couldn't go to the school dance with Tommy Fitzgerald. What exactly is your relationship with Matvey Orlovsky? And I don't mean the obvious. Are you with him because you want to be, or because you feel like you don't have a choice? The directness catches me unexpectedly, though it shouldn't. Brendan has never been one for dancing around a subject. You think he's forcing me to stay? I think he's a dangerous man who runs a dangerous organization, and you're pregnant with his children and living in his house surrounded by his people. Brendan keeps his voice low, but I hear the fear underneath. The same fear I heard when I was 16 and came home with a split lip from a fight at school. I think there's a version of this story where a young woman gets swept up in something she doesn't fully understand and convinces herself it's love because the alternative is too terrifying to face. That's not what's happening. Then tell me what is happening. He leans closer, and I can see more gray at his temples that wasn't there 6 months ago, along with new lines around his eyes. Worry has aged him since I left. It seems like my niece went from witnessing a murder to living with the man who pulled the trigger in less than 6 months. Forgive me if I'm having trouble seeing the romance. I take a breath and hold it, letting the anger settle before it can sharpen my voice. Brendan isn't trying to hurt me. He's scared, and scared people say things they don't fully mean. The ice machine hums in the back, filling the silence between us with mechanical rhythm. You worked for Severin and Matvey, I say quietly, not calling him a hypocrite, but implying it strongly. You did jobs for the Orlovsky family for years. The color drains from his face, leaving him gray in the afternoon light filtering through the windows. He clearly hadn't expected me to know that. You took their money, I continue, keeping my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. You helped them move things, hide things, or whatever they needed. You were part of their world too. I did superficial stuff. He shakes his head, guilt flickering in his eyes along with something more resigned. They were petty jobs that didn't put anyone at risk. I delivered packages, stored things in the back room for a few days, or looked the other way when certain people came through. No one was going to kill me or target my family for that. Do you think what I'm doing is different? I know it's different, Kira. His voice cracks on my name. You're not running errands for these people. You're carrying the heirs to their empire and sleeping in the boss's bed. If something goes wrong, if Oleg or anyone else decides to make a move, you're not a peripheral player they can ignore. You're a target. The words are stark and true. He's not telling me anything I don't already know. I've spent months living with that reality, waking in the night to footsteps in the hallway, tensing at unexpected sounds, and watching Matvey's face for signs of danger I might have missed. I trust him to keep me safe and to do the right thing when it matters. Brendan stares at me, looking for cracks in my conviction, and taps his fingers against the bar in that nervous habit I remember from every difficult conversation we've ever had. The rhythm is the same one he drummed while telling me my parents had died in that accident, and the same pattern he tapped while explaining why he couldn't afford to send me to the music program I'd dreamed about. You sound certain. I am. And the babies? You trust him with them too? The question cuts deeper than the others, reaching past my defenses to something raw and unguarded. I think about Matvey's hand on my stomach every night, the way he talks about the future like it's something real and tangible, and the fierce protectiveness that surfaces whenever anything threatens what we're building. I've watched him review security protocols for the nursery with the same intensity he brings to intelligence reports, and seen him researching pediatricians and child safety seats with a focus that borders on obsessive. He already loves them. I see it every day. Some of the tension leaves his shoulders, though his grip on the bar doesn't loosen. I don't trust his world. I've seen what happens to people who get too close to men like him. The violence doesn't stay contained, Kira. It bleeds into everything eventually. I know that too. He reaches across the bar and takes my hand, his palm rough with calluses from years of manual work, and warm and familiar in a way that makes my eyes sting. If this is what you want, If you've really thought it through and you're choosing this with your eyes open, I won't stand in your way. You're a grown woman, and you have the right to make your own decisions, even the ones that scare the hell out of me. Thank you. You need to manage your expectations, though. He tightens his grip slightly. If you're hoping Matvey is going to give up his lifestyle for you, walk away from the organization and become some kind of normal family man. He shakes his head slowly. I don't see that happening. Men like him don't leave. The life doesn't let them. Something shifts behind my ribs, a question I didn't know I was carrying suddenly demanding attention. I open my mouth to say I've never expected him to change, that I accepted him as he is, but the words stall before I can voice them. I haven't thought about that, I say quietly. You should think about it because he won't leave. I hold up a hand. I mean, I haven't thought about him leaving. It never occurred to me that he would. Brendan nods slowly, and he relaxes slightly, as if my honesty has given him permission to let go of a fight he wasn't going to win anyway. That's probably healthier than hoping for something that might not come. Just make sure you're being honest with yourself about what you can live with long term. By the time I leave, something has shifted between us. It's not resolution exactly, but borderline acceptance maybe. Brendan walks me to the door and hugs me longer than usual, careful of my belly, and I hug him back just as tightly before we part with a mutual wave. Sasha and Dmitri flank me on the walk to the car. I slide into the back seat and watch the bar disappear in the rearview mirror, Brendan's silhouette still visible in the doorway. His words echo through my mind as Dmitri drives away from the bar. Men like him don't leave. The life doesn't let them. The estate is quiet when we return, Matvey still locked in meetings according to Mrs. Tarsov, so I spend the afternoon at the piano trying to capture a melody that's been circling my thoughts for days. The notes come slowly, interrupted by kicks from the babies that grow stronger every week. And by the time evening settles over the grounds, the restlessness has become unbearable. I find myself on the stone steps overlooking the rear gardens, the cool air settling over me as twilight deepens into proper dark. The stone is cold beneath my legs, seeping through my dress. But I don't move. One of the babies jabs beneath my ribs, and I press my hand to the spot, watching the first stars appear in the darkening sky. The door opens behind me. I don't turn around, but I know it's Matvey from his footsteps and the way the air seems to shift when he's near, charged with something I still can't name even after all these months. He sits beside me, close enough that our shoulders touch, and the warmth of him bleeds through the fabric of his jacket into my arm. Neither of us speaks. The silence stretches, comfortable in a way that still catches me by surprise, and I lean into him while the sky darkens overhead. Somewhere in the garden, a guard's radio crackles, then goes quiet. Sasha said you visited Brendan today. I did. I pull my knees up as far as my belly allows, wrapping my arms around them. He's worried about me. He should be. His niece is living with a dangerous man. I turn to look at him, searching his face in the dim light for irony or self-deprecation. I find none. He's stating a fact, the same way he might note that winter is coming or that the guards are changing shifts. He had some opinions. I also reminded him he used to work for your family. Petty stuff, he said. Matvey nods, his profile sharp against the darkening sky. Brendan was reliable and discreet. We used him for low-risk jobs. A guard crosses the garden below, flashlight sweeping the hedges in slow arcs, and we both track his movement in silence. The question Brendan planted sits heavy in my throat, pressing against words I can't quite form. Not yet, and maybe not ever. He thinks you won't change, I say instead. That the life doesn't let people leave. Matvey doesn't respond immediately, but there's slight tension in his jaw and the way his breathing doesn't change even though something shifts in the space between us. The quiet stretches, filled with cricket song, distant traffic, and everything neither of us is ready to name. "Is that what you want?" he asks finally. "For me to leave?" I don't know. The honesty surprises me, rising up before I can temper it with something safer. I didn't think about it until today. I just assumed this was the life and I was choosing to be part of it. And now? I look out at the gardens and the walls that keep danger out. They're the same walls that keep us in. I've made peace with that, or thought I had. "I'm glad you found me," I say, because the other words won't come. "At the clinic, when everything started, I don't know where I'd be without you." He takes my hand, lacing our fingers together, and the ease of it makes my chest constrict. His palm is warm and calloused against mine, steady and certain in a way that anchors me to this moment, this place, and this life I've chosen. We sit without speaking, watching stars multiply overhead. There are things I want to say, and confessions I've been carrying for weeks, but they stay lodged in my throat, where they've taken up permanent residence. "I love you" feels too large for what I'm ready to risk. "Would you ever leave?" Feels like a question I don't have the right to ask. So I lean into him instead, resting my head against his shoulder, and let the silence speak for us. He wraps his arm around me and pulls me closer, resting his chin on top of my head, and the rightness of it almost hurts. The questions will still be there tomorrow, waiting for answers neither of us has yet found. Tonight, I just want his warmth beside me, his presence grounding me, and the steady rhythm of his breathing in the darkness. Being with Matvey means taking these moments as they come and not focusing on fears and the future. It's enough to sustain my love for him, and the rest will fall into place. I hope.
24. Matvey. I wake before dawn with tension coiled through every muscle, a restlessness that won't shake loose no matter how many hours I spend reviewing intelligence or running contingencies. Kira is still asleep beside me, her breathing slow and even, with one hand curled beneath her cheek. I watch her for a moment before sliding out of bed, careful not to disturb her. The study is cold when I enter, the heating not yet kicked in for the day. I pull up the overnight reports and scroll through them while the sky outside shifts from black to gray, waiting for something that justifies the unease sitting low in my gut. Lev arrives at 7 with coffee and a folder I didn't request. "Oleg's gone quiet," he says, settling into the chair across from my desk. "There's been no movement in the last 72 hours. No communications we've intercepted. No financial activity. Nothing." I set down my coffee, which means he's consolidating, waiting for something, or he's already moved pieces we haven't detected yet. Exactly. He sets the folder on my desk. The silence is strategic, not a retreat. I flip through the folder, finding satellite images of locations we've been monitoring. I find only empty parking lots, unchanged vehicle patterns, and nothing that indicates imminent action. The absence of data is its own kind of warning. Oleg isn't the type to go dormant without purpose. I want patrol routes tightened around the estate, double coverage on the eastern perimeter, and add a roving team for the access roads. If he's planning something, I don't want gaps for him to exploit. Lev nods, making notes on his phone. "I'll have it implemented by noon. Anything else?" "Keep digging. Quiet is worse than noise. I want to know what he's planning before he executes it." After Lev leaves, I spend another hour at my desk, but the work feels hollow. Every report blurs into the next, and every projection just another variation on the same impossible equation of how to end this war without losing everything that matters. I give up before lunch and head back to the main house. Kira is in the kitchen when I find her, surrounded by cardboard boxes and tissue paper. Baby clothes spill across the counter in soft piles of yellow and green and white. Tiny onesies and blankets and things I couldn't name if pressed. She looks up when I enter, and something in her face shifts, a softening that happens every time she sees me now. "You're home early." I couldn't focus. I cross the room and press a kiss to her forehead, then survey the chaos around her. "What is all this?" "Brendan." She holds up a onesie so small it could fit in my palm. "He's been shopping. A lot." The evidence is overwhelming, and I smile despite the morning's tension. She sets down the onesie and turns to face me fully, her expression shifting into something more serious. "I've been thinking about the gender results. Dr. Clellan said they'd be ready whenever we wanted them. I thought you wanted to be surprised." "I did, but I'm not sure anymore." She runs her fingers over a soft blanket, the gesture absent and thoughtful. "There's so much we can't control, and so much uncertainty about what's coming. Knowing this one thing, having something concrete to plan around." She trails off, shrugging. "Maybe I just need something to hold on to." I nod in recognition of a need I've carried my entire life. "Then we'll get the results." Her smile is small but genuine. "Thank you." We spend the afternoon together sorting through Elise's gifts and making lists of what we still need. The conversation drifts easily, domestic in a way I've never experienced. Kira talks about the nursery layout she's been planning, the colors she's considering, and the research she's done on cribs and monitors. I listen and respond, but part of me is noting the way she's glowing, the unconscious way she rests her hand on her belly, and the ease with which she's carved space for herself in a life I never thought could hold softness. Dinner is simple, just leftovers heated and eaten at the kitchen island rather than the formal dining room. The staff has learned to give us privacy in the evenings, and I appreciate these moments more than I can articulate. "What happens after?" Kira asks, pushing pasta around her plate. "After Oleg, I mean. And the war is over?" The question catches me by surprise, though it shouldn't. We've been circling this topic for weeks. I don't know. I haven't let myself think that far ahead. That's not entirely true, but I don't want to raise her hopes only to disappoint her later. "I have." She sets down her fork and meets my eyes. "I want the triplets to know peace, Matvey. I want them to grow up without guards at every door and threats hanging over every decision. I want them to have a childhood that doesn't include the risk of violence." I stop breathing for a moment. She's asking for things I've never had or known how to want for myself, but she wants them for our children, which makes it impossible to dismiss, especially since my thoughts have gone that way as well since learning about the babies. I can't promise that yet. I clear my throat since my voice is raspy. I don't know how to walk away from this or when it becomes possible. There are obligations, debts, and structures that don't dissolve because I want them to. I'm not asking for promises. She reaches across the counter and takes my hand. I'm just telling you what I hope for and dream about when I let myself dream. She carries 3 lives inside her and still finds room to imagine futures that seem impossible from where I'm standing. The urge to protect her, to give her everything she's asking for, clashes with the reality of who I am and what I've built. I want that too, I say finally. I want it more than I've wanted anything. She stands and moves around the counter to me, and I turn on my stool to face her. She steps between my legs and cups my face in her hands with a tenderness that undoes me. The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you.
25. Kira. The eggs sizzle in the pan as I hum a melody I've been working on for weeks, swaying slightly despite the 30-week belly that makes every movement an exercise in counterbalance. Morning light streams through the kitchen windows, catching the copper pots hanging above the island, and I catch myself smiling at nothing in particular. Months have passed since the last real threat, and the quiet has stopped feeling like a held breath. You're in a good mood. Mrs. Tarsoff sets a glass of orange juice on the counter beside me, her eyes crinkling with approval. The singing gives it away. I didn't realize I was doing it out loud. You weren't at first. It started as humming, then words crept in. She smiles and retreats to the pantry, leaving me to plate my eggs and settle onto a stool at the island. It's nice to hear music in this house again. Mrs. Orlovsky used to play piano every morning. Matvey left for his study before I woke up, but I hear the low rumble of his voice through the walls. It's probably another call with Lev, and another adjustment to security protocols or supply chains or whatever keeps the machine running. I've stopped asking for details unless he offers them. Some knowledge helps me feel grounded. Other knowledge just feeds the anxiety I'm trying to starve. After breakfast, I carry my laptop to the sitting room and pull up the bookmarks I've been collecting for weeks, with recording equipment, microphones, and acoustic panels. Matvey offered to build me a home studio months ago, and I've been circling the idea without committing, treating it like something too permanent to accept. Today feels different. I start adding items to a list, comparing specs and reading reviews, while letting myself imagine a room where I could record properly instead of hunching over my phone's voice memo app. A Neumann condenser microphone, a Focusrite audio interface, and software I've only dreamed of affording all go on the list. The prices make me wince, but Matvey likely won't even blink at the costs. Since I'm staying, I might as well build a life here that includes my music. The thought makes me pause for a second. I'm staying, not just until the babies are born, or until the situation with Oleg resolves, but staying forever. Brendan doesn't know yet. I should tell him soon, before it becomes obvious that I've already made the decision and was just working up the nerve to say it out loud. Mrs. Tarsoff knocks on the doorframe. Dr. Cleland is here. I close the laptop and push myself up from the couch, a process that requires more effort each week. The examination room Matvey converted from a guest suite is bright and clinical, containing everything Dr. Cleland needs for routine monitoring arranged with military precision. The ultrasound machine hums quietly in the corner, waiting. Good morning, Kira. He's already pulling on gloves. How are you feeling? Like I'm smuggling a watermelon. I climb onto the table and arrange the pillows that support my lower back. 3 watermelons, actually, all fighting for the same space. He chuckles and checks my blood pressure first. Numbers look good. Any contractions? Unusual pressure? Some Braxton Hicks last week, but nothing since. The examination is thorough and familiar after months of weekly visits. He listens to 3 distinct heartbeats with the Doppler, each one strong and steady, then spreads cold gel across my belly for the ultrasound. The screen fills with grainy images of my children, all 3 of them crowded together in the limited space, elbows and knees overlapping in ways that make me wince in sympathy for my own organs. Baby A is still head down while B and C are transverse. Growth looks excellent across the board. He moves the wand to capture different angles. Your cervix is still closed and firm, with no signs of premature labor. You're doing beautifully. Matvey appears in the doorway as if summoned, crossing the room to take my hand. He watches the screen with intensity as he always does. Somehow, the enforcer and the expectant father, occupy the same body without apparent contradiction. The C-section is still planned for 33 weeks? He asks. That's the goal. 3 more weeks give us the best balance of development time and reduced risk. Dr. Cleland finishes the imaging and helps me sit up, then pulls a sealed envelope from his bag. As requested, the gender results. I had my nurse pull them from the last ultrasound, and today just confirms them once more. He hands the envelope to Matvey, who accepts it with a nod, but doesn't open it. He sets it on the counter beside the ultrasound printouts and turns back to Dr. Cleland with questions about my iron levels. The envelope sits there, white and ordinary, while they discuss supplements, warning signs, and when to call if anything changes. After Dr. Cleland leaves, Matvey pulls me close and places his palm against my belly. I have a meeting this afternoon, but we'll open it together when I get back. You're not tempted to peek? Very. His smile is small but genuine. This should be something we share and take our time absorbing instead of a rushed minute to absorb it all. He kisses me before heading for the door. I watch him go, then turn back to the envelope on the counter. The urge to open it pulses through me, but I leave it untouched. He's right. Some moments should be shared. Elise calls an hour later, her voice bright with barely contained energy. Tell me everything. How was the appointment? Are we finding out genders for sure? I need to know what colors to buy. We have the results. I glance toward the counter where the envelope sits. We're opening them tonight when Matvey gets back. Tonight? You have the results and you're waiting until tonight? She groans dramatically. The suspense is literally going to kill me. I'll be dead by morning, and you'll have to explain to everyone at my funeral that you murdered me with delayed gratification. I laugh. Somehow, I think you'll survive. Barely. She pauses before her voice brightens again. I already started shopping, along with Brendan. I picked gender neutral, obviously, but I found these tiny socks with elephants on them and physically couldn't leave them in the store. They sound adorable. I smile, imagining 3 tiny sets of feet wearing elephant socks. What else have you bought? An embarrassing number of things, including onesies and a blanket so soft I almost kept it for myself. She laughs. My apartment is starting to look like a baby boutique exploded in it. My roommate thinks I've lost my mind. I settle deeper into the corner of the couch, smiling. You're going to spoil them before they're even born. That's literally my job as honorary aunt. I take my duties very seriously. Her tone shifts, warmth threading through the playfulness. You sound different, you know. Lighter. There's this glow in your voice that wasn't there even a few weeks ago. She pauses before adding, You're really happy, not just getting by or putting on a brave face. I nod, though she can't see it. I think about whether I'm truly happy or just comfortable in a dangerous situation, and the answer comes easily. Yeah, I am. Good. Her voice softens. You deserve it, Kira. Whatever complicated situation you've landed in, you deserve to be happy. We talk for another few minutes before she has to get ready for her evening shift at the bar, and I hang up still smiling. The envelope catches my eye again as I set down the phone, sitting innocuously on the counter beside the ultrasound printouts. I force myself to look away. The afternoon passes in gentle increments. I return to my studio equipment research, making notes in a document that's starting to feel less like fantasy and more like planning. I eat lunch standing at the counter while I watch guards patrol the perimeter through the kitchen window, their movements as familiar now as the creaks of the house settling. Later, I sit at the piano and work through the lullaby I've been composing, the melody finally clicking into place after weeks of false starts. The quiet feels earned rather than fragile, like peace I've built rather than borrowed. When my phone buzzes at 4, I answer before the second ring when I see Matvey's name. Hello? I'm going to be late. Matvey's voice is clipped, carrying tension that instantly puts me on edge. Something's happening that he doesn't want to discuss over an open line. Is everything okay? It's fine. This is just taking longer than expected. Voices murmur in the background, Lev's low rumble among them. Don't wait for me for dinner. Go ahead and eat. Matvey. I'll explain when I get home. The line goes dead before I can respond. I set down the phone and stare at the envelope on the counter, still sealed and waiting. The lightness from this morning has retreated, replaced by the low hum of anxiety I thought I'd left behind. Everything is different now, I remind myself. We've said the words. We've made promises. Whatever is keeping him, it's not secrets between us. It's the world outside trying to intrude on what we've built. Still, the absence of information creates space for fear to take root. I eat dinner alone, picking at the fish and vegetables Mrs. Tarsoff prepared before leaving for the night. The food is good and seasoned with care, but my appetite has vanished. The envelope sits untouched on the counter, mocking me with its sealed promise. We were supposed to open it together to learn whether we're having boys or girls, or some combination while wrapped in each other's arms. Instead, I'm alone in a house that suddenly feels too large, counting minutes that stretch into hours while the food grows cold on my plate. Night settles over the estate, the windows darkening until they reflect my own face back at me. I look tired. I realize the glow Elise mentioned has dimmed, replaced by the pinched expression of a woman trying not to spiral into worst-case scenarios. He'll be home soon. I repeat the words as I settle onto the couch, pressing my palm against my belly. The babies are restless tonight, perhaps sensing my tension, and I rub slow circles over the taut skin to calm them and myself. One of them hiccups, a rhythmic flutter I've come to recognize, and despite everything, I smile. He'll be home soon, and everything will be fine. The clock on the wall marks the hours in steady increments. 9 o'clock. 10. 11. The envelope stays where Matvey left it, a white rectangle that seems to glow against the dark granite countertop. I don't sleep, since I'm too wound up to even try. I wait, listening for the sound of his car in the drive, watching the door, and willing it to open and prove that the peace we've built is real. The envelope remains sealed on the counter, a promise deferred, like so many things in this life I've chosen. But I have chosen it. Whatever is keeping him tonight, I've made my choice with eyes wide open. This is my home now. He is my home. I just need him to walk through that door and remind me that everything I've chosen is worth the moments of uncertainty. But the minutes stretch on and I keep waiting.
26. Matvey. The warehouse sits 3 miles outside the city, a brick shell that once processed textiles and now serves as neutral ground for conversations that can't happen anywhere else. I pull through the rusted gates at 9:15 when it's dark. Lev's SUV is already parked beside the loading dock, where 2 of my lieutenants wait with their hands visible and their weapons holstered. "They're inside," Victor says as I step out of the car. Both crews showed. Dima brought 4 men, and Ruslan brought 3. "Weapons?" "Checked at the door per the agreement. Everyone's clean." I nod and head for the entrance, Lev falling into step beside me. The night air is cold, and I roll my shoulders to loosen the tension that's been building since I phoned Kira 3 hours ago. She sounded nervous when I couldn't explain, but I don't want Oleg to get wind of this meeting, so I couldn't tell her what I was doing on the phone. The alliance we're hoping to build today is the only path toward ending this war before our children are born in just 3 weeks. Inside, the warehouse is cavernous and mostly empty, with our meeting space marked by a circle of folding chairs beneath the only working light fixture. Dima sits on the far side, his weathered face betraying nothing as he watches me enter. Beside him, Ruslan Petrov checks his phone with the practiced boredom of a man who wants everyone to think he doesn't care about the outcome. I don't bother with greetings. You both know why we're here. Dima shifts in his chair. Oleg Markov has been a problem for all of us. His distribution network undercuts our prices, and his recruitment tactics drain our best men. He killed 3 of my drivers last month. Ruslan pockets his phone. He made it look like a rival crew from Philadelphia, but my people found shell casings that matched weapons his men favor. Then we have aligned interests. I take the chair across from both of them, with Lev positioning himself at my shoulder. He's stretched thin in some areas with his campaign to take me out, forcing him to concentrate his resources in one area. I suggest we take advantage of that and coordinate attacks. Together, Dima's eyes narrow. I nod. Together, we corner him, cut off his supply routes, turn his distributors, and make it clear that doing business with Oleg Markov is no longer profitable. I pause, letting the words settle. He's been quiet for the past few months, so some might take that as a sign he's retreating. You don't? Ruslan's tone carries something close to respect. I lift my shoulder. I take it as preparation. Oleg doesn't retreat. He consolidates, repositions, and waits for an opening. I lean back in my chair. I'd rather force his hand now, on terms we control, than wait for him to choose the battleground. Lev clears his throat. The timing concerns me. Oleg's silence doesn't match his patterns. 6 months ago, he was hitting our shipments weekly. Now, nothing. Either he's given up, which we all know isn't true, or he's planning something significant enough to warrant going dark. All the more reason to move now. I keep my voice level. Every day we wait is a day he uses to prepare. I have intelligence suggesting he's been recruiting specialists from overseas, including demolitions experts, former military, and people who don't come cheap or hire out for small jobs. Dima exchanges a glance with Ruslan, and some silent thought passes between them while I wait for the result without showing impatience. What do you need from us? Dima asks finally. Access to your distribution networks in the Harbor District. Ruslan, I need your contacts in the transportation unions. If we shut down his ability to move product through legitimate channels, he's forced to use routes we can monitor and intercept. What do we get in return? Asks Ruslan. Besides ending Oleg, you'll get his territory. I pull a folded map from my jacket and spread it across my knees. Everything south of Federal Hill goes to Dima. Ruslan, you take the industrial corridor from Canton to Dundalk. The docks stay neutral as shared revenue split 3 ways. Both men study the map, their silence stretching long enough that I hear the wind rattling loose panels in the warehouse walls. This is the moment where deals collapse or solidify. I've offered more than I'd prefer to give, but ending this war matters more than territory. And with my thoughts focused on how to ultimately get out of this life, having 2 allies can only help. Generous, Ruslan traces the boundary lines with 1 finger. More generous than I expected from an Orlovsky. I have reasons for wanting this finished quickly. The timeline you're proposing is aggressive. Dima leans forward, studying the map more closely. Shutting down his supply routes takes coordination. We'd need to move simultaneously on multiple fronts, or he'll adapt before we can close the net. which is why I'm asking for a commitment today. Not promises, not maybe. I need to know you're in before I share operational details. Ruslan exchanges another glance with Dima. Whatever passes between them takes less than a second, but they're surely considering the risk of Oleg's continued expansion versus risk of aligning with an Orlovsky who might be lying about his intentions. The harbor district alone is worth more than anything Oleg's offered us, Ruslan says finally. I'm in. Dima nods slowly. As am I. But I'll want documentation of the territory transfer before we move. You'll have it within 48 hours. I fold the map and return it to my jacket. Let's talk specifics. The next hour disappears into logistics. We discuss shipping schedules, union contacts, and the names of custom officials who might be persuaded to look the other way when certain containers pass through. Dima knows the harbor operations better than I expected, and Ruslan's transportation network extends further into Pennsylvania than our intelligence suggested. By the time we've outlined the first phase of operations, the alliance feels less like a temporary convenience and more like something that might actually work. Lev remains quiet through most of the discussion, interjecting only when my proposals risk overcommitting our resources. He's always been better at the tactical details, and I trust his instincts when it comes to deployment and timing. The lieutenants take notes, recording agreements that will need to be formalized later. Dima's gaze sharpens during a pause in the conversation. People talk. No judgment. A man protects what's his. You should know Oleg has been offering substantial money for information about vulnerabilities in your operation. So far, no one's taken the bait. So far. Loyalty has limits when the price is high enough. Dima folds his arms. You want this alliance? Fine. We're in. Understand that Oleg won't stop at targeted operations once he realizes we've joined forces against him. He'll go after whatever leverage he can find. I know, I say. That's why I need this done before he finds it. The negotiation continues for another 2 hours, hammering out details of supply routes, revenue splits, and communication protocols. Lev takes notes while I answer questions and counter proposals with a detached precision that's kept me alive in this business for 15 years. Part of my mind stays fixed on the estate, on Kira, on the envelope sitting on the kitchen counter that we're supposed to open together tonight. By the time we shake hands and finalize the agreement, I've been clenching my jaw so hard it aches. Something feels wrong. There's a low hum of unease I can't attribute to anything specific. The meeting went well. The alliance is solid, narrowing Oleg's options by the minute. So why does every instinct I have scream that I've missed something? We step outside into the dark night, the temperature having dropped several degrees while we negotiated. Victor and my other lieutenants wait by the vehicles, their postures relaxed but alert. Everything looks exactly as it should. The unease hasn't faded despite the successful outcome. If anything, it's sharpened into something I can't name or shake. Lev's phone pings with a voicemail notification. He glances at the screen and frowns. It's from Kira's number. I stop walking. Play it. He taps the screen, and Kira's voice fills the air between us, tinny through the phone speaker, but unmistakably hers. Except it isn't. The words are right, forming a plea for help, her voice shaking with fear, but something about the cadence is wrong. The pauses fall in unnatural places. The distress sounds performed rather than felt. Matvey, please, I need you. Something's wrong. I'm at... A burst of static, then coordinates spoken too clearly, too precisely. Please hurry. I don't know what's happening. I'm scared. The message ends. I replay it in my head, analyzing every syllable. Kira doesn't talk like that when she's frightened. I've seen her genuinely scared, and this version of her voice is what a stranger would imagine fear sounds like. It's fake. For one thing, she'd call me, not you. I hold out my hand. Give me the phone. Lev passes it over without argument. I check the metadata on the voicemail, finding exactly what I expected. The message was routed through a series of relay servers, with the origin masked behind layers of encryption. The location pin attached to the voicemail is pristine, though, offering a single clean coordinate that practically begs to be followed. Trace the routing, Lev. Find out where this actually came from. He pulls out a second phone and starts working while I stare at the coordinates on the screen. They point to a location 15 miles outside the city, an industrial area I know well because Oleg used to run a processing facility there before we shut it down 3 years ago. The building has been empty ever since, a shell awaiting demolition that never came. Tower ping. Lev's voice is grim. The voicemail bounced off a decommissioned cell tower in Sector 7. That's deep in Oleg's territory. It's an obvious trap, from the fake message to the clean location pin and the timing right after we solidify an alliance against him. Call the estate. Confirm Kira's location. Lev dials while I move toward my car. The phone rings 3 times. Mrs. Tarsoff answers on the 4th ring. They converse for a moment, and I hear her say, "I'll get her." We wait for another few minutes, and Lev's face goes pale as he listens to whatever the housekeeper says when she returns. "Everywhere?" He keeps his voice steady, but I know him well enough to hear the tension underneath. "How long ago did you last see her?" He ends the call and looks at me. "Mrs. Tarsoff last saw her about an hour ago, but she can't find her now." The world narrows to a single point. Oleg didn't just send me a fake message. He sent her one too, or used some other pretext to pull her away, offering different bait for the same trap. While I was negotiating alliances and planning moves, he was luring her out of the only place I could protect her. Whatever lie he used, it was tailored to exploit something I should have anticipated, some vulnerability in her life that I failed to guard. She's been driving toward danger for at least 45 minutes while I sat in a warehouse talking about territory and supply routes. I get in my car and start the engine. I'm so focused on getting to her that I start driving without Lev. I hear him shouting behind me, but press down harder on the accelerator. My phone rings a moment later, but I don't take the time to answer. Next, a text appears on the screen in the dash. It's from Lev. It'll be 20 minutes until backup reaches the coordinates. I accelerate toward the gates, spraying gravel beneath the tires. The other crews are still loading up, their men watching as I tear past without acknowledgement. Let them wonder. Let them think whatever they want. The alliance will hold, or it won't. And right now, that calculation ranks somewhere below irrelevant. The highway opens ahead of me, and I push the accelerator to the floor. I have to find Kira before Oleg does.
27. Kira. The voicemail comes while I'm standing at the kitchen counter, staring at the sealed envelope and counting the minutes until Matvey walks through the door. Brendan's name flashes on my screen, and I answer without thinking, expecting his usual gruff greeting or a question about whether I'm eating enough. Instead, I get a recording that stops my breath in my throat. Stargirl. His voice is strained, the childhood nickname he hasn't used since I was 12, cutting through the static like a blade. Stargirl, I need you to listen. I made a mistake, got myself into something I can't talk my way out of, and I don't have anyone else. Do you remember where we scattered your parents' ashes? There's a warehouse 2 miles east of there. I'm here, and I need you to come now. Don't call anyone or tell anyone. Just come. They're watching, and if I see black SUVs rolling up instead of your little blue car, I'm a dead man. Please, sweetheart. I'm out of options. The line goes dead. I stand frozen, the phone pressed against my ear even though the connection has ended. Brendan never calls me Stargirl anymore and hasn't since the year I begged him to stop because it made me feel like a child. He'd only use it if he reverted to it unconsciously while afraid. Something is truly wrong, and he's trying to reach the version of me that still believed he could fix anything. A text arrives with coordinates and nothing else. This could be a trap. The thought crystallizes immediately, sharp and unwelcome, because I've spent months learning to think the way Matvey's world requires. Unknown locations, urgent summons, and instructions not to involve security are textbook manipulation tactics, the kind Lev warned me about during one of his security briefings. Yet the voice was Brendan's, the nickname was Brendan's, and the reference to my parents' ashes was Brendan's too. If someone faked this message, they would have needed access to memories I've never shared. I call him back and get voicemail after one ring, an immediate redirect that means his phone is either dead or deliberately silenced. I need to call Matvey. That's what the protocols are for, what he would want, and what every rational thought says is the right choice. But Brendan said black SUVs would get him killed. If someone really does have him and is monitoring for Matvey's men, following protocol might be the thing that ends his life. I look at the envelope on the counter, still sealed, while the babies shift inside me, restless with my elevated heart rate. There are 3 more weeks until the C-section. If I'm wrong about this, Matvey will be furious. If I'm right and I don't go, Brendan dies believing I abandoned him. I grab the envelope and tuck it into my jacket pocket because if everything falls apart, I want it close. The estate's security operates on routine and assumption. Mrs. Tarsov knows I've been making short trips to the pharmacy just down the road without my guards, and the guards at the gate have waved me through twice this week because Matvey trusts me. I slip out without speaking to the housekeeper and take my blue car from the garage. The guard at the gate is one I recognize, a younger man named Arseny, who always asks about the babies. I roll down my window and tell him I'm picking up a prescription, and I'll be back before Mr. Orlovsky gets home. He waves me through with a smile and a reminder to text if I need anything, and then I'm accelerating down the private road, gripping the wheel, pressing into my distended belly. 3 miles from the estate, I turn off the route to town and head toward the coordinates Brendan sent. The landscape shifts from manicured suburbs to industrial sprawl, warehouses and shipping yards replacing the tree-lined streets to which I've grown accustomed. The sun has set now, and I flip on my headlights as the roads narrow and the buildings grow older. The location is east of where we scattered my parents' ashes, just like Brendan said. I remember that morning, with the 2 of us at the edge of the bay, the urns heavy in my hands. He called me Stargirl for the last time, and I cried against his chest until the sun came up. If someone knows about that morning, they know things no one should know. They would have tortured my uncle to get it out of him because he wouldn't do anything to hurt me. The warehouse sits behind a chain-link fence with a gate hanging open, brick and metal and unmarked, with no cars visible and no signs of life. This doesn't look like anywhere Brendan would choose to meet. He runs a bar in the city, knows every back alley in Baltimore, and has no reason to be out here in industrial nowhere unless someone forced him here, unless someone brought him here to die. The Bratva finishes problems permanently. Matvey told me that himself. Brendan is a civilian with too much knowledge, a vulnerability Matvey tolerates because of Brendan's loyal service to Severin and because he's my uncle. If Brendan became a liability, Matt V would handle it the way he handles everything. I hate that the thought occurs to me, but now that it has, it remains firmly lodged in my mind. I park outside the fence and kill the engine, checking my phone for new messages or missed calls. But there's nothing. The warehouse seems quiet and still, and the absence of vehicles should reassure me, but somehow doesn't. If anything feels wrong, I'll leave immediately and call for help, accepting whatever consequences come with admitting I made a mistake. Knowing it's a bad idea, I still get out of the car. Brendan shifted his whole life to give me a home, so I can't walk away if there's even a slight chance he's in danger. From Matt V, I want to discard the idea, but it's burrowing into my subconscious now. I remind myself Oleg would have far more reason to take my uncle to use him to trap me, but the other thought refuses to be completely banished. The walk from the fence to the side entrance feels endless, with every step louder than it should be against the cracked asphalt. I move slowly and awkwardly, 30 weeks of a triplet pregnancy making grace impossible. I press one hand against my belly and force myself to keep moving, because turning back now means accepting Brendan might be bleeding out while I stand here considering risks. The side door is unlocked and swings open when I push it, revealing a dim interior lit by work lights strung across exposed beams. The area smells like copper, rust, and some chemical that makes my stomach lurch. The shapes emerge from the shadows, and everything I believed shatters into pieces. Brendan is on the floor. Blood soaks his shirt and spreads dark across the concrete, pooling in the cracks. His body is slumped against the far wall at an angle that suggests he was dragged there, as though arranged for someone to find. Matvey is crouched beside him with his hands pressed against Brendan's chest, both of them stained red, his posture controlled and still. The conclusion forms before logic can intervene. Every warning Brendan ever gave me crashes through my skull. Men like him don't leave. The life doesn't let them. You don't know what he's capable of. I dismissed those warnings because I wanted to believe I was different. But I wasn't. I was just the last one to understand. Matvey looks up, and for a split second, I see something that might be relief flash across his features before his expression hardens into control. Kira, stay back. I can't move or speak. I can only stare at the tableau in front of me, at the man I love covered in my uncle's blood, and the execution scene I was never supposed to witness. He chose the Bratva. He chose it over Brendan, over me, and over everything I thought we were building together. It's suddenly vividly clear I was always leverage, always a means to an end, and the love I believed in was just another tool in his arsenal. He stares at me and frowns when I take a step back. This isn't what it looks like. His voice is controlled and steady. Kira, listen to me. Oleg. Don't. The word tears out of me, raw and broken. Don't use his name to explain this away. It's his fault. This is a trap. The voicemail you got wasn't real. Brendan stirs on the ground, a low groan escaping his lips. He turns his head toward me, eyelids flickering open for just a moment. Kira. He says my name in a whisper that sounds like goodbye. Then his eyes roll back and he goes limp. The sound confirms what I already knew. I'm too late. Whatever happened here, whatever Matvey did before I arrived, I'm standing in the aftermath of a choice he made without consulting me. A problem he solved the way he solves everything. I called an ambulance, but they'll be a while. They're short-handed, and it seems everyone in Baltimore needs them tonight, according to the dispatcher. He rises slowly. Keeping his bloodied hands visible like that somehow proves innocence. Lev and backup are 3 minutes out, so we'll take him ourselves if the ambulance isn't here when Lev arrives. Brendan was shot before I got here. Oleg's men... Stop. I stumble backward, nearly tripping over my own feet. I don't want to hear it. Kira, please. I need you to think. I need you to look at this clearly. I am looking at it clearly. My voice sounds wrong, pitched high and thin, like I'm narrating my life collapse in real time. I asked you once if you would ever leave this life. You didn't answer. I should have known then what that silence meant. Something flickers across his face, pain or frustration or something I can no longer read. I love you. Hurting him would hurt you. And that's the last thing Don't. I'm shaking now, tremors running through me so hard I can barely stand. The envelope pressing against my hip like an accusation of everything I was stupid enough to believe. Don't tell me you love me while you're covered in his blood. He stops moving. For a long moment, neither of us speaks. Brendan remains unmoving, and he looks dead. I found him like this. His voice has gone quiet, stripped of command, and everything except a plea I no longer trust. I got a fake message too, something designed to bring me here. By the time I arrived, Brendan was already shot. I've been trying to stop the bleeding. I want to believe him. Some desperate part of me still wants to believe that Matvey is who I thought he was, that this is all a misunderstanding or a setup, and love can survive what I've just seen. That part of me is shrinking by the second, crushed under evidence I can no longer ignore. I can't stay here. The words come out broken. I can't listen to explanations while he bleeds out on the floor. Kira, if you leave, then what? Tears stream down my face, hot and unstoppable. You'll stop me? You'll make me stay the way you made him stay? He flinches like I've struck him. No, I would never. Then don't. I turn and walk toward the door. Behind me, Matvey calls my name twice, his voice cracking on the second attempt. I don't turn around. If I look at him again, I might see something that makes me doubt just how bad he is, and doubt is why I ended up here in the first place, pregnant with his babies, and my uncle dead at his hand. The car is where I left it, and I fumble with the keys, shaking so badly it takes 3 tries to get the door open. I start the engine and drive. The warehouse shrinks in my rearview mirror, then disappears entirely as I turn onto the main road. I don't know where I'm going or what happens next, only that the future I imagined died on a concrete floor alongside everything I thought I understood about the man I loved. I pull the envelope from my pocket and set it on the passenger seat, still sealed, still pristine, and full of answers to questions that aren't important right now. Boys or girls, they're Matvey's babies, and he's a murderer. I'll have to do everything I can to hide and protect them from him. The highway opens up ahead of me, dark and empty. I press the accelerator and let the speed climb, putting distance between myself and the man I trusted, the life I wanted, and the mistake from which I may never recover. I'm on my own. I survived before Matvey, and I'll survive after him. I have to because I'm not just caring for myself anymore. I won't let my children grow up with Matvey or in his sphere of influence, shaped into killers over time, and always at risk. I drive until the city lights fade behind me. The darkness closes in, and the only sound is my own ragged breathing and the hum of tires on asphalt. I don't look back.
28. Matvey! The emergency room doors slam open as Lev and I carry Brendan through, his weight heavy between us and his blood soaking through our clothes. When Lev and backup arrived, the ambulance was still 13 minutes out, according to dispatch, so we decided to bring him ourselves, since the warehouse was 6 minutes from a hospital, at least when Lev was driving 90. A nurse sees us and shouts something I don't process. And then we're surrounded by people in scrubs pulling a gurney toward us, hands reaching to take the man I've been keeping alive, with nothing but pressure and desperate focus. It's a gunshot wound to the abdomen, Lev says, his voice clipped and professional in a way that cuts through the chaos. He's lost a lot of blood, and his pulse was thready in the car. They transfer Brendan onto the gurney and wheel him away, a team forming around him as they disappear through a set of swinging doors. I stand in the middle of the emergency room with his blood drying on my hands and his niece's accusations still ringing in my ears, watching the doors swing shut and feeling the adrenaline start to drain out of my system like water through a cracked pipe. A security guard approaches, hand resting on his radio, but Lev intercepts him with false credentials of an FBI agent that he always carries. The guard nods and backs away, and I'm grateful for the small mercy of not having to explain why I walked into a hospital covered in someone else's blood. "Sir," a nurse approaches me with gloves and a clipboard. "Are you injured? There's blood. It's not mine." I look down at my hands, at the rust-brown stains spreading across my palms and fingers, and think about Kira seeing me like this. I wince as I remember the look on her face when she walked into that warehouse and found me crouched over her uncle. She must believe he's dead since she fled the warehouse without waiting, and she thinks I killed him. That's devastating. I don't want her to think I could ever do such a thing, but she's seen me kill before, so I understand why she believes I could kill even someone important to her. I need to wash this off. The nurse directs me to a bathroom, and I spend 5 minutes scrubbing at my skin until the water runs clear. The blood comes off easily enough, but I can still feel it somehow, like a phantom stain that won't fade no matter how hard I work at it. When I finally look at myself in the mirror, I see a man who just lost everything because he couldn't see a trap until it was too late. Lev is waiting for me when I emerge, his expression grim and his phone in one hand. In the other, he holds a device I don't recognize immediately, but finally identify as a cheap smartphone with a cracked screen and a familiar logo on the back. "We found this in the warehouse," he says, handing it to me. "One of Oleg's men dropped it when they cleared out. Victor's people recovered it 20 minutes ago." I take the phone and turn it over in my hands. The screen is locked, but Lev has already bypassed the security, and when I swipe to unlock it, I find myself looking at an app I've never seen before. The interface is simple and almost elegant. There is a list of voice profiles on the left, a recording button on the right, and a text field in the middle where someone can type whatever they want the fake voice to say. "Voice synthesis software," Lev says. "You feed it enough sample audio of someone talking, and it can generate new speech that sounds almost identical. The samples on this phone include Kira's voice, Brendan's voice, and yours." I scroll through the voice profiles, seeing the names listed in cold digital text. Kira Tiernan, Brendan Tiernan, Matvey Orlovsky. Each profile shows hours of sample audio, scraped from phone calls and recordings that Oleg's people must have been collecting for months. "The voicemail you received." I look up at Lev. "The one from Kira's number. It was generated by this software. The audio quality is good enough to fool most people, but it can't replicate the emotional nuance of genuine speech. That's why you notice the cadence was wrong." He pauses. Kira surely received a similar message, but hers was designed to sound like Brendan. He plays a file, and the panicked, desperate, synthesized voice of Brendan, begging her to come to the warehouse without calling anyone, fills the room for a moment. The scheme comes together with a clarity that makes me want to put my fist through the wall. Oleg didn't just want to kill Brendan or kidnap Kira. He wanted to destroy everything between us by making her believe I was capable of hurting the one person she loves most in the world. "Walk me through the timeline," I say, forcing my voice to stay level despite the rage building behind my ribs. Lev pulls out his own phone and consults his notes. Based on what we've pieced together, Oleg's men grabbed Brendan sometime early evening, probably from his bar. They beat him, not enough to kill, but enough to make him look like a victim of violence. Then they transported him to the warehouse and shot him in the abdomen, a wound designed to be survivable with immediate medical attention, but fatal without it. They wanted him dying when Kira arrived. I bite out the words. They wanted her to blame me. Lev's jaw tightens. Yes. I had 4 minutes with Brendan before she walked in and saw exactly what Oleg wanted her to see. Lev says, the second voicemail, the one mimicking Brendan, was sent to Kira's phone approximately 40 minutes before she arrived at the warehouse. The timing was calculated to ensure she'd leave the estate, drive to the location, and walk in at the precise moment you'd be covered in her uncle's blood trying to save his life. He staged the entire thing. The words come out flat, stripped of everything except the cold recognition of what Oleg accomplished. Brendan was bait. Kira's fear was the weapon, and I walked right into position without seeing the trap until it closed around both of us. You couldn't have known. Lev puts a hand on my shoulder, a rare gesture from a man who keeps physical contact to a minimum. The operation was sophisticated, well-funded, and executed by people who've been planning this for months. Even with the Alliance meeting as a distraction, you still recognized the fake voicemail and got to Brendan before he bled out. Yet Kira still thinks I tried to kill him. Lev doesn't answer because there's nothing to say. She drove away believing the worst thing Oleg could make her believe, and I let her go because the alternative was proving him right about me. I hand the phone back to Lev. I want every one of Oleg's known properties hit tonight. Warehouses, safe houses, distribution points, everything. Shut down his exits and cut off his supply lines. If he's planning to run after this, I want him trapped before he can move. Victor's already mobilizing. We have teams en route to 6 locations, with more staging as we speak. Postguards at Brennan's room. At least 2 men minimum, rotating every 4 hours, armed and authorized to use force. If Oleg's people try to finish what they started, I want them stopped before they reach the door. I'll set it up. Lev pockets the phone and meets my gaze. What about Kira? I pull out my own phone, dialing her number. I'll keep trying. It goes to voicemail, so I dial her number again, listening to the ring that stretches into silence before her voicemail picks up yet again. The recorded greeting is her real voice, and the contrast with the synthetic version I heard earlier makes something twist inside me. Kira, it's me. I turn away from Lev and lower my voice, aware that I'm leaving a message to which she might never listen. I know you don't want to talk to me right now. I know what you saw and how it looked, but Brendan is alive. He's in surgery at Johns Hopkins, and the doctors say his chances are good. Oleg's people shot him and planted him at that warehouse specifically so you'd find me there and think I was responsible. I pause, searching for words that might cut through the fear and betrayal she's carrying. There was a phone with voice synthesis software that can mimic anyone, including Brendan. The voicemail you received wasn't him, Kira. It was a fake, designed to lure you out of the estate at exactly the right moment. This whole thing was staged to make you run from me, and it worked. The silence on the other end of the line is a reminder that I'm talking to a recording while the woman I love is somewhere out there, convinced I'm a monster. I'm not asking you to trust me. I know that's too much right now. I'm just asking you to stay safe, hidden, and away from anyone connected to Oleg. Don't go anywhere, you might be recognized. He wanted to fracture us, and if you're alone and scared, you're exactly where he wants you to be. Lev shifts his weight behind me, a silent reminder that time is passing and there are operations to coordinate. I'm going to end this tonight. By morning, he won't have anywhere left to hide. I close my eyes and let the next words come honestly. You're not in danger from me. You never were. Stay hidden until I reach you, and when this is over, I'll prove everything I'm telling you right now. I end the call and stand there for a moment, staring at the phone in my hand as if it might ring. Ring if I wait long enough, but it doesn't. She's terrified. And not thinking clearly, Lev says quietly, "Give her time." Time is exactly what Oleg is counting on. I pocket the phone and turn to face him. Every hour she's out there alone is an hour he can use to find her. I need this finished before he gets another chance. Then let's finish it.
29. Kira. The gaslight has been blinking for the past 20 miles, and I finally pull into a station on the outskirts of the city because my options have narrowed to stopping or stranding myself on the side of the highway. The attendant barely looks at me as I pay in cash, and I'm grateful for the anonymity and the way pregnancy makes me invisible to anyone not specifically looking. Just another tired woman filling her tank in the middle of the night. I don't know where I'm going until I'm already driving there, the streets becoming familiar without conscious recognition. Brendan's bar sits dark and quiet when I pull around back, the neon sign switched off for the first time I can remember. He never closes early. He never leaves the place unattended, not even when he's sick or when the neighborhood got bad enough that other business owners fled. An ambulance was supposedly on its way, according to Matvey, when I drove away from that warehouse, but he looked dead, and Matvey was the one standing over him with blood on his hands. The spare key is hidden in the same place it's been since before I moved in at 16, tucked into a crack in the brickwork beside the service entrance. I let myself in and locked the door behind me, then stood in the darkness of the kitchen for a long moment, listening to the silence. There are no footsteps from upstairs or the clink of bottles being restocked. Just the hum of the walk-in cooler and the faint drip of the dishwasher that Brendan has been meaning to fix for years. I move through the kitchen and into the main room on autopilot. The familiar smell of wood polish and old whiskey wraps around me, and for a moment, I can almost pretend nothing has changed, that Brendan is upstairs sleeping. The illusion shatters when I flip on the lights and see the empty stools and the glasses lined up behind the bar, waiting for a bartender who might never pour from them again. The jukebox is quiet in the corner, and the chalkboard menu still lists last night's specials in Brendan's cramped handwriting. I need to do something with my hands or I'll fall apart completely, so I climb the narrow stairs to Brendan's apartment above the bar. His place is small and cluttered in the way of a man who lives alone and doesn't expect visitors. I used to have the tiny second bedroom, but he's converted it to a storage space in the years since I moved out. There are dishes in the sink, newspapers stacked on the coffee table, and a half-empty bottle of whiskey on the counter that tells me he was here recently. The bed is unmade. A coffee mug sits on the nightstand, dregs dried at the bottom. He left expecting to come back. I pull a duffel bag from his closet and start packing in case he is alive and at the hospital. I put in spare clothes, his reading glasses, and a worn paperback from his nightstand with a bookmark halfway in it indicating he's in mid-read. These are things he'll need if he wakes up, if he's still alive. Somehow I'm still capable of thinking about the future, even when the present feels like it's collapsing around me. The sealed envelope is still in my jacket pocket, pressing against my hip. I carry it downstairs and set it on the bar counter, unable to look at it for more than a second before turning away. That envelope was supposed to be the beginning of something. Now, it's just evidence of a future that no longer exists. My phone buzzes in my pocket again. Matvey's name flashes on the screen, and I gag from sudden nausea. I silence the call and send it to voicemail, then do the same for the next two that follow in quick succession. A text arrives from Elise a few minutes later. "Are you okay? Matvey called looking for you." "What's happening?" I stare at the message for a long time before typing my response. "I don't know anymore." The reply comes almost instantly. "Where are you?" "I'm coming." I can't answer that. I can't drag Elise into whatever this is. She's been a good friend, better than I deserved during these months of secrets and half-truths, and the least I can do is keep her away from the fallout. I type, "Stay away from me right now." I hit send before I can change my mind, then switch my phone to silent and set it on the counter. The bar is quiet except for the hum of the refrigeration units and the occasional creak of the building settling. I sink onto one of the stools and rest my head in my hands, and the tears come before I can stop them. They're raw and ugly, wrenched from somewhere so deep I didn't know it existed. I cry for Brendan, either dead or lying in a hospital bed because I brought this world into his life when I should have run the other direction. I cry for the babies, who deserve better than this, who deserve a mother who makes better choices. I cry until I'm gasping and hollow and there's nothing left. Minutes pass. The babies shift inside me, restless and uncomfortable, and I press one hand against my belly, because they are 3 reasons to keep moving. Realizing I need to know about Brendan, I reach for my phone. I plan to look up the closest hospital to that warehouse and call directly to see if he's alive and a patient. I don't trust whatever Matvey might have told me on the voicemails, and I'm not ready to listen to them. The creak of the front door reaches me through the haze, and I fumble the phone, which spins several feet down the bar. I'm confused because I locked that door. For one irrational moment, it could be a customer who didn't see the closed sign, some drunk looking for a nightcap or a very early morning pick-me-up. I wipe my face with the back of my hand and start to say we're closed, but the words catch when I see who's standing in the doorway. There are 2 men, both wearing dark jackets and blank expressions that telegraph violence more clearly than any weapon could. I recognize them the way you recognize a recurring nightmare, the features blurring together, but the feeling unmistakable. They were there the night Oleg kidnapped me, and now they're here in the bar again. I slide off the stool and back away, reaching for my phone where it came to rest at the far end of the counter. But 30 weeks of pregnancy makes me slow and clumsy, and they're not there. The first man crosses the distance in 3 strides and grabs my wrist before I can reach the device, his grip hard enough to grind the bones together. I try to pull free and fail, try to scream but manage only a strangled gasp before his partner closes the gap and clamps a hand over my mouth. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be." The voice is calm, almost bored, like he's done this enough times that the routine has become tedious. "You come quietly and nobody gets hurt for now. You fight, and we hurt you just enough to make you stop." I fight anyway because I have 3 lives inside me that I promise to protect. I twist against his grip and try to bite the hand covering my mouth, but my balance is off, and my leverage is non-existent. Something sharp and precise jabs into my neck, stealing my breath and sending white spots across my vision. The scream that tears out of me is muffled by the hand on my face and swallowed before it can reach anyone who might help. Not that there's anyone to hear. The bar is empty, the street outside is empty at 3 a.m., and I'm alone, scared, and completely vulnerable, exactly as Oleg wanted me to be. They drag me toward the back door, and as the sedative kicks in, my feet scrape uselessly against the floor as I try to find purchase. I catch one last glimpse of the bar before the kitchen swallows us. The envelope sits on the counter where I left it, white, pristine, and waiting for someone who might never open it. The duffel bag of Brendan's things rests on the stool where I left it, packed for a hospital visit I won't be making. My phone glows with notifications I might not live long enough to answer. Matvey will kill you for this, I say in a slurred and weak voice. He'll find me, and he'll kill every single one of you. The man holding my wrist laughs. It's a short, ugly sound that bounces off the kitchen walls. He's welcome to try. By the time he figures out where you are, it won't matter anymore. The alley behind the bar is dark and cold. It's darker than it should be until I realize someone has broken the streetlight at the end of the alley. A van waits with its engine running. The back door's already open. They're going to take me somewhere Matvey will never find, where Oleg can use me as leverage or bait, or for whatever purpose he's had in mind since the moment he learned I existed. I try to fight again, but the sedative has stolen most of my strength, and the hands holding me are too strong, too experienced, and too certain of the outcome. They lift me into the van, and I land hard on the metal floor, the impact jarring through my belly in a way that makes me want to scream again, but I can't muster the ability. My brain and my tongue both feel thick. The doors slam shut, cutting off the last of the street light. In the darkness, I curl around my stomach and force myself to breathe. The babies are too still. I whisper to them in the blackness, nonsense words and broken promises, telling them we're going to be okay, even though I don't believe it, and telling them their father will come even though I'm no longer sure he'll find us in time. I wish I had acted instead of reacted when I saw him with Brendan. In hindsight, it was clearly a setup, but I instantly believe the worst of Matvey. The van lurches into motion, and every bump and turn jars me as we drive away from the only place that still felt safe. I don't know how long we've been moving when the motion finally settles into something steadier, the road smoothing out beneath us. We're on the highway, probably. They're taking me farther from Baltimore, farther from anyone who might be looking. The sedative has relaxed me but hasn't knocked me out yet. Maybe they used less because I'm pregnant. I wish for a reprieve into unconsciousness and close my eyes. But all I can summon is the image of Brendan bleeding on that warehouse floor, with Matvey crouched above him with blood on his hands. It seems obvious now the blood came from him applying pressure to the wound. I was so dumb to fall into Oleg's traps and believe everything he put before me. The dark closes in, and somewhere between one breath and the next, consciousness slips away.
30. Matvey. The estate is dark when I pull through the gates, and I already know what I'm going to find before I step inside. Kira isn't here. She hasn't been here since she drove away from that warehouse believing the worst thing Oleg could make her think. And every hour that passes makes the silence more dangerous. I move through the house anyway, checking rooms I know will be empty, looking for signs of contact that won't exist. The envelope is missing from the kitchen counter, indicating she took it with her. Her closet is undisturbed, the toiletries are still arranged beside the bathroom sink, and she has a glass of water, half full, on the nightstand. Everything is waiting for a woman who hasn't come home. The bed is still made from this morning. The book she was reading sits open on the arm of the couch with a bookmark. They are small details that shouldn't matter, but do, because they're evidence of a life interrupted mid-sentence. Mrs. Tarsoff appears at the top of the stairs, her face drawn with worry. She has no idea where Kira went. Lev starts asking the other staff, and soon reports that a gate guard waved her through on routine clearance, assuming she was going to the pharmacy since she was alone. It's the first time I'm learning that she's been allowed to go anywhere, even the pharmacy tent minutes away, without an escort. That's a procedural gap I would have closed weeks ago if I'd known. Victor meets me in the study with an update I don't want to hear. There's been no contact from any of our checkpoints. Her vehicle hasn't been spotted on any of the routes we're monitoring, and her phone went dark approximately 90 minutes ago. Define dark. No signal, No GPS ping. Either the battery died, the phone was destroyed, or someone removed it from the network deliberately. Neither of us says what we're both thinking. A dead phone means she's either been taken or she's hiding. Given the circumstances, hiding would be a best-case scenario, but I don't believe it. I pull out my phone and dial Lev. He's in the war room, coordinating our digital tools to find her, and answers on the first ring. "I'm already pulling traffic feeds," he says before I can speak. "I'm accessing every camera within a 5-mile radius of Brendan's bar, plus major arterials leading out of the city. If she went there, we'll have footage within the hour." She went there. I move to the window and stare out at the dark grounds. It's the only place that would feel safe to her right now since she didn't come to the hospital. She'd want familiar territory, somewhere connected to family. I agree. We'll find her. I end the call, not sure how I'll endure the time until we have footage, knowing she's out there alone. The next 40 minutes pass in fragments of information. Lev confirms traffic footage showing Kira's vehicle arriving at Brendan's bar at 2:47 a.m., pulling around to the service entrance and parking in the shadows. At that point, there were no other vehicles visible or signs of pursuit. She went inside alone, and for 36 minutes, nothing happened. Then the second feed loads and the situation shifts from missing person to active hostage situation. 2 men approach the bar's front entrance at 3:23 a.m., moving with the purposeful stride of professionals. After forcing open the lock, they enter without hesitation, like they know exactly who's inside. "I recognize the taller one," Lev says through the phone, his voice flat. "He's Fighter Malkov and part of Oleg's inner circle. He's done wet work, and I'm sure his companion has too." I tense at that. How did they know she was there? Lev hesitates. "My guess is Oleg set up surveillance, reasonably certain she'd go there after convincing her you couldn't be trusted. They were waiting." "Show me the exit footage." The third feed takes longer to load, pulled from a camera mounted on the building across the alley. The quality is worse, with the angle partially obscured by a dumpster, but what it captures is clear enough. Kira is being dragged through the back door. She's struggling against both men, her movements clumsy and desperate as her feet drag. She looks drugged. They lift her into a waiting van, slam the door, and pull away. The timestamp indicates that it took them 8 minutes from entry to extraction. I watch it twice. The second time, I focus on the van with its white panel, no visible plates, and tinted rear windows. It's a commercial model and common enough to disappear into traffic. "I need every available resource redirected to this," I tell Lev. "Call in the debts. Trade on every favor we're owed, every alliance we've built, and every contact who might have eyes on Oleg's movement. I want his exit sealed before he realizes we're coming." "I've already started, boss. Dima's people are covering the northern routes, and Ruslan has the ports. Our crews are hitting every known Oleg property that hasn't already been raided." The van? Traffic pattern analysis is running. Based on the direction they turned leaving the alley, we've got a projected route heading east toward the industrial corridor. I'm pulling every feed along that path. How long will that take? Probably 20 minutes, but maybe less if we get lucky with camera placement. I don't care what it takes or who does it, but find her. I end the call and move, because staying still is not an option. Victor has the car running by the time I reach the garage, and we're on the road within 60 seconds. The drive to Johns Hopkins takes 20 minutes. I spend the first half coordinating with Lev on resource deployment and the second half preparing for the conversation I need to have with Brendan. He's going to want to help. He's going to want to tear this city apart looking for her, and in his condition, that will kill him faster than Oleg's bullet. Brendan's room is guarded by two of my men, both armed and both under strict orders that no one unauthorized gets through that door. They step aside without question when I approach. The door opens onto a scene that would almost be peaceful if not for the circumstances. The older man is propped against pillows, with IV lines running into one arm, and monitors beeping steadily in the background. He looks like death warmed over, pale, drawn, and diminished in ways I've never seen him before. The surgeon told me the bullet missed his liver by centimeters. The blood loss alone should have killed him. The fact that he's still breathing feels like the only victory we've managed tonight. He looks at me, sharp despite the painkillers, and I see the question forming before he asks it. Where is she? I close the door behind me and cross to stand beside his bed. Oleg's men took her from your bar approximately 2 hours ago. We have surveillance footage confirming the abduction and a projected route for the vehicle. My people are tracking them now. Brendan tries to sit up and swing his legs over the side of the bed, but I put a hand on his shoulder and push him back down with enough force to make the point clear. The movement pulls at his stitches, and I see him wince. But he doesn't stop fighting until I lean in close and speak directly into his face. The only thing you need to do right now is to live. I keep my voice low and steady, pitched for him alone. You surviving what they did to you wasn't an accident. It's the reason Oleg doesn't win. If you die trying to help, he takes her and you. If you stay alive, he only gets one shot at this, and I'm going to make sure he misses. Brendan stares at me for a long moment, fury, fear, and helplessness warring across his face. Bring her back, he finally says, and it sounds less like a request than a command. The voice of a man who's spent decades protecting her and can't stand being sidelined now. Whatever it takes, whatever it costs, I don't care what you have to do or who you have to go through. Bring her back. I will. I pull out my phone. Will you record a message for her? She doesn't know you're alive. He nods and starts speaking when I point at him. Kira, I'm okay. The doctor says I'm going to live. Don't worry about me. Matvey is keeping me safe with men at the door. When he gets you back, I want you to focus just on you and the babies and recovering from being kidnapped. I love you, Stargirl. He smiles, though it's a bit wobbly. I know you hate that, but I named a drink after your nickname and tell everyone who orders it that you inspired it. He's looking tired, so I hold up a hand. That's enough for now. You should My phone buzzes with an incoming message from Lev, so I step away from the bed and read the text, feeling the first real shift in the situation since the surveillance footage loaded. Lev, coordinate hit. Van stopped at industrial complex off Route 40. Building matches profile of Oleg Shell Company. Cross-referenced with property records and utility payments. 80% confidence. 80% isn't certainty, but it's actionable. I have to go, Brendan. We have a strong lead. He nods, clearly too worn to speak again, and I dial Lev as I start moving towards the door. How many men can we have on site in the next 30 minutes? 3 teams are already en route. Another 2 can be there within the hour if we pull them from the port lockdown. Pull them. I want that building surrounded before Oleg knows we've found him. No one goes in until I arrive, but no one leaves either. If he tries to move her, we take the vehicle. If anyone resists, put them down. Lev replies briskly. Understood. I'll have breach teams ready on your signal. I pause at the door and look back at Brendan, still struggling against the reality of his own limitations. She told me once that you were the reason she survived losing her parents. You were the only person who made her feel safe when everything else fell apart. He doesn't respond, but pride and a hint of grief flickers in his expression. I'm going to be that person for her now, for her and for our children. Whatever happens tonight, Oleg doesn't get to take that from us. I leave before he can answer, moving through the hospital corridors with a purpose that clears a path without requiring words. Nurses step aside and security guards look away. I've spent 15 years building a reputation that opens doors and closes mouths, and tonight, that reputation is the only thing keeping me from screaming. The car is waiting at the entrance with Victor behind the wheel and the engine running. He's already been briefed. He knows what we're walking into and what's at stake. Route 40, I tell him as I slide into the passenger seat. We're going down the industrial corridor. Lev will send coordinates. Victor pulls away from the hospital, and the city blurs past through tinted windows as we accelerate toward Kira's possible location. My phone buzzes with updates from each team leader. Perimeter assignments are confirmed, and entry points are identified. Snipers position on adjacent rooftops and check in with me so I know where they are. Everyone knows the stakes, and everyone knows the rules. Kira comes out alive, whatever the cost. Oleg took what matters most. He took her because he thought it would break me, give him leverage, and let him use my love as a weapon against everything I've built. He was wrong. My phone buzzes again with another message from Lev. Teams in position, awaiting your arrival. I text back a single word, coming. The city falls away behind us as Victor takes the highway toward the industrial corridor. Every mile brings me closer, but every second is one she's spending in his custody, afraid, alone, and probably still believing I'm the enemy. I check my weapon, verify the magazine, and chamber around. Victor does the same without taking his gaze off the road. We've done this before. We've walked into situations where the odds weren't in our favor and walked out the other side. Tonight won't be different. I won't let it be. My phone buzzes with status updates from each team. The perimeter remains secure, and there's no movement from the building, but thermal imaging shows multiple heat signatures on the second floor, and one of them is smaller than the others, positioned near the center of the structure. That's Kira. It has to be. This ends with me walking into that building and taking back everything Oleg stole. I'm coming for her, and nothing will stand in the way of saving her and our babies.
31. Kira. Consciousness returns in fragments. I first notice cold air against my skin, then the bite of rope around my wrists, and a persistent throbbing at the base of my skull. The headache is probably a side effect of the sedative. I keep my breathing slow and even, fighting the instinct to move or open my eyes. I need information first. I can panic later. The chair beneath me is metal, sitting on a concrete floor. I'm confident guessing that it's because the floor radiates a chill even through my clothes. The rope binding my wrists is coarse and cinched hard enough to have already scraped the skin raw. My ankles are free, but that's small comfort when every shift of weight makes the chair creak loudly enough to echo. I open my eyes a fraction, just enough to take in my surroundings through the blur of my lashes. I'm in a warehouse with high ceilings crossed with rusted beams and work lights strung at irregular intervals. The air smells like gasoline and old metal, along with the mustiness of a building that hasn't been used for its original purpose in years. It's maybe been abandoned or used for industrial storage. Maybe it was once an old machine shop or the like, but now it's a place where people disappear. Two men stand near the entrance, one leaning against a support pillar scrolling through his phone, while the other paces a slow circuit between the door and a stack of wooden pallets. Neither of them is looking at me. That's something. The babies shift inside me, and the movement brings with it a low, tightening sensation that makes me catch my breath. I realize that sensation is the first thing that woke me. It can't be labor. Not yet. Just the body's response to stress. The same Braxton Hicks contractions I've been having for weeks now. But they're stronger than before, more insistent, and the timing couldn't be worse. Footsteps echo from somewhere behind me, measured and deliberate, and I close my eyes again just before a shadow crosses into my peripheral vision. The footsteps stop. Someone is standing directly in front of me, close enough that I smell cologne and cigarette smoke, which makes me wrinkle my nose in disgust. I know you're awake. The voice is calm, almost pleasant, with just enough accent to mark its origin. I open my eyelids and look up at the man I've heard about but never met, who Matvey speaks of with respect for the threat and contempt for his methods. Oleg Markov is smaller than I expected, compact and precise in a way that suggests efficiency rather than physical power. His face is unremarkable except for his eyes, which study me with a hatred so controlled it barely registers as emotion at all. He looks like a man reviewing inventory, calculating value to decide what to keep and what to discard. Kira Tiernan. He says my name like he's tasting it. The woman who made Matvey Orlovsky forget who he is. I don't respond. My throat is dry, my head is pounding, and every instinct I have is screaming to show nothing and give nothing. I must become as blank and unreadable as the concrete walls surrounding us. He destroyed my family. Oleg pulls a metal folding chair from somewhere behind him and sits down, positioning himself at eye level and close enough that I see the gray threading through his hair. First my brother and then my cousins as the war dragged on. These were men I grew up with who trusted me to protect them. All are dead because Matvey decided they were obstacles to his expansion. That's not what I heard. You killed Severin first, starting this. He doesn't deny that. So he told you something of his world? I'm surprised. He leans back, crossing one leg over the other with the casual posture of a man settling in for a long conversation. Still, he doesn't tell you about the bodies, does he? He doesn't bring the blood home to your pretty estate and your pretty nursery. You get the version that lets you sleep at night. Another contraction ripples through me, stronger than the last, and I force myself to breathe through it without letting my expression change. In and out, slow and controlled. The babies aren't coming yet. I won't let them come yet. When I can speak again, I ask, "What do you want?" Oleg smiles, and it's worse than the hatred because there's genuine pleasure in it. I want Matvey to understand what it feels like to lose everything he's built, his territory, alliances, and his legacy. The smile widens. His family. Killing me won't hurt him the way you think it will. There's a marked lack of conviction in my tone, though. Despite the events of tonight, or maybe because of how quickly I assumed the worst, which has left me feeling guilty. I can see how much he's changed, and how much we mean to him with stark clarity. I'm not going to kill you. He uncrosses his legs and leans forward, elbows on his knees, and close enough now that I see the fine lines around his eyes. I'm going to take you apart piece by piece, and I'm going to make sure he knows exactly what's happening while he's too far away to stop it. By the time I'm finished, the man you love will be a shell, broken and useless. Only then will I kill him, and he'll be grateful for it. The words make me swallow a whimper. Each one is designed to crack the composure I'm barely holding together. I want to scream at him, spit in his face, and tell him Matvey will tear him apart. But he wants fear, defiance, or some emotion he can use against me, so I give him nothing. I hold his gaze, keeping my expression frozen, and wait for him to get bored with the performance. It takes longer than I expected. Oleg watches me the way a cat watches a mouse, patient and predatory, waiting for the twitch that signals vulnerability. When it doesn't come, frustration flickers behind his eyes, perhaps alongside a stirring of respect. "You're stronger than I gave you credit for." He stands up, pushing the chair aside with his foot. "We'll see how long that lasts." He walks away without another word, disappearing through a door at the far end of the warehouse. The two guards shift slightly at his departure, the phone one glancing up briefly before returning to his screen, while the pacing one resumes his circuit with renewed purpose. I wait until Oleg's footsteps have faded completely before I let myself breathe. The exhalation comes out shakily, and I have to clamp down hard on the sob that wants to follow it. Not yet. I can fall apart later, but I need to think right now. The rope around my wrists is rough, but not professional, tied by someone who knew the basics but didn't bother with the refinements. I test it carefully, shifting my hands in opposite directions to feel for slack. There's a little. It's not much, but enough that I can work with it if I'm patient. The chair is the bigger problem. It's bolted to the floor, which means I can't simply stand up and walk away still tied to it, but the bolt itself looks old and corroded. The threads probably weakened by years of rust and neglect. If I can get enough leverage on the rope to free my hands, I might be able to work the chair loose afterward. Another contraction tightens across my abdomen, and I close my eyes and count through it. 30 seconds. Maybe 40. Still irregular and manageable, but the intervals are getting shorter. I have hours, probably, but hours aren't the same as forever, and every minute I spend tied to this chair is a minute closer to complications I can't afford. The pacing guard completes another circuit and pauses near the exit, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket. He glances back at me, then at his partner, who waves him off without looking up from his phone. The door creaks as he pushes through it, propping it open with a brick to let in the cold night air. One guard remains, distracted and 20 feet away, getting farther with every step toward whatever smoking spot he's claimed outside. I work faster, twisting my wrists against the rope until the friction burns and the skin underneath starts to weep. The strands catch on raw flesh, and I use the moisture to lubricate the movement, sliding my hands back and forth in tiny increments that probably look like nothing but feel like progress. The phone guard laughs at something on his screen. He hasn't looked at me in 5 minutes. One strand gives way with a soft snap that sounds impossibly loud in the silence of the warehouse. I freeze, waiting for the guard to react, but he's still absorbed in whatever he's watching. A video, probably, or a game. It's clearly something entertaining enough to hold his attention while his prisoner unties herself 10 feet behind him. 2 more strands, then 3. The rope loosens enough that blood rushes back into my fingers, sparking pins and needles of returning circulation that make me want to cry with relief. I don't cry. I keep working. The pacing guard finishes his cigarette and grinds it out somewhere I can't see. I hear him cough, spit, and shuffle his feet against the concrete outside. He'll be back any second, so I need to be ready. The last strand snaps, and I pull my hands free with a silent gasp, letting the rope fall away behind the chair. I don't move yet, sitting perfectly still, hands behind my back as if they're still bound, and I wait. The guard outside says something to his partner, voice muffled by distance and the walls between us. The phone guard responds without looking up, a dismissive wave that sends the pacing one toward the far side of the warehouse instead of back to his original position. I rise from the chair slowly, careful to minimize sound. The chair doesn't creak. The floor doesn't groan. I'm 30 weeks pregnant with triplets, and somehow I'm moving like a ghost, silent and desperate and fueled by something deeper than adrenaline. A rusted pipe lies against the base of the nearest support pillar, probably fallen from the ceiling years ago and never cleaned up. I grab it as I pass, the weight familiar and comforting in a way that surprises me. I've never hit anyone in my life. Tonight might be the night that changes. The back corridor is dark, lit only by the dim glow filtering in from the main warehouse. I move toward it, one hand pressed against the wall for guidance, the other wrapped around the pipe. The babies are still now, quiet in a way that feels like they're holding their breath with me. Somewhere behind me, the phone guard finally looks up from his screen. I hear his sharp intake of breath, the scramble of boots against concrete, and the beginning of a shout that cuts off when he realizes shouting will bring the others, and they'll have to explain how a pregnant woman escaped right under their noses. I don't look back. I keep moving, finding a door at the end of the corridor and pushing through it into another section of the warehouse, this one smaller and cluttered with old machinery. There's a window on the far wall, glass long since broken, covered with a sheet of plastic that flaps in the wind. An exit. Maybe. I cross the room as fast as I can manage, climbing over debris and ducking under low-hanging pipes, with the rusted weapon still clutched in my hand. The window is high, chest level, but there's a crate beneath it that might serve as a step if it holds my weight. The door behind me bangs open, but I don't turn around. I haul myself onto the crate, feeling it shift beneath me, and reach for the window frame just as fingers close around my ankle and pull. I swing the pipe without thinking, connecting with something solid that crunches on impact. The grip on my ankle releases, a man howls in pain, and I use the moment to scramble through the window, tearing the plastic around me as I tumble through. I land hard on the other side, gravel biting into my palms and knees, but I'm up and moving before the shock can register. The night air is cold, sharp, and full of distant sounds. Traffic, a helicopter, voices shouting somewhere behind me. I run toward the traffic sounds, toward anything that isn't this building. I don't know where I'm going or if there's anywhere safe left. I only know that I got myself out. I didn't wait for rescue, and I'm not going to be a victim anymore. I'm a mother protecting my children, and will do whatever it takes to keep them safe.
32. Matt Vey. The first safe house goes down in under 3 minutes. We clear 6 of Oleg's men, secure 2 exits, and leave 1 survivor who talks before Lev even has to ask twice. The address leads to a shipping container yard near the harbor, which leads to an apartment building in Fells Point, which leads to a name I should have remembered sooner. Yuri Markov, Oleg's cousin on his mother's side, and silent partner in a textile operation that shuttered 2 years ago. I know the building. I've seen it on syndicate maps dating back to my father's time, marked as neutral territory before the old alliances fractured. It's a sprawling mill on the industrial outskirts, made of brick and iron, with 1,000 places to hide someone you don't want found. Thermal shows heat signatures on the 2nd floor, Lev says through the earpiece, clustered near the east wing. There are guards on all 4 corners of the perimeter, with 2 more at the main entrance. How many inside? We estimate 12 to 15. There are 12 on upper levels, but there could be more in the basement levels. The building's too large for accurate mapping. 12 to 15 men, and I brought 20 of my best, men who've been with me since before the expansion, men who understand that tonight isn't about territory or power or sending messages. Tonight is about getting her back. The mill rises against the night sky like a monument to industrial decay. Windows dark and broken, loading dock doors rusted shut. The last time anyone used this place legitimately was probably before I was born. Now it serves a darker purpose, and the guards on the perimeter know exactly what they're protecting. We approach from the north side, using the tree line as cover until we're close enough to see the guards shifting on their rounds. They're good, professional, but they're also expecting a negotiation, not an assault. I give the signal. The first shots come from Victor's position, taking out the corner guards before they can radio a warning. My team moves in synchronized waves, covering angles and clearing sight lines with precision that only comes from years of working together. I stay in the center, moving with them, but focused forward, every step bringing me closer to wherever they're keeping her. The main entrance falls in seconds when I put 2 guards down with 2 bullets. We push through into a cavernous space that might have been a factory floor once, now stripped to concrete and shadows with pools of light from overhead commercial lights. Gunfire erupts from the mezzanine level, and my men scatter for cover while returning fire. I don't stop moving. The thermal signatures were on the second floor, East Wing, and every second I spend pinned down here is a second Kira spends in Oleg's hands. A guard steps into my path from behind a support column, weapon raised, and I put 2 rounds through his chest before he can pull the trigger. He falls, and I keep walking because there will be time to count bodies later. The stairwell is narrow and defensible, a choke point that gets people killed if they're not careful. But I'm not careful tonight. I'm fast and angry, and the 3 men waiting at the top of the stairs don't expect someone to come at them without slowing down. 2 go down to my initial shots, and the third manages to get a round off that grazes my arm. A hot line of pain that barely registers before I close the distance and put him down with a shot to the head. The second floor corridor stretches ahead of me, doors on both sides, most of them closed. I can hear shouting from somewhere deeper in the building. The sound of a fight that isn't mine. My men working through the resistance while I push towards the East Wing. A scream echoes through the corridor, high and desperate and unmistakably female. It's Kira. I break into a run, shoulder checking the first door open and finding an empty office, then the second door revealing a storage room, then the third, which opens onto another corridor that branches toward what the old maps labeled as a loading bay. The scream came from that direction. I'm sure of it. More gunfire behind me. An explosion that shakes the floor and sends dust raining from the ceiling. Something's burning somewhere, the acrid smell of smoke starting to drift through the air. The building is old, dry, full of materials that will catch fast once the flames find them. We're running out of time. I round the corner into the loading bay corridor and stop. She's there, 20 feet ahead of me, pressed against the wall with a rusted pipe clutched in both hands, facing down a guard who's reaching for the weapon at his hip. She's dirty, disheveled, and clearly terrified, but she's fighting. The guard is between us. He sees me the same moment I see him, and he reaches for his gun. I shoot him in the back of the head before he can raise it. The sound is deafening in the enclosed space, and Kira flinches hard, the pipe swinging reflexively before she recognizes who's standing in the doorway. Matvey. I close the distance between us in 3 strides as she crashes into me, the pipe clattering to the floor as she wraps her arms around my neck with a strength I wouldn't have thought possible given what she's been through. I've got you. I hold her against my chest and let myself feel the relief that threatens to buckle my knees. She's alive and here, and she fought her way out on her own. Everything else is secondary. I've got you. You're safe. I got out. Her voice is muffled against my shoulder, shaking but fierce. I didn't wait. I got myself out. I know. I pull back just enough to look at her, cataloging injuries with the clinical efficiency of someone who's seen too many bodies to let emotion cloud assessment. There are rope burns on her wrists, a bruise forming on her temple, and she's trembling, seemingly more from an adrenaline crash than serious trauma. Her belly presses against me, enormous and impossible to ignore, and I put a hand against it gently. The babies. Fine, I think. I've been having contractions, but they're not regular. Maybe it's just a stress response. I hope. Another explosion rocks the building, closer this time, and the lights flicker before dying completely. In the sudden darkness, I see the orange glow of flames creeping along the far end of the corridor, spreading faster than they should through decades of accumulated debris and dried-out wood. We need to move. I don't give her the option of arguing. I bend and lift her, one arm under her knees and one behind her back, cradling her against my chest in a way that feels natural. She makes a sound of protest that dies when she sees the fire advancing toward us. I can walk. Not fast enough. I turn and start back the way I came, moving as quickly as I can with her weight adding to mine. She's heavier than she was 3 months ago, but I've carried wounded men out of worse situations, and I'll carry her out of this one. The smoke thickens as we move, and Kira buries her face against my neck to filter the air. My men are calling out positions through the earpiece in an organized retreat as the fire spreads faster than any of us anticipated. The East Wing is compromised. Lev's voice crackles through the static. The fire's spreading to the main structure. You need to get out now. We're working on it. The corridor I came through is already half engulfed, flames licking up the walls and spreading across the ceiling in hungry waves. I take the first door on my left instead, kicking it open and finding a secondary stairwell that descends into darkness. It's a gamble, but it's also the only option that doesn't involve running through an inferno. Hold on to me. Kira tightens her grip around my neck as I start down the stairs, taking them 2 at a time despite the darkness, the smoke, and the way the building groans around us like it's preparing to collapse. The heat is oppressive even here, radiating through the walls, and sweat runs down my back as I push harder and faster. The stairs end in a basement level that opens onto what used to be a parking garage, with concrete, exposed pipes, and fresh air filtering in through a loading dock door that's been propped open. One of my men is waiting there, weapon raised until he recognizes me. The building's coming down, he says. Everyone's falling back to the vehicles. Then fall back. We're right behind you. He nods and disappears through the loading dock while I follow at a run with Kira still clutched against my chest, her breathing ragged but steady. The night air hits us like a wall when we emerge, cold and sharp enough to make me gasp after the smoke-filled interior. Behind us, the textile mill begins its slow collapse. Windows blow out in cascading waves as the fire finds new fuel, and a section of the roof caves in with a roar that sounds like the earth splitting open. I don't stop moving until we're past the perimeter, the line of vehicles where my men are already loading up, and past the point where any stray debris could reach us. Only then do I let myself stop. Only then do I look down at the woman in my arms, her face streaked with soot and tears. I allow myself to understand how close I came to losing her. You came for me, she whispers. I will always come for you. I press my forehead against hers, breathing her in, smoke and sweat, and the faint lingering scent of her shampoo beneath it all. Always. Do you understand? There is nothing in this world that could stop me from finding you. She doesn't respond with words. She pulls me closer instead and kisses me. She tastes like ash and desperation and seems to have forgiven me. The kiss breaks when another contraction hits her, making her stiffen, and I pull back with concern flooding through me. We need to get you to the hospital. Now. I'm fine. You're 30 weeks pregnant with triplets and you just escaped a burning building. You're going to the hospital. She laughs, and it's a broken sound that might also be a sob. You're right. Yes, I am, at least about this. I carry her to the waiting SUV and slide into the back seat with her still in my arms, unwilling to let go even for the seconds it would take to settle her beside me. Victor is already behind the wheel, engine running, and he pulls away the moment the door closes. Through the rear window, I watch the mill burn against the night sky, flames reaching upward like desperate hands. Somewhere in that inferno is whatever remained of Oleg's operation, his men, his plans, and his hatred. I don't know if he made it out, but I don't care. If he did, one of my men will finish him off. Kira is alive, the babies are safe, and everything else can wait. No one will ever take her from me again. She's mine, they are mine, and I'll protect what's mine until there's nothing left of me to give. The hospital lights appear on the horizon as I pull her closer.
33. Kira. When we reach the hospital, he still insists on carrying me. I gasp against Matvey's shoulder as he carries me toward the entrance, which is only a few feet away since Dmitri parked in front of it. Every step jars through me, and every jar sends another wave of pressure rolling through my abdomen, stronger than the last, and I can't keep pretending these are Braxton Hicks or brought on by my stress. It's too early. The words are a ragged whisper against his neck. Matvey, it's too early, I'm only 30 weeks. I know. He doesn't slow down, hesitate, or offer false comfort. He just keeps moving, his arms solid beneath me while the burning mill casts orange light across the darkness behind us. The labor and delivery unit is waiting for you. Dr. Cleland is waiting, and there's a full NICU suite with 3 isolettes prepared. Lev handled it all during the drive, making sure everything was ready, and it is. Everything you need is waiting. Another contraction rips through me and steals the breath from my lungs before I can respond. I curl into him, pressing my face against his shoulder and trying to breathe through the pain the way the books said to do. But the books never mentioned anything about contractions that feel like being torn apart from the inside after fleeing a burning building. The contractions come in waves now, each one building on the last until I lose track of where one ends and the next begins. I grip Matvey's arm and squeeze until my fingers ache, until I feel his muscles tense beneath my touch. But he doesn't flinch or pull away. He just holds me closer and murmurs words I can barely hear over the roar of blood in my ears. Stay with me. His voice cuts through the haze, low and steady and impossibly calm given the circumstances. Look at me, Kira. Focus on my voice. I force open my eyelids and find his face inches from mine, streaked with soot and sweat and something that might be blood from a cut above his eyebrow. He looks like he's been through a war, because he has, because he tore through an entire building full of armed men to reach me. And now he's holding me together while my body tries to bring 3 lives into the world, 10 weeks ahead of a regular birth and 3 weeks early for triplets. I'm scared. The admission comes out small and broken. I sound nothing like the woman who escaped her own captivity with a rusted pipe in her hand. They're too small. I haven't had the steroid shots for their lungs. What if they're too weak? They'll be fighters. He presses his forehead against mine, and for a moment, despite everything, I feel safe. They're ours. They don't know how to be anything else. As we reach the entrance to the birthing center, I cry out from a fresh spike of pain through my pelvis. Something wet spreads beneath me, soaking through my clothes and onto Matve's stomach and legs. My water broke. As soon as we step inside, we find a team of nurses and orderlies waiting with a gurney. Someone must have called ahead because they're ready, moving with the controlled urgency of people who do this every day. She's in active labor, 30 weeks with triplets. Matve's voice carries across the parking lot with the authority of a man accustomed to being obeyed. Her water broke in the car, and her contractions are less than 2 minutes apart. They descend on us in a flurry of scrubs and gloved hands, and I'm transferred from Matve's arms to the gurney, feeling the sudden cold absence of his body against mine. I reach for him instinctively, catching his hand before they can wheel me away. "Don't leave." "I'm right here." He squeezes my fingers once, hard, and then he's walking beside the gurney as they rush me through the automatic doors and into the stark white corridors of the birthing suite. The next hour exists only in fragments. There are the bright lights of an operating room, the cold sting of an IV needle sliding into my arm, and voices conferring above me in urgent clinical tones while someone explains that the babies are in distress and they need an emergency C-section. There's no time for a spinal block to take full effect, so I need to stay very still and trust them. I try to nod my agreement, but another contraction seizes me, and I scream instead, the sound swallowed by the chaos of surgical preparation happening around me. Matvey appears in my field of vision, wearing a surgical gown over scrubs he must have changed into, so he didn't bring the smoke-tinged ones into the OR. With a confident smile I can see from the way his eyes wrinkle above the mask, he takes my hand in both of his hands and holds on like he's the one who needs an anchor. I'm here. His face is the only steady thing in a world that's spinning out of control. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. When I wake, the world has gone quiet. Hospital monitors beep softly beside me, tracking rhythms I don't fully understand. The surgical brightness has been replaced by dimmer, warmer lighting, and I'm in a different room now, a private suite with curtains drawn against what looks like morning light. My abdomen aches with a dull, medicated throb, and when I try to shift, the pull of surgical tape and bandages reminds me what happened before the darkness took over. The babies. Where are the babies? Panic claws at my chest before I register Matvey sitting in a chair beside my bed, still wearing the scrubs he borrowed to get rid of the clothes he wore to storm the warehouse, though he's cleaned the worst of the blood and soot from his face. He holds my hand in both of his hands, with his head bowed, and I think he might be asleep until I speak. The babies? My voice comes out as a croak, dry and rough. He looks up immediately, and the relief that floods his face is so raw, so unguarded, that it steals what little breath I've managed to gather. They're okay, all 3 of them. They're in the NICU but stable. The doctors say they're doing remarkably well for 30-weekers. The tears come before I can stop them, spilling down my temples and into my hair. I missed it. I was unconscious, so I didn't see them born. I know. He shifts closer, bringing my hand to his lips and pressing a kiss against my palm. The anesthesia had to work fast. They didn't have time for anything else. Tell me. I grip his fingers, needing the words like I need oxygen. Tell me everything. What happened after I went under? He's quiet for a moment, and there's a softening in his expression I've rarely seen from this man who controls everything. The first one came out fast. Dr. Cleland said her color was good, and she was crying well for her age. I heard her before I saw her. She let out a thin little wail that filled the whole room. He pauses for a second, looking overwhelmed. I didn't know I could feel something that intense from a sound. My heart squeezes at missing that moment. What about the second baby? He smiles. Baby B was another girl. She's smaller than the first but breathing on her own. The nurses said they're identical. and we won't be able to tell them apart for weeks. A ghost of a smile crosses his face. I suspect you'll prove them wrong. I'm crying harder now, but I don't try to stop it. Identical twins? The ultrasound didn't show that. Dr. Cleland said they had distinct sacs. He shook his head. Dr. Cleland already told me he was obviously wrong. Even modern medicine makes mistakes sometimes, and with the crowded nature of triplets, it was an understandable oversight. I nod, absorbing the news we have identical twins. Or is it identical triplets? What about baby C? He took his time. I let out a little sigh/sob at hearing we have a boy. He squeezes my hand and looks harrowed for an instant. The cord was wrapped around his neck. There was a moment when the room went quiet, and I thought. He stops and swallows. Dr. Cleland worked quickly. He unwrapped him and cleared his airway, and then he screamed louder than both his sisters. He's bigger than them and stubborn already. They're alive. I say it out loud because I need to hear the words to make them real. All three of them are alive. 2 girls and a boy. I think about the envelope we never opened, but it no longer matters because they told us themselves when they were born, even if I'm getting a delayed message. They're alive, and they're fighters. He leans forward, pressing his forehead against mine gently, and I feel the tension in him from hours of fear and helplessness that he's been carrying while I slept. They're ours, Kira. I reach up with my free hand and touch his face, feeling the stubble and seeing exhaustion and the love beneath it all. I wanted to be there. I wanted to see them take their first breaths. I know. He turns his head and kisses my palm. I'll tell you everything, as many times as you need to hear it, and every detail I remember, like the way the first one's fist curled when the nurse wrapped her in a blanket. Our second daughter made a little squeaking sound when they put her under the warming light. When I got to see him for a moment before they had to whisk him to the NICU, our son looked at me like he already knew exactly who I was and what I'd done to get him here safely. The images form in my mind, incomplete but precious, even though they're assembled from borrowed words instead of a lived experience. I grieve for the moments I missed, even as I cling to gratitude that they survived their rocky entry into the world. They could have died in that warehouse, but instead, 3 tiny lives are breathing in the NICU, waiting to meet the mother who was unconscious when they arrived. When can I see them? Soon. They're letting you recover for a few more hours, then they'll wheel you down. He strokes my hair back from my face with a gentleness that still surprises me from hands capable of so much violence. Kira, I need you to know something. I wait, watching the emotions flicker across his face. I will spend the rest of my life making sure nothing like this ever happens again. The words come out low and fierce, a vow carved from something deeper than promise. You and our children will never be in danger because of who I am or what I've built. I'll tear down everything first. Do you understand? I understand. I love you. He says it simply, without decoration, the way you state facts that don't require embellishment. I'll love you until there's nothing left of either of us. I love you too. The words feel inadequate for everything we've survived in the past 24 hours. But they're true. And right now, that's all that matters. Even when I thought you'd betrayed me and I was running, I never stopped. He leans down and kisses me, soft and careful, mindful of the IV lines, the surgical soreness, and the fragility of this moment. When he pulls back, I reach for his hand again, and our fingers intertwine. Tell me more about them, I whisper. Everything you remember. I want to know every second I missed. Matvey settles back in his chair, still holding my hand, and begins to describe the birth I slept through in careful, loving detail. I close my eyes and let his voice paint the pictures I couldn't witness. building memories from his words, because he saw what I couldn't. The grief fades slowly, replaced by something warmer. I didn't see them arrive, but I'll see everything that comes next. I'll experience first smiles, first words, and first steps. There's a lifetime of moments ahead that no one can steal from us now.
34. Matvey. Kira falls asleep while I tell her what I remember from the birth, her breathing becoming slow and even, and her face relaxes in a way I haven't seen since before the warehouse. Color has returned to her cheeks, replacing the ashen pallor that terrified me during the drive here, and the monitors tracking her vitals display nothing but steady, reassuring rhythms. When she wakes up, she'll probably be up to visiting the babies in the NICU. I haven't slept. I haven't been able to close my eyes without seeing the fire, the guards, and the moment I found her in that corridor with a pipe in her hands and terror on her face. Every time I start to drift, the adrenaline surges back and I jerk awake, checking that she's still breathing, that the monitors haven't changed. And this isn't some fever dream my exhausted mind has conjured. The door opens quietly and Lev slips inside with careful movements to avoid waking Kira. He crosses to where I'm sitting and stops, his expression unreadable. Report. Oleg's dead. The words are stripped of any triumph or satisfaction. The fire spread faster than anyone anticipated. His body was recovered from the east wing collapse 2 hours ago, and dental records confirmed the identification. I let the information settle, waiting for the rush of victory that should accompany the end of a war I've been fighting for months. It doesn't come. All I feel is a bone-deep exhaustion and a hollow relief that it's finally over. His men, the ones who survived the assault, have either surrendered or scattered. Most are heading for the ports, trying to disappear before our allies or authorities catch up with them. A few came to us directly, offering information in exchange for safe passage out of the territory. Lev pauses, his expression shifting slightly. For the first time in years, there's no one left to hunt. The network is broken, and the threat is neutralized. I look at Kira's sleeping form and think that 3 floors above us, our children sleep in incubators. Too small and too early, but fighting with every breath they take. This is what I almost lost. This is what Oleg tried to take from me. Begin dismantling everything. Lev raises an eyebrow but doesn't question the order. Define everything. Oleg's territory and mine. I keep my voice low, conscious of Kira sleeping mere feet away. Get rid of anything that's not legitimate. Dmitri and Ruslan can divvy up what they want for all I care, or you can take it over. I want nothing left for me that ties back to bloodshed. That's significant restructuring. It will take months to unwind without alerting the authorities or destabilizing the legitimate businesses. I nod. So we start today and work carefully. Find buyers for the properties, close the accounts through proper channels, and redirect the capital into clean investments. I meet his gaze, letting him see the certainty behind the decision. I'm done, Lev. The life that made all this necessary is the same life that put my family in danger. I won't build their future on a foundation that could collapse and bury them at any moment. He's quiet for a long moment, processing what I'm asking him to do. We've built an empire from the ashes of my father's legacy, expanding territory and influence until the Orlovsky name commanded respect across 3 states. Walking away from that isn't just a business decision. It's the end of an era. What about the men? The crews who've been loyal to us? offer transition packages for anyone who wants out, or employment opportunities in the legitimate side of the operation for those who want to stay, as long as they're prepared to put violence behind them. No one gets abandoned because I've decided to change direction. I run a hand over my face, feeling the stubble and the exhaustion seeping into my bones. This isn't about punishing the people who helped build what we have. It's about not needing that structure anymore. Lev nods slowly as respect flickers behind his professional mask. I'll draw up a preliminary plan and have it ready for review by the end of the week. Thank you. He leaves as quietly as he arrived, and I'm alone again with Kira's sleeping form and the soft beeping of the monitors. The silence feels different now, lighter somehow, as if Oleg's threat has been lifted, and I'm only just realizing how substantial it was. The hours pass in fragments. Nurses come and go, checking vitals and adjusting medications. A doctor stops by to report that Kira's recovery is progressing well and that she should be able to visit the NICU by this afternoon. I nod and thank him, unable to articulate the relief that floods through me at the news. Around noon, another knock sounds at the door, and I look up, expecting another medical update. Instead, Brendan wheels himself into the room, still wearing a hospital gown and looking like death warmed over, but upright and conscious, which is more than I expected given the extent of his injuries. I remember then that I had a video of him for Kira to prove he was alive, but never had a chance to show it to her. They told me she was here. His voice is rough, strained by the effort of leaving his own bed. Told me about the babies, too. I'm hoping to convince my nurse to take me up for a visit after this. I stand up, gesturing to the chair beside Kira's bed. You should be resting. I've been resting. I needed to see her with my own eyes. He wheels closer, stopping beside the bed and looking down at his niece with relief and a touch of lingering apprehension. She's really okay? I nod. The surgery went well. The babies are in the NICU, but stable. The doctors say the prognosis is good for all of them. Brendan is silent for a long moment, keeping his gaze fixed on Kira's face. When he finally speaks again, his voice is quieter, stripped of the gruffness he usually wears like armor. When it counted, you came for her. I told you I would. Saying and doing aren't the same thing, not in my experience. He looks at me, and he seems to accept me suddenly. I've spent months waiting for you to prove me right about you, waiting for the moment when your world put her in danger, and you weren't there to stop it. I wince. Your instincts weren't wrong. My world did put her in danger. Yes, but you were there. He shakes his head in a small, tired motion. You tore through that building like a man possessed. Lev came to visit me and update me. He told me what you did to get to her. I don't respond. What happened in that warehouse isn't something I want to relive, not in words or in memory if I can help it. I'm not saying I forgive you for dragging her into this life, Brendan continues. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to do that completely, but I can see you love her, and you die before letting anything happen to her or those kids. He pauses, his expression complicated. That's worth something. It's worth everything, I say quietly. She's worth everything. They all are. He nods once, a brief acknowledgement that carries more meaning than any extended conversation could. He looks tired again, so I'm not surprised when he turns his wheelchair towards the door, pausing at the threshold to look back. Take care of them, Orlovsky. If you don't, I'll make you regret it. I know you will. I'll be back to check on her later. I might postpone my plan to visit the NICU for a bit longer, too. He yawns as he leaves, and the room falls quiet again. I sink back into my chair, realizing I actually care that Brendan's opinion has changed. His grudging acceptance isn't forgiveness, but it's a foundation we can build on when the dust settles and we figure out what kind of family we're going to be. That afternoon, Kira stirs awake just as the nurse finishes checking her vitals. She surfaces slowly, fluttering her eyelids before she focuses on my face. "Hey," she whispers. "Hey, yourself." I take her hand, intertwining our fingers. "How do you feel?" Tired and sore. She squeezes my hand weakly. "I'm ready to meet our children, though." The nurse smiles and adjusts the bed controls, raising Kira to a sitting position. "Dr. Clellan cleared you for a wheelchair visit to the NICU when you woke up and felt ready. So I'll get everything ready." 20 minutes later, I'm pushing Kira's wheelchair through the quiet corridors toward the neonatal unit. She grips the armrests and excitement radiates from her. She's been unconscious for the birth, separated from her children for hours that must have felt like days. But now, she's finally going to see them. We stop at the sanitation station, and I help her with the required gown and hand washing before wheeling her through the doors into the hushed, dimly lit space. The NICU is peaceful at this hour, with monitors beeping softly while nurses move between stations. 3 isolettes sit side by side near the window, each one containing a tiny life we created together. I position her wheelchair between the first 2 units, and she leans forward immediately, pressing her palms against the plastic as if she could reach through it by sheer force of will. The twins sleep facing each other, their identical features made even more similar by the matching caps, oxygen cannulas, and sensor wires. "They're so small," her voice breaks on the words. "God, Matvey, they're tiny." "I know, but they're fighters." I crouch beside her, putting one hand on her shoulder. "The nurses say they only require gentle support to breathe, which is remarkable for 30-weekers. She turns to look at the 3rd isolette, where our son sleeps slightly apart from his sisters. He's larger than the girls, with a tuft of dark hair that stands up despite the cap. And even in sleep, there's something stubborn about the set of his tiny jaw. He doesn't have an oxygen line. He's on BiPAP instead, since his lungs were just a bit more developed than his sisters. "Can I touch them?" A nurse approaches, having noticed our arrival. "You can reach through the access ports. Skin-to-skin contact is actually encouraged. It helps with their development." She shows Kira how to open the small portals on the side of each isolette, and the mother of my children reaches in to touch one of our daughters for the first time. Her fingers tremble as they brush against the impossibly small hand, and when the baby curls her fingers around Kira's, the sound that escapes her is somewhere between a laugh and a sob. "Hi, sweetheart." Kira's voice is thick with tears. "Hi, baby girl. I'm your mama. I'm so sorry I wasn't awake when you got here." She spends long minutes with each twin, touching their hands, stroking their cheeks, and memorizing every detail of their faces. By the time she reaches our son's isolette, tears are streaming freely down her face, and I don't try to stop my own tears from falling. "He looks like you," she says when she touches him. With that stubborn expression, he's going to be trouble. I laugh softly. He already is. The cord was wrapped around his neck, and he gave everyone a scare before he started screaming. Of course he did. She laughs softly, wiping her face with her free hand while keeping the other inside the isolette. Our son had to make a dramatic entrance. We sit together in the quiet of the NECU, watching our children breathe. It's such a simple act we take for granted, but it's almost a miracle that our babies are breathing with just some medical support instead of intubation or far worse interventions. We need to name them. Kira nods slowly. She's still staring at our son with a gentle expression. I've been thinking about that for months, actually. I've been going through lists, trying to find something that felt right. I frown. Why didn't you tell me? She shrugs. You were always busy. I sigh and nod. I was. But that's going to change. I clear my throat. What did you find? She's quiet for a moment, gathering her thoughts. For the girls, I kept coming back to Anya and Mila. Anya means grace, and Mila means gracious and dear. They sound like sisters, but they're different enough to be their own people. I test the names in my mind, matching them to the tiny faces in the isolettes. Anya for the older one. She was first, and she seems more serious, and Mila for her sister. You notice that too? Mila hasn't stopped moving since we got here. Even in her sleep, she's fidgeting. Kira laughs, and the sound fills the quiet space with something warm. She does. What about our son? I look at the boy sleeping in his isolette, who's already caused more worry than his sisters combined. The name that comes to mind isn't one I expected to use, but it feels right in a way I can't fully explain. Severin, after my brother. Kira turns to look at me, her expression soft. I think that would be lovely. Severin would have wanted to be here for this. He would have loved being an uncle, would have spoiled them all rotten, and taught them everything he knew about getting into trouble. I pause, feeling the old grief stir and settle. Severin Orlovsky. Kira reaches into the isolette and touches our son's hand. I think he likes it. He stops scowling. I frown. He was scowling? In his sleep. He appears to be very serious, but right now, he just looks peaceful. We stay in the NICU until the nurse gently reminds us that Kira needs to rest and try to pump milk, and there will be plenty of time for visits in the coming days and weeks. I wheel her back to the recovery room, and she's asleep again before I finish settling her into the bed, exhausted by the emotional weight of meeting her children for the first time. I sit beside her in the quiet of the evening, watching the light fade from the windows, and let myself imagine the future before us. I picture Anya, Mila, and Severin growing up in a house somewhere safe, as we all live a life built on something other than violence. Before dawn, when the birthing center halls are empty and silent, I step into the corridor and pull out my phone. The number I dial belongs to a jeweler I've used before who understands discretion and quality. I need a ring, I say when he answers. An engagement ring. Something beautiful and simple. I'll pay whatever it takes to have it ready within the week. He asks questions about size and style, and I answer them as best I can. When the call ends, I stand in the quiet hallway and savor my decision. I'm done with the life that took so much from so many people, and done with the empire my father built and my brother and I expanded. I'm ready to build something different, and I'm going to start by asking the mother of my children to spend the rest of her life with me.
35. Kira. Breakfast arrives on a tray that Mrs. Tarsoff packed herself and delivered by Matt Vey, who went home briefly to retrieve my hospital bag and check on everything. He sits in the chair closest to my bed, nursing a coffee he hasn't touched in 20 minutes, ignoring the food. The care package includes scrambled eggs, crisp bacon, toast, fresh fruit, and a thermos of tea. Brendan sits in the chair beside my bed, working through his own portion slowly, while Elise perches on the windowsill with coffee from the cafe downstairs. She declined breakfast, though Mrs. Tarsov sent enough for an army. The nurses said the boy gained 2 ounces overnight. Brendan sets down his fork. All 3 are ahead of schedule for 30 weekers. They're fighters. Elise grins at me. I wonder where they get that from. I share a glance with Matvey at those words before taking another bite of eggs while savoring the moment. It's been 3 days since the emergency C-section, and Oleg died in the fire. The world has continued turning in ways I'm still learning to trust. The babies are in the NICU with their isolettes lined up side by side while monitors track every breath. I've been up to see them already this morning and plan to go back again after breakfast. A nurse knocks on the doorframe and steps inside to check my vitals and the incision site. I answer her questions on autopilot while Brendan and Elise continue their quiet conversation about visiting hours. Matvey observes the nurse's every movement as though afraid she's an assassin sent to do me in. Those thoughts and fears might take a while to fade. Looking good. She makes a note on her tablet. Dr. Cleland wants to keep you another 2 days, but everything's healing well. She leaves, and the room settles back into comfortable silence. This is what recovery looks like. We eat meals in small bites, have conversations that drift without urgency, and adapt to the gradual accumulation of hours that don't contain crisis or fear. Lev appears in the doorway 20 minutes later with a folder tucked under his arm. He nods to the room before crossing to Matvey's side. Here is the preliminary plan you asked for. He sets the folder on the table beside my breakfast tray, where Matvey can reach it. There's a tentative timeline, asset inventory, and transition protocols. Everything's mapped out. Best case scenario is you're completely legitimate in 6 months. Matvey takes the folder and opens it, scanning the first few pages before looking up at me. I asked Lev to put together a plan for dismantling the organization. He keeps his voice steady, but there's gravitas behind the words. Not the legitimate businesses, of course. Those stay. We'll keep the real estate holdings, the import company, and the security firm under proper management. Dismantling? Elise's eyebrows rise. What does that mean exactly? Matvey glances at Brendan, then back at me. It means the parts of my family's operation that involved violence, coercion, and criminal enterprise are being systematically shut down or given to allies. The supply routes, the distribution networks, and the enforcement crews will be shed within 6 months. Everything that made the Orlovsky name something to fear will be wiped away. What happens to the people who ran those operations? Brendan leans forward, his expression guarded. We'll be giving payouts to those who want to continue their current ways and offering employment in the legitimate side for those who want to stay clean. Matvey closes the folder. No one gets abandoned, but no one stays in the life if they're working under my name. I reach for his hand, threading my fingers through his. How long will it take? Like Lev said, at least 6 months. It might even be a year to do it properly without attracting attention or destabilizing the people who depend on the legitimate income. He squeezes my hand. This is just the roadmap. Lev's already started reaching out to buyers for the properties we need to divest and already talking to the men about their options. Lev clears his throat. Matvey offered to give me the other side of the business, but I'll be staying on in a security capacity. I'll handle private contracts and legal work only, protecting the family without the rest of it. He pauses, looking relieved to be close to finished with the illegal side too. The transition won't happen overnight, but it will happen. The room is quiet for a moment as everyone considers what they've heard. I look at Brendan, watching the conflict play across his face. He's spent months hating what Matvey represents, and now he's being asked to believe that same man can become something different. You're really walking away? Brendan's voice is rough. From all of it? I'm building something else instead. Matvey meets his gaze without flinching. I don't want my children to grow up watching their father hurt people for a living, or have Kira worried I won't return someday. Brendan nods slowly, something in his expression shifting toward what might be respect. That's harder than staying. Most men in your position would just keep going. Most men in my position don't have what I have. Matvey looks at me, and I see everything he's not saying written in his face. I'm not giving this up. I'm trading one life for a better one. Lev excuses himself with a nod, leaving the folder behind. The tension in the room eases as he goes, replaced by something that feels almost like hope. I should head back to my apartment. I need to get some sleep before opening the bar for Brendan tonight. Elise slides off the windowsill and stretches. Call me later? I nod. I will. She hugs me carefully, mindful of my incision, and squeezes Brendan's shoulder on her way out. I should go too. Brendan pushes himself up from the chair with visible effort. My physical therapy starts in an hour. If I stick with it, they're talking about discharging me in a few days under home health care for a while. That's encouraging. How are you feeling, honestly? He considers the question before answering. Like I got shot and nearly died. Everything hurts, and I'll probably be in recovery for months. He pauses and something in his expression softens. I'm also grateful to be alive. Your man kept his word. He came for you and he didn't leave me behind. He's not the monster you thought he was. No. Brendan moves toward the door, then stops to look at Matvey, who doesn't look away. He's exactly the monster I thought he was. The difference is, he's choosing to be something else now, and that's worth more than being born good. He offers a small smile. I'll be back this afternoon. The room empties except for Matvey, and I turn to find him watching me with an expression I can't quite read. There's something else I want to talk to you about. He takes a breath, and vulnerability replaces the careful control I've grown accustomed to. I had something prepared at the estate while you were recovering. One of the unused rooms on the second floor, the one with the good acoustics, I had it converted. My pulse jumps as I tentatively guess what he's going to say. Converted into what? A recording studio. He says the words simply, like they're not remaking my entire understanding of what my life could be. The room now has sound-treated walls, a professional keyboard, a condenser microphone, and basic production equipment. I rated your wish list and ordered everything on it. It's not elaborate, but it's functional, and it's yours. Only yours. No one else uses it, and no one else enters without your permission. I stare at him as my excitement builds. For months, I've been dreaming about music in fragments, stealing moments at the piano when the world felt safe enough to create. The idea of having a dedicated space, equipment that belongs to me, and the freedom to use it without fear feels almost too large to hold. You built me a studio. My voice sounds wet. I built you a beginning. He brings my hand to his lips and kisses the back of it. A place where you can make the music you've been carrying inside you. You have so much inside you that's been waiting for a place to exist. The tears come before I can stop them, blurring my vision. No one has ever seen the parts of me that I've kept hidden because they felt too fragile to expose. Speaking of beginnings, he leans forward, reaching into his jacket pocket as he stands from the chair and lowers himself to one knee beside my bed. I stop breathing for a moment. He has a small velvet box in his hand. It's dark blue and clearly expensive, and when he opens it, the ring inside makes me exhale in a stuttering gasp. I know this isn't traditional. His voice is steady, but there's tension in his jaw. We didn't meet under normal circumstances, and I've put you through things no one should have to endure. I can't undo any of that. I can only promise you what comes next. He pauses, gathering the words he wants to say. I want a clean life with you and our children. I want to wake up beside you every morning without wondering if today is the day someone comes to take you away or puts me in the ground. I want to watch our daughters and our son grow up in a world where their father's choices don't put them in danger. He lifts the ring from the box. It's a simple band of platinum with a single diamond astronauts can probably see from space. Marry me, Kira. Let me spend the rest of my life proving I can be the man you deserve. The answer forms before he finishes speaking, rising from somewhere deep and certain. Yes. The word comes out steadily and clearly. Yes, I'll marry you. The smile that breaks across his face transforms him into someone I've only glimpsed in fragments before. He's unguarded, joyful, and utterly present. He slides the ring onto my finger, and the solid press of platinum feels like a promise I'm ready to keep. When he leans forward to kiss me, I meet him halfway. The afternoon passes in a blur of visitors and congratulations. I text Elise a picture of the ring, and she demands to be maid of honor. When Brendan returns that afternoon, I show him, and he offers a handshake for Matvey and a careful hug for me. Dr. Cleland stops by to check on me and ends up toasting us with coffee from the break room. By evening, the birthing center has quieted. Matvey helps me shift to one side of the narrow hospital bed, then settles carefully beside me, mindful of the IV lines and the incision. I rest my head against his shoulder, while he drapes an arm across my waist, and we lie together. The transition won't be finished overnight, but every day it gets closer. His voice is low, meant only for me. Every piece we dismantle is one less thing that can hurt us. I turn my head to look at him. I know. I saw the plan. Do you believe it's possible that I can actually walk away? Yes. I press closer, feeling the steady beat of his heart. You came for me when I needed you. You protected Brendan, and you're dismantling your familial empire because you want our children to grow up safe. The man you were isn't the man you're choosing to become. He's quiet for a long moment. When you think about the future, what do you see? He asks finally. I consider the question. Beyond home and family, I see music. For the first time since this started, I can imagine creating something that isn't about survival or escape. I picture sitting in that studio you built, working on songs because I want to, and knowing nothing is waiting outside to tear it all apart. That's what I want for you. I know. I lift my head and kiss him softly. That's why I said yes. We lie together in the narrow bed while the clinic settles into its nighttime rhythms. I let myself rest in the certainty that we've survived the worst, and the future is a blank slate full of endless possibilities.
Epilogue. Matvey. The coastal estate sits on a cliff overlooking the Atlantic, a property I purchased 3 months ago with money from legitimate investments. The garden spreads behind the main house in terraces descending toward the water. And today, those terraces are filled with white chairs, simple floral arrangements, and the handful of people who matter enough to witness what we're about to do. I stand beneath an arch woven with greenery and pale roses. The afternoon sun is warm on my shoulders. The gathering is small by design. There are no business associates or allies secured through violence on the guest list. It's just the people who actually matter to us. Brendan sits in the front row beside a triple prom that contains the 3 loudest, most demanding, most perfect human beings I've ever known. At 6 months old, the triplets have developed distinct personalities that emerge more clearly every day. Anya, the older twin by 3 minutes, watches everything with serious dark eyes that remind me of my mother. Mila, her identical sister, is already smiling at anyone who makes eye contact, while Severin, who is nothing like my brother in temperament, has spent the past 10 minutes trying to grab Brendan's tie with single-minded determination. Brendan catches me looking and offers a nod that carries more warmth than I could have imagined 6 months ago. The truce between us has evolved into something I might cautiously call friendship, though he still doesn't fully trust me. That's fair. I still have a few things to shed to be completely legitimate, and once that happens, I hope he'll lose the last of his reservations about me. Lev stands to my right, serving as best man in a role that feels strange for both of us. The alertness in his posture hasn't changed, and nor has the constant scanning that comes from decades of living in a world where danger could arrive without warning. The other guests are a mix of people I never expected to see at my wedding. Dr. Cleland and his wife sit near the back. Two of my former lieutenants, now employed in legitimate security work, have brought their families. Mrs. Tarsov sits beside Elise, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, and Miss Stanislav sits behind them, looking composed. Music begins to play from speakers hidden among the garden beds. It's a simple piano piece that Kira recorded in her studio last month. She wanted to walk down the aisle to something she created, and I couldn't think of a single reason to argue, especially since it's beautiful. When she appears at the top of the garden path, everything else stops mattering. The gown is understated ivory silk with delicate beadwork. Her hair is pulled back loosely, with a few strands escaping to frame her face, and she carries a small bouquet of white roses. Instead of a veil, she wears a silk and beaded fascinator that matches her dress. She walks without hesitation, her attention fixed on me with the quiet certainty that has defined everything between us since the day she chose to stay. Certainty settles into my bones as she approaches. Every choice I made in the past year and every piece of the empire I've dismantled in the past 6 months has led to this moment. To her, she reaches the arch and takes my hand. Her fingers aren't trembling at all, but mine are. "Hi," she whispers, squeezing gently until my hand stills in hers. "Hi." The officiant begins speaking, but I barely hear the words. I'm too focused on the woman in front of me, on the ring I'm about to place on her finger, and on the life we've built from the wreckage of what came before. When it's time for vows, we keep them simple, sticking with the traditional ones, minus her promise to obey me. Neither of us wants that included. After we repeat them and slide on the rings, the officiant pronounces us married, and I kiss her while applause spreads through the garden. Severin chooses that exact moment to let out a wail of protest, and Brendan scoops him from the pram with a grunt that suggests the boy has gained weight since the last time his great-uncle picked him up. He's recovered from his gunshot, but he's a bit frailer than he used to be. "This one's going to be trouble," Brendan announces to no one in particular. Sev already knows how to interrupt a moment. "He takes after his father," Elise calls from her seat, and the laughter that follows feels like the most natural thing in the world. The reception is informal and spread across the garden terraces as the sun descends toward the water. Guests mingle with champagne, pausing to admire the babies or offer congratulations. I end up in a corner with Lev for a time, watching Kira dance with Brendan and Severin in her arms, while Elise holds both girls in her lap. "It's strange, isn't it?" Lev's voice is quiet. "Being here like this, no perimeter checks or exit strategies, just relaxing." I nod. It's an adjustment. A good one. He pauses. You made the right choice by walking away. I nod again, but don't verbally answer because there's nothing to say. The choice was never really a choice. The moment I understood what I stood to lose, the organization became a price I was willing to pay. Hours later, after the last guest has departed, I carry Severin to the nursery, while Kira settles the girls into their shared crib. They refuse to sleep alone. All three children are asleep within minutes, exhausted by a day of being passed from arm to arm. The night nanny waits to take over. We don't have her in full time, but Martha is competent and passed every background check Lev could devise, so we feel secure leaving her in charge so we can have our wedding night. I nod to Martha as I leave and close the nursery door. When I turn, Kira is in the doorway of our bedroom. She's still wearing parts of her wedding attire, with the silk gown unbuttoned at the back, but not yet removed, and her hair falling loose around her shoulders. They're finally asleep. They are in Martha's capable hands. She steps into the bedroom, and I follow, closing the door behind us. The privacy settles around us, quiet and complete. I've missed this. She turns to face me, reaching for the remaining buttons at her back. Being alone with you without listening for crying or checking monitors or wondering when someone's going to need something. I cross the distance between us and take over the buttons, working them open one by one while she stands perfectly still. Tonight is ours. It is. She turns her head to look at me over her shoulder. No interruptions, unless it's a true emergency. It's just us. The last button releases, and the gown slips from her shoulders, pooling at her feet in a whisper of silk. The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you.